This country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country, we are a plantation. We live in people's... We are not a country, we are a plantation.
Meeting with Ruto is a very difficult task. It's a very difficult task. When you're talking to a stone, you cannot negotiate. The only way you can negotiate with a stone is to crack it.
Hata juzi mlisikia tukawa na habari pengine kutakuwa na El Nino ambayo itaharibu kule, itaharibu mali nyingine. Lakini Mungu ni nani? Mmesikia wale watu wamesema tena ile El Nino haitakuweko, wamesema kutakuwa tu na mvua kubwa.
If you know you're a corrupt African leader, you're a stupid and you're a useless person. You know how heartless you have to be to steal from dying people in hospitals, to steal from kids who are receiving the lowest quality of education, to steal from hard-working Africans, from hard-working tax-paying Africans who are working 10 to 12 hours a day. You are a stupid, you're a useless person.
Kuna shida manake tuko na dereva hajui steering iko wapi, hajui gear iko wapi, clutch iko wapi. Ndio sababu Kenya ina shida.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa, ukapatia nchi, ikuwe inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candid Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Sound Candid Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Our country is in trouble. Well, William Ruto, the man at the helm of things in this country, now claims we are not being taxed enough. In fact, he plans to do much more than all Kenyans are ready for the same. He said, compared to other countries, we are the least taxed people. Is that what you feel and think where you are? And is William Ruto properly assessing the situation in the country, that he thinks Kenyans have not been pushed to their limits. He thinks Kenyans are too comfortable to be in this country, and so they need to be pushed further by their government, so that the government can be more, able to realize its targets without problem, by ensuring that the pockets of the Kenyan people are pushed to how far they can go. What is your take on the same? Tonight we'll be looking at the moving of the tax percentage from 14% to 22%. Are you ready for the same or what? Well, amidst this, Azimio leadership is now threatening for a return of mass action, even as the country looms into disaster. Just after the floods disaster, now the school disaster, the clinical officers are ready for their strike. Remember, the doctors one just went off the other day. This is one strange country that each one that thinks well in this country will be afraid to the core. That are still, with all this on the table, somebody is still, playing games with the minds, the livelihood, and the welfare of the Kenyan people. Well, I'm calling upon you to be on the forefront. Invite somebody so that we can all engage. Thank you for those who have already taken the initiative to invite somebody, remind somebody that the show is on. I want to appeal to everyone. Please, let's take charge in our various parts, especially those of you on X and TikTok. Make sure you unashika doria, unashare your live, unakaribisha mtu, una like video. Usingoje hata kuambiwa wewe ni kiongozi anaongoza, sio ngoja kuambiwa cha kufanya. Uongozi wa wheelbarrow ndio tulikataa. Na unajua wheelbarrow ndio mashini peke yake ambayo haiwezi fanya kazi mpaka ifanywe nini? Inuliwe na isukumwe. So tukikataa economy ya wheelbarrow, tunataka wewe ukue kiongozi kwa sehemu yako. So wote ambao mnatupata kwa TikTok, naamini mnatupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Just let me know if you're able to get us loud and clear. And then of course we want you to be on the forefront, to invite somebody, remind somebody, so that we engage properly. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi kwa YouTube. Tuko YouTube, wherever, 2 channels, Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk Live. Both of them are having the poll question tonight. Do you support Azimio call for the return of mass action? We need you to vote, so that at the end of the day, Kenyans will know and the world will know where the heart and the aspirations of Kenyans lie on this matter. Is it overdue for the return of mass action against William Ruto and his administration? Na kuomba tafadhali karibu ili tumakinike kwa pamoja. 25 people, Sound Candy Talk. 22 people, Sound Candy Talk Live. Facebook, 2 people, Sound Candy Talk page. Tafadhali watu wa Facebook, inuka, tekeleza wajibu wako. Share your link na kila mtu katika maisha yako ili wote tumakinike. 3 people on X, tafadhali. Hiyo siku tulikwenda mpaka 35 people. Naomba msukume tafadhali. Share, retweet, make sure that nobody misses out in this great conversation as Kenyans from all walks of life engage on matters their country and what must be done to fix what has gone wrong with our land. So please, usikae mbali na kuomba tafadhali, makinika. Wewe ndiyo sehemu kubwa tu ya mambo haya yote ambayo tunayazungumzia, na chochote ambacho kinalenga ama kinafanya nini, kinahatarisha maisha ya Mkenya, lazima kiwe kipaumbele katika masuala ambayo yanakuhusu wewe na yananihusu mimi. Maisha ya kuishi, wewe unaishi mlala hai, wengi wa Kenya ni walala hoi, na hilo halikuhusu. Basi hilo sio kuwa Mkenya mara ya kwanza. Mara ya pili tutakuwa tunasema hiyo sio utu, na kama wewe hautekelezi utu, basi wewe umekuwa hayawani, na tutaki ukue hayawani. So each and every status of each and every Kenyan should be your concern, and that should be the reason why you should, participate into public uproar when we have Kenyans right now going to bed on empty stomachs and now not sure of getting a meal in school for those in semi-arid areas because the country and its administrations are playing party with the livelihood of Kenyans. Now it is official. No feeding for school children. No Linda Mama for the mamas who are giving life. No insurance for not only education, insurance for healthcare of school going students. No subsidy for anything. And now 16% on bread, 16% on petrol, and of course other items. It is crazy that William Ruto says we are still undertaxed, and so he wants to tax us more. Ningependa wewe ukawe mstari wa mbele katika kuchangia masuala haya tunapoanza kwa fujo. Nashukuru 56 people already. Please endelea kushare your link, karibisha mtu tumakinike pamoja. Tuni Mhamudu 77, welcome to the show. Michael Ngige, Ruto Tawe, Ruto Tawe, Ruto Tawe, Ruto must go ASAP. Haya basi, ujumbe huo MNA, karibu sana, tunashukuru ushafika. The security of Kenya is being manned by ethnic groups, Somalians, and it is time for Somalians to go back home. They have overstayed. They are welcome. Zengike hapo umeanza kuguza pasipo. Kipi hiki? Kuna Wasomali wa Kenya, kuna Wasomali wa Somalia. So ni lipi ambalo lina kera? Ningependa tukaliweke wazi ili tueleweke. Esther Stoll, karibu kwa show. Bana, karibu kwa show. Mzengiga hapa anasema maandamano, 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 maandamano. Haya, mwito wa maandamano huo, naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Mware CK, karibu kwa show. Charles Green, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. We salute you. Freedom wetu huyo, karibu kwa show. Kuna PK, tuko hapa. Anasema teletele. Asante sana, by fire, by force. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Nani huyu? Kuna Salome Amashibo. Good evening to you. Thank you. Freedom anasema, I believe Ruto became president to punish Kenyans. Why does he hate Kenya so much that sometimes I wonder if he is Kenyan. Hayo maswala yote basi lazima yashughulikie ipasavyo. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Dada yetu Ubuntu, karibu kwa show. Good evening to you. Kuna Mustafa hapa, karibu kwa show. Asante. Naomba tafadhali tujulishe uko wapi, unatupata vipi na uko sehemu gani. Weka tu hapo kwa comments, haswa watu wa TikTok. Hapo kwa comments tutajua tu tunawafikia watu wa aina gani wapi. Tuambie kama uko county ama uko in another country. We will want to know that in the comment section. So please be on the forefront to bring in as many as possible, even as we honestly start this particular conversation that we believe is going to help shape the future of this country by enlightening all Kenyans in knowing what is rightfully theirs and what they must do in order for them to walk free from the chains of the bad leadership of William Ruto and team. As things stand right now, ni kubaya. Well, there is another hit in town, and that is the House of Mumbi congregating on the 17th, which is tomorrow, is it? In Limuru. Limuru 3 is bringing some jitteries in Kenya Kwanza administration especially. Now, Moses Kuria confirms he's attending the Limuru 3. And remember, Gachagua changed tune yesterday and began to talk about 1 vote, 1 shilling, 1 man. The language that he resisted, fought, campaigned, swore and declared it can never be, it shall never be, it must be stopped. And now it appears that the what? The walls cannot hold the water anymore. The spillover is already taking place. Nashukuru hizo likes tafadhali zipande, na hizo maroses nisione tafadhali. Gifts zenu leo zijasiona. Naomba tafadhali makinika, tekeleza wajibu wako. Hapa ndipo siasa yote inapatikana ya dunia nzima na haswa ya Kenya. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike tunapoanza kwa pamoja. Wewe usikae mbali, hapa ndipo story yote inapatikana. Let's start where? Right, it appears Kenyans Express. Okay. Let's start
Meantime, the Kenya Kwanza Government's Finance Bill 2024, pushed to introduce 16% VAT on bread from being zero-rated, has faced opposition from Kenyans. A spot check by Citizen TV in Nairobi and Nandi counties, Kenyans who are grappling with ever-growing and rising cost of living criticized the proposal, which could hurt the purchasing power of the common mwananchi. Take a listen.
Inside this hotel in Kangemi, Nairobi County, staff members are busy preparing breakfast for their customers. Tea and a piece of bread is a popular delicacy here. However, things could take a different turn in the next 2 months if the proposal on the introduction of a 16% VAT on bread and tea packaging material contained in the Finance Bill 2024 is passed. Residents have opposed any plans to make their breakfast more expensive.
Mambo ya bill ambayo ni ya mkate na majani, hiyo ni kitu ambacho kitaumiza mwananchi wa kawaida kama mimi na hata wengine. Saa hizi mambo ya flood na maji imetuletea ugumu sana. Hata wengine wetu hatuna mahali pa kukaa.
As a comrade, bread and tea, that's our basic meal. Like that's what keeps us going. Tukichatumia hiyo hakuna kuinama. So like the government inducing taxes, itamanisha kuwa the prices of these commodities will go up, and that means that maybe the government wants to kill comrades. When I'm taking to survive.
Economists have also described the proposal as far-fetched at a time when the country is still grappling with a high cost of living.
It's a bad precedent because what the government thinks of us is anybody who takes bread is wealthy, and schools take bread, hospitals use bread, even before you come into households. And households in the villages now take bread, and the reason why they take bread is because these other food items have become very expensive.
Ramogi has criticized the high taxes being imposed by the Kenya Kwanza regime to make Kenya self-reliant, saying it is likely to slow down economic growth.
A high tax regime ensures that you don't attract investment, so capital in is near zero, but at the same time it ensures that there is no disposable income. So people are unable to invest because they don't have money that is disposable, that can be pulled together and invested. And I think that would cost us extremely.
The National Assembly Finance and National Planning Committee has invited members of the public to submit their written views on the bill, which intends to raise an additional 300 billion shillings in taxes from July 1st.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi. Naomba tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, makinika kutekeleza wajibu wako. Shika doria, haswa wale mko TikTok na wale mnatufuata kwa X. Nashukuru X wameongezeka, TikTok tunaendelea vizuri. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Naomba tafadhali usitazame kipindi peke yako, na kama una swali weka hapo kwa comments, tutaweza kusoma alafu tutajibu ipasavyo. Basi mambo ni kama hayo. Tax regime in the country enforceable by William Ruto. He says Kenyans are undertaxed compared to his peers. We'll be looking at who are these peers and how do they compare to Kenya, and what makes Kenya unique from the so-called peers, and then of course which wisdom is informing William Ruto to think that Kenyans are undertaxed. In his opinion.
When I came into office, I told everybody, tighten up your belts. I am not going to preside over a bankrupt country. I am not going to preside over a country that is in debt distress. We have to cut our spending, and there is no free lunch. And we have to think of what we need to do two fundamental things. Reduce. We cannot spend what we don't have. And number two, if we look at our peers, and Kenyans have been socialized to believe that they pay the highest taxes. But empirical data shows Kenya as of last year, our tax as a percentage of our revenues was 14%. Our peers in the continent is on average between 22 and 25%, which means we are way below, our taxes are way below those of our peers, and I'm not comparing ourselves with OECD countries. Countries like France are at 45%, others are higher. So I persuaded and I made a case to the people of Kenya that we must begin to enhance our revenue. Because if we are a serious state, we must be able to enhance our taxes. So my drive is to push Kenya. Possibly this year we will be at 16% from 14%. I want in my term, God willing, to leave it at between 20 and 22%. It's going to be difficult. I have a lot of explaining to do. People will complain, but I know finally they will appreciate that the money we go to borrow from the World Bank is savings of other countries. We have to begin to live within our means.
Haya mavipi na bwana huyo anaitwa William Ruto anasema I don't know, you need to teach me that World Bank ina run bank vizuri, watu wanaenda kudeposit huko wakiwithdraw. Mr. Wangira, karibu, hali vipi?
How are you?
Good.
I hope today you'll allow me my right of contribution without interruption. Let me have
I am not interrupting anybody as long as what you are giving is very beneficial and of course factual.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Bernard, let me just say something small about the so-called Limuru 3. Bernard, I am one person who does not understand what Limuru 3 is. It takes us to the old games of the 70s, where we know that one community ended up benefiting at the cost of the entire country. This thing called 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, Bernard, is what section of paper number 3, is what section of paper number 10 of 1965 on African socialism and its application in Kenya was all about, Bernard. A paper that had nothing socialism in it apart from the title, Bernard. And that's why you'll discover that one section of this country benefited when, the rest of the countries were marginalized. Bernard, most of these counties, especially the far-end counties, have started seeing real benefits after 2010 when we moved into devolution. There were times, Bernard, that, when a person was being a public servant was being transferred to, let us say, Wajir or Mandera, that could be seen as a punishment, Bernard. People of Turkana used to say that, When you leave Turkana and you are coming to Nairobi, they will tell you that you are coming to Kenya because they never consider themselves as Kenyans. So, we don't want to see this selfishness, of a particular group that, feel that, it is perhaps more superior than other areas. Let us just develop Kenya entirely, Bernard. I am very sure that if we open up, for example, the northern Kenya, Bernard, people will start moving to northern Kenya. There's a friend of mine on Facebook, but who is not a friend of mine ideologically, called Gordon Opio. He gave a good example, Bernard, of Western Kenya before the tarmac roads were done. And you'll agree with me that most of these tarmac roads were done in the last 15 or 20 years. They were done 15 or 20 years ago after Kibaki became president. And after the tarmac roads were done, Bernard, that's when we came to find companies like, Bungoma Liners, coming in. And you discover that even the owners of Bungoma Liners are not, the natives of Western Kenya. But because the area is open, Bernard, it has given them an opportunity to do business in Western Kenya. And that's why I'm saying let us open Kenya entirely. Let us not be selfish the way a group of people wants to be selfish. And it should always be about them and nobody else, Bernard. That's all that I just wanted to say about the Limuru 3 and the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote.
Before you switch gears, before you go to the next point, at the risk of interrupting you, you have not put it clearly on how 1 shilling, 1 vote will marginalize other sections of the country. I thought if it's proportional based on the number of population, for example, if Kakamega we are 6 million, okay, and wherever other parts are 20 million, and we are given the same portion in terms of allocations. To you, is that fair? And if we demand fairness, is that selfish?
You keep on interrupting me when I have my own flow.
You had finished that point. I'm making a follow-up question.
But I'll answer you. Do you know why some areas are more populated than other areas? Why other areas are less populated? We should be answering that question. It's simply because of people go where development is. They move nearer where development is, Bernard. For example, when I came to Nairobi, when I was in Nairobi 30 something years ago, areas like Ruai, did not have people. But when they started opening up areas like Ruai, there was a good road infrastructure, electricity was there, Bernard. We saw people moving towards Ruai. I'm just giving that as an example. We need to open up these sections that have been neglected for years, so that the pressure that we are seeing in one section of the country can be lessened, so that people can start moving to those areas. But if you want, resources, majority of resources concentrated in one area in the name of one man, 1 shilling, Bernard, at the end of the day, those sections of the country will never develop because people will continue claiming that there is no population there. But how do we make the population to go to that end? Is by developing that area. And these are areas, Bernard, by the way, that have been marginalized for 60 years. For example, the northeastern province of Kenya, it has been neglected for 60 years. The only people who used to be there, who included my late father, were either policemen, public servants, nobody else. You could not get a single businessman, for example, in an area like Wajir, apart from the natives. Why was it so? Because somebody thought that we marginalized this area in the name of Sessional Paper number 10. And you remember those were the days when the president was everything. He was the alpha and the omega, Bernard. And that's why we came up with the 2010 constitution that should help, Bernard, open the entire country so that there is equality, there is fairness, and every region develops. And when every region develops, Bernard, it does not matter whether you are living in Nairobi or you are living in Wajir, Bernard. And that's why I'm saying that, these people who want to be selfish by saying that, and they go on even mentioning, they'll tell you that, a county like Tana River, They'll tell you like a county like Tana River is getting more than, they'll tell you, for example, a county like Tana River, population X, is getting more money compared to a county like perhaps Kiambu. Forgetting that, Kiambu has been advantaged for 60 years. And like Tana River, which has been disadvantaged for that 60 years, Bernard. So, there must be a way of creating an equilibrium.
I have no problem with your point. Mr. Ongira, what I want you is to tie these things for me. I'm not getting why 1 vote, 1 shilling is going against 2010 constitution. You are yet to substantiate that. And then how that is going to result into marginalization. If we have 56 million of us and everybody is entitled to 5 million, okay? And everybody gets their 5 million, how does that become a disadvantage?
Bernard, that's not the formula of allocation. There are various parameters on how they arrive at the allocation. It's not about that every person is entitled to 5 million. How do you arrive at that?
That is what is being proposed. One shilling means the allocations will be proportional to the population.
But that's not what the 2010 Constitution says then. Because if they're now crying about is that not what the 2010 Constitution says? Is it what the 2010 Constitution says?
What does the 2010 Constitution say?
There are various parameters for the allocation. There are various parameters. Population. Let me tell you. Listen to me. Underdevelopment in an area is one of the parameters. Because an underdeveloped area will receive more money than a developed area. That's one of the parameters.
That's why there is what is called equalization fund.
Even away from equalization, even away from the equalization, but I'm talking about what we call the equal revenue that is shared between the national government and the county government. Those considerations are there. Those considerations are there. You need those considerations are there because there are areas, Bernard, in this country. For example, you'll go to, let me take an example of a county like Wajir. That county is vast, Bernard, with very few kilometers of tarmac. Very few kilometers of tarmac compared, for example, with a county like Kiambu, which is perhaps a 60 or 70% tarmac. So if you want to rely on 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote as the only criteria to allocate, or revenue, then you will be misleading. You will be misleading. And that's why they're arguing on, they don't want to look at the poverty index. They don't want to look at the underdevelopment of those particular areas. They want us to argue that, we are not.
That's your claim. That's your claim. You have not substantiated to us that this goes to do away with the equalization fund. You are on mute, but hold on first. Tell me that the proposition of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote is going to do away with the equalization fund, is going to do away with devolution, is going to make the marginalized communities not to enjoy the resources. I'm yet to get the link between the two. You're only telling us that this paper was introduced in the 60s and it is what brought about the marginalization. But the marginalization is not in the paper. The marginalization I know was political. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. If you want to get development, you had to join and support the government. Any person who was seen or suspected or imagined to be working against the government, they were not only discriminated against, but they were all, denied things, including school, including road network, and all manner of development. It was majorly political than economical.
Okay, let me just say, and I want to conclude because I want to move to the next topic. Bernard, I hope you live in this country and you have been listening to the arguments. And the arguments are very clear outside there. Today they argue that that's the argument. It's not my argument. They argue it. They will tell you that there's a county. I've given you an example of a county like Tana River. They'll tell you that a county like Tana River has a small population of people, but on it is a shareable, on its shareable revenue, it is receiving more than what Kiambu is supposed to be receiving. So for that particular reason, we should get a little more. That's what they are telling us, a little more. But they are forgetting that, the writer of the 2010 Constitution knew the dilemma that we are in. And that's why he never went with this 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 vote. In fact, 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 vote is not a principle of the 2010 Constitution. It's never. It is never. I'm finishing. I'm leaving at that. I'm leaving it at that, and I don't want more questions because I want to move to my next topic, which is very, very crucial, Bernard. Bernard.
We will revisit. We will revisit. Go ahead.
No. Unless now we want to get into points of argument that will keep us here like the other day forever. Forever. Because the section of paper number 10 is there. Ask yourself, Bernard. You come from Navajo.
Move to the next point. Move to the next point. Don't go back. Don't start again.
Okay. Bernard.
Thank you.
Okay. There is a guy called Robert Barrow. This guy wrote a book called Getting It Right. He has a book called Getting It Right. I believe William Samoei Ruto is getting it wrong. He's entirely getting it wrong, Bernard. Bernard, there's what we call conducive environment that the citizen of a country operate in. And this conducive environment, Bernard, must include predictable policy frameworks. Very, very important. The rule of law is very, very important, Bernard. There's what we call strong incentives. For example, in America, the issue of strong incentives is very, very important, especially for farmers and for businessmen. There must be strong incentives, Bernard. Then there must be reliance on the market, Bernard. Then there's something that is called limited role of government. We must have a limited role of government, Bernard. But what are we seeing in William Samoei Ruto? We are seeing very unpredictable policy framework, because you cannot be sure with William Samoei Ruto, because today he'll say this, tomorrow he'll say that. Because there's a clip here on Twitter where, when he was campaigning, Bernard, he was accusing the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, Bernard, of overtaxing the people of Kenya. If you remember, there's a clip. I hope you can get it. Today, why does he want to overtax Kenyans when he was blaming Uhuru Kenyatta of the same thing? Bernard, wanting to force your way, goes against what I call rule of law, because it's either your way or the highway. And, we are seeing that tendency in William Samoei Ruto, that is either his way or the highway. Bernard, I don't see strong incentives, Bernard, in William. Do you see strong incentives, Bernard, under William Samoei Ruto that will make people try? I don't see any strong incentives here. And that's where the problem is, because without incentives, then how will people try, Bernard? It's no longer even about reliance on the market, Bernard, because we are seeing funny things coming around. Finally, we are seeing the expanded role of government, Bernard, when, the role of government is supposed to be very, very limited here. Yeah, very, very limited. And, William Samoei Ruto comes up with, talks that, I find to be in contempt of the people of Kenya. For example, you are telling us that the people of Kenya have been socialized to believe that they are the highest taxed people. Bernard, it's not about being the highest taxed people, but it's about what your taxes do. It's not about being taxed. In fact, if you are to ask the people of Kenya to give you 90% of their taxes and you do the rest of things for them, they will be ready. But I don't want to be overtaxed. Then I don't see the returns of the taxes. That's where the problem. Then he quotes some funny data. I'm a writer, and there's one thing that we are taught when you are writing. You quote the source. You cannot just give us a percentage of 14%, then you don't quote. You give us the source. Bernard, you're also a writer. You know that the source of your information is very critical, because there will be a person who wants to make a follow up on what is your claim. So if you're telling us a 14% and we don't have the source, we don't know where you are picking your percentages from, it becomes difficult for us to agree on. Then he talks of our peers in the continent without giving us an example, without naming these peers, Bernard. It's very, very important that, if you are saying that Joram, your peers, then you say that your peers are Wakina Bernard here, Lala here, those are your peers. But you cannot just say peers, then you leave us hanging without knowing who our peers are. Then he proposed that, their average is between 22 and 25%, without telling us who our peers are, without telling us who. Then he goes on bringing a wrong comparison by saying, Bernard, that, in France, up to 45% of somebody's, income is, the government takes up to 45% of somebody's income, blah, blah, blah. Bernard, it's not about, and I've told you, it's not about, how much, you're taking away from my income. Is the returns of what you used to do with my money. For example, Bernard, countries like Norway and Finland, I think they have some of the highest taxation averages in the world. But in a country like Finland, Bernard, almost everything is free. Almost everything. Education is free there. Healthcare is free. Barabara ni nyue. And that's why, you will be told that the Finnish are the happiest people in the world. The Finnish, the people from Finland, they are called Finnish. They have the happiest people in the world. Bernard, if education is free, when you give birth to a child, it's free. When you fall sick, it's free. Why can't you be happy? What will make you not become happy? It's the same thing in Norway, Bernard. They are overtaxed. But, you see the returns, Bernard. In Kenya, what are the returns for our high taxation, Bernard? I'm just looking at a picture here on Twitter, Bernard, on a post by a gentleman called Anwan Sadat. Anwan Sadat, used to be a Ruto campaigner. He's an engineer by profession, he used to be a Ruto campaigner. But, of late, he seems to have changed. In this picture, Bernard, I am seeing people carrying, bunches of money, which means tumerudi wakati wa Nyayo, pale watu walikuwa wanatembea na pesa taslim. If it's 10 million, I carry 10 million cash, Bernard. Harambes have returned, especially in Rift Valley. People are now carrying out Harambes, Bernard. They are carrying out Harambes. That's why we are asking, we don't mind being overtaxed, Bernard. We don't mind. In fact, I will be ready to give 90% of my income to the government if the government will tell me that now the only thing that you need to do, Joram, the only thing you need to do, Joram, is now the 10% that has remained is for you to feed yourself up to the end of the month. Me, I'll be ready. But you cannot take away everything from me. You tell me you want to push it to 22%, and you are not showing me what you are doing for me, Bernard. You're not showing, even in your own household, if you're earning a salary and the family is not seeing what the salary is doing, Bernard, people will start complaining, Bernard. People will start complaining.
So Bwana Wangera, pause it there. We want to let Lala make his submissions leaving, then we will pick up from there. I agree with you. If we don't see what the money is doing, the giving of the money cannot be something to celebrate. But beside that, you should also make the money fast before you should make us make the money fast before you begin to demand a percentage of that money. What is the William Ruto administration doing in terms of creating conducive environment for Kenyans to make money? The borders are now turning into bicycle riders. The tuk-tuk are now closing business. Matatus are no longer viable. Things are falling apart. Then you are still demanding that even when you run away with mkokoteni, I will follow you on that mkokoteni to collect more taxes. Reverend Lala, you need to come in now. At your request, thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep inviting each other. Thank you, those joining on TikTok. Naomba tafadhali tuendelee kusikiliza mambo haya. Naamini ni ya muhimu. So, Reverend Lala, when you're ready, I'm ready.
Sasa hawa huyu Mutinda anaongea tu hapa saa hii. Hii vitu mmemtuma inaishia hapa kwa hii barabara hii. Hii hapa. Hapa. Hakuna mahali anapeleka hiyo vitu. Mimi nataka tukue viongozi wa kusema ukweli. Hapana kudanganya wananchi. Mimi nimetoka Nairobi kufikia jana. Wale watu ambao wameathirika na mafuriko kule Mathare, hakuna chakula imefika huko Mutinda. Wewe unataka kuniambia kutoka kwa ofisi ya rais kufika Mathare na kutoka kwa ofisi ya rais kufika hapa gani ndio karibu? Chakula inaweza kufika Machakos kabla ifike Mathare? Wacheni bwana, wacheni kutusumbua bwana. Wacheni kutupima akili bwana, sisi ni watu wazima bwana. So
You are watching Sound Candy Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe. Sound Candy Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza nianze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona vile hali ilivyo,
the age that we are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu nakuletea taarifa zinavyojipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business?
Kisha baadaye usiku kuinangana kwenye udadavusi kamili, Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Fanya aki tujue tumepata the right person.
In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa Sound Candy Check imekamilika.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's like Reverend Lala dropped out. He will join us as soon as he is ready. Now, looking at the tax regime of William Ruto, we are saying is suspect in the sense that he's demanding the taxes, but not taking responsibility for the welfare of Kenyans. I mean, nobody will have a problem giving you the money if you are taking care of that money. Like the example, whatever Wangira is giving, you are the father of the home. You have your 2 sons and 2 daughters who are working and living with you. And you want them to be, submitting part of their salary for the family. Okay. Now, if they are, contributing, let's say 50% of their salary, they give to you as a father, and then you go drink the money, they come, there is no soap, there's no toothpaste, there is no whatever amenities, there's no shopping in the house, and they gave their percentage. Okay. Now, it forces them now, after contributing to the family kitty, they now go back to using whatever that was their savings to sustain themselves. So how is that justifiable? As the head of the family, you have collected the resources from everyone, but they are not receiving anything from it. You tell them, like my father used to say, he gave birth to us, and that is enough. You would say, he gave birth to 11 of us. And so when he has gone and taken one for the road or 2, he will come back and say, you people have been staying in this compound for long. And from next month, I want to be receiving rent. From that end to this end, this land was given to me by my father, and you are not there. So you should not be living here for free. Now, you know, if you're not doing anything in sustaining the people, you're doing nothing. Ruto is here to tell us what he's doing to protect Kenyans, what is doing to ensure that Kenyans don't go to bed hungry, what is doing to ensure that the list of Kenyans, the list of the Kenyan people are getting quality education. He has not shown anything he has done with what he has collected so far. What justifies him to increase the amount he is collecting? That is where we are pegging this question. We need to have your response. Please comment in the comment section. Let's put these questions where they belong so that we can analyze this openly and not be carried around by the tales of men that have no basis in terms of, if you want more, you must show us more. To whom much is given, much is required. If you want more, show us more. Thank you. So back to Mr. Wangira.
You know, you brought up something that I also remember. There were these people. You know, you have a family and you don't want to become responsible, so you become defensive. And then I gave back to you people. So what else do you want from me? You know, those talks, I heard it. If they came from your late father, then that was irresponsible of him, Bernard. So, Bernard, there's only one fruit in this world that you don't need to do anything with it, but it will grow. And then you can start collecting taxes from it. Inaitwa mapera. You know, mapera, you don't need to, you just need to eat. Then you go in the bush, you do the needful. After that, you can wait for another 5-6 years. Then you start taking taxes in the form of mapera. So, William Samoei Ruto, I'll call it maperanomics, Bernard. It could be the maperanomics, whereby, there's nothing you have done for us. For example, you have just raised a very crucial point that, people must have means of income before you start taxing them. We are talking of Bernard, of a youth population of between 5 to 6 million young people who are unemployed. Bernard, 5 to 6 million young people who are employed, and you are telling them you want to tax them? Bernard, how is mapera? You just get something to remove from them. It's only mapera that you get something to remove from. Human beings, you must develop. That's why there is what we call human development index. You must develop a human being to become sustainable before you start telling him to pay taxes. Majority of Kenyans are not sustainable, Bernard. They're only surviving. And then you listen to the president of Kenya, William Ruto. He says that, I plan to push, he says that he plans to push that average to between 20 to 22% by the end of his first term. We have no problem with him pushing, that average to between 20 and 22% by the end of his term. But, he's not telling us how he's going to cure unemployment, Bernard. Because, the reason why KRA is not, collecting enough is because, most young Kenyans, are unemployed. So they don't have what we call income. So, if a person does not have income, then you won't have what we call tax on income to pay to KRA. The only thing you'll pay will be the indirect tax perhaps akinunua sabuni, or when he buys a loaf of bread. But the direct tax in form of the income tax, hatakuwa nayo, because he does not have an income. So, he should be telling us, how he's going to narrow the unemployment gap. For example, in developed countries like America, they say that, if the unemployment gap, increases by only 0.1%, it becomes a cry in the whole country. But here we have between 5 and 6 million young people unemployed. And then you're coming up with measures, that are going to hurt them more. Then I don't know whether you really care about these people. I don't know whether you really care about these people. I don't think that William Ruto cares about us. And again, I've just told you about the service, given in return, Bernard. Even if you are taxing us more, Bernard, we want to see service in return. For example, if I walk to a hospital called Mama Lucy here, Bernard, the history of that hospital has not been very good. I want that if I'm taxed more and I walk to Mama Lucy Hospital, Bernard, then the service is first class. Like when I go to Aga Khan. Bernard, have you ever gone to Aga Khan? From the reception all the way to the wards, when you are going to visit a patient, the services are, first class. After ule watchman analinda huko, everything is first class. So we want that first class, treatment at Mama Lucy. If you want to tax us more, Bernard, we want to see our roads, Bernard, in good condition, Bernard. Bernard, yesterday I was taking my child to school in Meru. And I'm surprised even in that part of the world, their roads are now full of potholes, Bernard. From Makutano to Embu all the way. Bernard, the pothole two, and you are telling us that you want to tax us more. Tax us more to do what, Bernard? Tax us more to do what? We don't see why you want to tax us more, Bernard. Bernard, we must just agree that William Ruto, by coming up with this measure, Bernard, he wants to, 1, overtax us. 2, then he'll make us repressed. 3, he's going to exploit us. And 4, he's also likely to abuse us as the people of Kenya. Financially, he's likely to abuse us as the people of Kenya, Bernard. And again, don't forget that, even when they collect more money, we don't see anything. We only see stolen money, misused money. And when I say misused money, Bernard, I have this guy I admire called the late John Pombe Magufuli, the late president of the United Republic of Tanzania. For the term he served full, he served the first term for 5 years fully. Then I think in the second term he could have gone for, I think, 2 months before he died, 2 or 5 months before he died. For the first time, he was in office. This guy traveled only to 3 countries, Bernard. 3 countries. 4 countries, Bernard. Because he was in Rwanda, he was in Uganda, he was in Kenya here. And when I mention the 3 countries, those are members of the East African community. And then he also went to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And you know that Addis Ababa, Ethiopia is the seat of African Union. Bernard, we have our president here who has, there was a time people were saying that, he changes at the airport. You remember that joke that he changes at the airport, Bernard? He's ever flying from point A to point B, point A to point B. Look at the budget, the budget proposal, for his upkeep and his travel, Bernard. Look at it, that money to kiweka hata kwa free primary education, Bernard, it could take us a big land, Bernard. It could take us a big land. So,
So when I'm gonna let's pause there shortly. We are coming back. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we engage, please let's remain focused and of course share our thoughts objectively. One of the worst thing that happens to us as Kenyans is when we become emotional and refuse to reason objectively in terms of what is at stake. Because my philosophy and my understanding of success is that nobody needs to fail for another to succeed. There is enough resources in the world to feed everybody and take care of everybody's wants and needs at the same time. We are where we are because of a few greedy people who cannot stand others enjoying what is rightfully theirs. And that results into an injustice. And that's why we are against any form of injustice. It's a question here by Halima Hassan and saying, hello people. It says, Semeni, anasema Bernard, sasa tukisema eti iwe hivyo, sisi watu wa North Eastern tutakuwa na rodi ya lami lini? Okay, kwangu mimi sijaona sababu ya kunyima barabara ama maendeleo Northeastern kwa sababu watu wa Central wanapata. Hiyo ilikuwa ni uhasama wa nini? Wa uongozi mbaya. Uongozi mbaya ni kama mama yule anaenda jikoni anapika chakula, okay? Anapika chakula alafu anaweka nini mezani, na kuna watu wazima na kuna nini watoto, na anataka nini kila mtu apiganie ili apate kitu cha kula. So that makes her an irresponsible mama, kwa sababu kama ni mama anajua kwamba watu wazima watakuwa na nini na upper hand against nini watoto. Kwa hivyo akishapeana chakula atagawa, hii ni ya watoto na watoto wapewe ya kwao kwanza, alafu watu wazima wang'ang'ane na mlima wapi? Hapa kwa meza. Uongozi mbaya ni ile ya kutupa nje, kutupa hapo alafu kila mtu ang'ang'anie apate cha kwake. That is wrong. But kulingana na the push for like it was envisioned in BBI, it was never supposed to rob the marginalized community and give to other community. It was just to strike a balance, and that balance was to be proportionate. One, the equalization fund should remain. Equalization meaning kuna counties zilibaki nyuma when other counties were going ahead. So when they are given their county allocation, there is equalization fund that is given extra to them to see to it that they match up with the rest. So there are counties that are not entitled to that whatever equalization fund, and that makes it up for what will be the difference if there will be a more allocation, let's say in Nairobi, okay, because of the population, and Wajir has less population, but they need what? Road infrastructure. So the equalization fund should go to the road in Wajir, but what is supposed to be for the people of Wajir, according to their population, should not be denied them. What is an injustice is deny the people of Nairobi, okay, so that you give to the people of Wajir. That will result into conflict. And whenever there is a conflict, they will be robbing from one another. And that's why one way of making even corruption, now find a greater expression. Kwa nini wote tumepewa 500, okay? Na ni kama ile mnaendanga mikutano, alafu mnapewa nini 500 baada ya mkutano. Hawa watu wamepewa 500, kuna wale wametoka Ngemi, kuna wale wametoka Nakuru, kuna wale wametoka Kisumu, kuna wale wametoka wapi? Garissa. Okay? So kama kila mmoja amepewa 500, mtu wa Garissa atafika na hii 500 kama fair? It is impossible, okay? Lakini mtu wa Kangemi atatumia 250 bob, amefika wapi? Kangemi. Hii ingine atanunua sukari. You get that? So the advantage ni ile ako closer, then is given equal amount. So the injustice is in giving equal amount in terms of without consideration of distance, what Wangira is talking about, the status of the county and the level of development. All those factors cannot be ruled out in the distribution of resources. If those factors are ruled out, then there is nothing that will be happening in the country. We'll still be targeting Central Kenya. Mount Kenya is a targeted community on various grounds, and one of it is this assumption that they are enjoying the government resources, or rather administration resources, at the expense of the rest of Kenyans. But me having been a traveled preacher, some of the most poorest and poverty-stricken people are not only in Northeastern. We just have them here in Central Kenya here. So they may have the road, yes, but we have the poorest of the poor as well as the richest of the rich. And that is what needs to be addressed. And for it to be addressed, we should give it one holistic approach. So I think the question, the matter of balancing the distribution of resources is something that needs to have a dialogue over, but we come up with a working formula, a formula that doesn't disadvantage anybody, but it gives advantage to everybody. That's what I'm forging. And for that, in my understanding, it is important that the government, especially the central government, to see to it that that happens. To see to it that that happens. It doesn't matter how many children you have, okay? Whatever food you have, you should see to it that every child gets not only what is rightfully theirs, but what will make sure that everybody else gets something so that nobody is disadvantaged. So tukizongelea masuala haya, sitaki tuanze kusema sisi tunaonewa na hao wanakuwa favored. Tuzungumze wazi ili eleweke ni nini kinachohitajika Marsabit. I've been to Marsabit like 3 times when we go to do our relief program, and the situation is pathetic. It's pathetic. It's bad news. And the kind of stories you're given. Ati mama anataka kujifungua. Kuna njia mbili ya yeye kufika hospitali. Na hiyo hospitali is 25 to 50 kilometers away. Njia mbili ya huyu mama kufika hospitali ni either wheelbarrow ama motorbike. Okay? Wheelbarrow ama motorbike. Then hiyo wheelbarrow ama motorbike inakimbia jangwani. Jangwani meaning there's no road. You get that? So in such a situation, we cannot be talking about, ensuring that this place remains like that while other places are having 2 kilometers away hospitals. Hospitals are competing for space. No, that should not be the case. And so the development of the country needs to be given in that proper perspective, like we have said here before. The problem of bandits and the problem of cattle rustling and all those things taking place in Baringo, West Pokot, Turukana, and all that will be the thing of the past as soon as development is taken to the place. Let's build schools. Let's build malls. Let's build hospitals. Let's light up the place. The boys will be engaged. Nobody will be thinking about stealing somebody's cow. But now the place is bush. The closest building is called a police station. Even the police station life, or the police life is at risk because you are the only place that is lightened and the rest is... no, it doesn't work that way. And so I would that if we give it a holistic and in view of the 2010 constitution without interfering with the devolution and how devolution is supposed to work, to me, it's a good way to go. Nobody needs to lose in order for you to gain. Nobody needs to be denied in order for you to get. If you're going to live peace in peace and in harmony, let's ensure that we bake enough cake for everybody to get their portion, not to snatch somebody's cake in their mouth to go give someone else. Asante sana, naomba tusonge mbele na tafadhali wale watu mnaingia studio kumana nini ni saa 7 masaa Afrika Mashariki, saa 7 asubuhi. Karibu studio ukaseme ya kwako. Usingoje tunaanza kufungasha ndio queue hapa inakuwa mrefu tena mambo inakuwa ngumu. So I'm just saying that let's do what is needful. Okay, Asil2 TV anasema still you have not told us where the money will come from if you don't take from others. Asil2 TV, kwako ukipika chakula unaenda kuchukua ya jirani ndio kila mtoto afate. The resources are within our means. Resources are within our means. Within our means means that if we are losing 2 billion per day, by now I think it has become 3 billion or 4 so far after Uhuru saying that 2 or 3 billion per day is sufficient if it's put to proper use. Control, get rid of corruption, or at least control it to some degree. There will be enough money. In fact, the problem is not where to get the money. The problem is how to manage the available money. That's the really challenge in Kenya. To me, I've never seen this country as a poor country. This is not a poor country. The level of corruption that has thrived in this country for over 50 years and the country has not collapsed is evidence that this country has more than enough than the people of this country. All we need is proper leadership that can manage those resources properly and put them to proper use. Like, let me just read these headlines as we get back into the conversation. And this is for everyone that is interested. There is this report here, nimetumiwa na Innocent, inasema mass layoff loom in Kenya as multinational company near closure. Okay, the company is set to close its largest mine by the end of the year, with over 800 employees to lose their job. I want you to note that. Secondly, KRA pressure on landlords signals a fresh rent increase. KRA is expressing discomfort with landlord whose rental income has remained unchanged for years. Okay, so KRA is pressurizing landlords that their rent cannot remain the same all these years, then so they are demanding more. If you demand more, and then there will be rent increase. If I can't pay rent anymore, I'll go back na kuna wimbo ilisema naona heri nirudi kwetu kwa baba na mama nikawasaidie. Kama umeshindwa huku Nairobi utawasaidiaje ukifika huko? Okay, now so KRA goes after landlords who haven't raised rent for tenants in years. The Kenya Revenue Authority is now targeting landlords who have not raised their rent in the past couple of years. Now, look at that kind of thinking and that kind of approach. You have not helped the landlords. You have not improved the environment. There are houses that are not occupied because of security reasons. There are houses that are not occupied because of the road network. There are landlords who have invested in building the houses. They don't have the tenants. But what happens? You are interested in collecting the tax, but not providing the required service. So what will be the outcome? People will move out, or nobody will be interested in the same. So you are cutting down on the taxes by reducing the number of people who are paying taxes, by people winding up their businesses and moving to other places. Okay, there is this finance or treasury. It says state signals the end of, I want you to listen carefully. State signals the end of youth fund with zero budget allocation. Treasury has stopped offering cash to the Affirmative Action Fund after it got 470 million in the current year. Okay, so I want you to see that youth fund is gone. Okay, Linda Mama is gone. Wherever insurance for the students in school is gone. Subsidy to petrol is gone. Everything that the government was doing for the mwananchi is all cut. But after doing all that, you still say you want more taxes. So tunashindwa, unataka more taxes ufanyie nini? Okay? Unataka more taxes ufanyie nini? So what we are looking at here is not, for me, Asil2 TV is not a matter of where the money will come from. The money is available. And if you can get Kenyans to do work, Kenyans are industrious, Kenyans are hardworking people. Just create the environment like Kibaki did. And in a short while, the economy will turn around. You cannot be laying off 800 people. Kampuni inafunga wanaenda. Hapa mabodaboda wameanza kuuza motorbike zao 5,000, 10,000. You can see it. Go to the marketplace on Facebook. They are laying off their motorbikes. And then the companies that are giving motorbikes on loan, they are robbing the boda people. The motorbike for 60,000 is now going for 500,000 because they are buying it on installment. All this imbalance is all things that can be addressed and see to it that the cake is big enough for everybody. everybody will be happy. But because you have somebody who is only keen in collecting without understanding where this money comes from and how this money is made, this is foolish. It's foolish. Because where's ng'ombe uipatie maziwa, ng'ombe uipatie maji, ng'ombe auitii daktari aikague kama iko na afya. Wewe unasema what you are interested in is to milk and the milk. And you tell us you are a farmer. What kind of farming are you doing? And so William Ruto's approach is wrong. The Kenya Kwanza administration approach is wrong. And it doesn't matter whether he collects 80% of taxes. It will still not be enough, because the more taxes he raises, the more the economy shrinks. The more the economy shrinks, the less the resources that are collected. And with their uncontrolled appetite, they will wind to they will soon grind to a halt, because if you don't feed the cow, don't expect more milk. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tumakinike. Kama una swali unaweka hapo kwa comment section. Nashukuru sana kwa wale ambao mumeuliza swali, and I think that helps. That helps. So let's not defend William Ruto and his mismanagement of resources. 900 million put in renovating State House. You are renovating concrete and cement and tiles, okay? When really lives of children in Marsabit, in Turkana, in Garissa, in Wajir, and other parts of the country are going to bed hungry, they can't access education, their health care is not guaranteed, and then you tell us you want more money from us? Wa Kenya? Huh? Which other signal are you waiting for? This one man can strangle you to get what he wants to. Hii ni kupigwa ngeta. Hii sio taxation. Hii ni kupigwa ngeta. Yani amekujia na anakujia kwa lazima. Naomba tumakinike. Asante sana. So we'll go back to Wangira for 2 minutes. Alafu tumlete Innocent. Wangira, take it.
Okay, thank you. In fact, I wanted to ask you, give me the 2 minutes because my gadget is running low on battery. Bernard, at times, as much as we don't always agree on many issues, but there seem to be many other issues that we always agree on. I've loved that observation. There are two ends to Ruto's management. Bernard, when it comes to service, you'll see Linda Mama, it has ended. Edu Afia ending. Youth fund ending. But when it comes to the taxes, increase. Now you are increasing services, you are increasing taxes, and you are discontinuing services. Now, how do we compare the two? Bernard, there's something called economic freedom. Economic freedom is a great strategy, Bernard, of making any country great. Because if you want to make any country great, there must be what we call economic freedom, and that comes when you have open policies, Bernard. But what are we seeing in Kenya? We are seeing in Kenya what I'll call economic captivity. And because we're in political economic captivities, that's why is it Innocent who was talking about a company that will be closing down and 800 people are going to be declared jobless, Bernard? That is because of the political captivity that we are in, Bernard. We are in, Bernard. So, William Samoei Ruto is doing nothing to improve the welfare of the people of Kenya, doing exactly nothing. But, he wants the people of Kenya to feel more pain, You feel more pain, because the guy is raiding your pocket every minute. But, for your social welfare, this gentleman is not doing anything for you. Bernard, listening to William Samoei Ruto today, I think, he was a little bit careless. And when I say a little bit careless, Bernard, when you are discussing such an emotive, topic like taxation, you don't bring in two things that you cannot compare. There's what we call apple and oranges, Bernard. So, France and Kenya is like apples and oranges, Bernard. They cannot be compared. And now it's bringing an apple and orange scenario and comparing it to look at same, Bernard. That cannot work, Bernard. That cannot work. And that's why many Kenyans, Bernard, are annoyed. Finally, Bernard, I agree with you that, for equity, so that everybody feels that, the share of revenue that they are getting, is fair for them, we need to come up with a workable formula. The word should be workable formula, but not one man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. Let us come up with a workable formula. But when you talk about 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, you are being selfish because you think that you are many. Now we are entitled to 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. And that's why other people will say, if you want 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, we'll say 1 shilling, 1 kilometer, or 1 shilling, 1 mile. And that's where now the contradiction will come in, Bernard. Let me just stop and perhaps I charge my gadget as Innocent comes in. Then I'll come in later. Sikimbi.
So asante sana, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for holding on and, of course, keeping us engaged. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep inviting each other. Mambo bado, na tunaamini kwamba suluhu litatoka tu katika maongezi ya Wakenya kwa masuala haya yanayotuhusu. Kwa hivyo nakuomba tafadhali karibisha mtu. Hebu nione roll call. 59 people sound Candy Talk, 52 people sound Candy Talk live. So tafadhali tupandishe hizo numbers ifike 100 ili tukue vizuri. 3 people on Facebook tafadhali mnaniangusha. Na huko Facebook unajua tuko na followers wangapi? Facebook we have over 12,000 followers. We cannot be having 12,000 followers on Facebook with 3 people viewing. Watu wa Facebook fufueni eneo lenu. And then, of course, we have 8 people on X. Watu wa X, pull up the socks. The other day, we were 35. Let's pull up the socks. Let's invite more people. And, of course, do the necessary. I want to salute everybody for your faithful and continued support. And, of course, ensuring that you are here to see to it that Kenyans get right information. I believe that one of the things that is giving Kenya Kwanza administration advantage over Kenyans is the multiplied ignorance that many Kenyans carry about public management. There are people in Kenya who think that the Ruto administration or any other administration does them a favor by being president or being MP or being governor. All those people are your employees. They are supposed to serve you and they are supposed to do what you want, not what they want for you. And so when we don't hold these people to account, we are the ones that give them that upper hand to use and then, of course, turn around and stab us in the back. So we need to be up in arms, especially when things begin to go wrong. Like this Linturi thing needs to be an explosion by now. This new tax regime that they want to bring up without any form of obligation from their end towards our well-being, there is no way we can tolerate that and put up with the same. And so let's rise up and do what we must do. And that is stop the madness and let Kenya be free indeed by ensuring that what is rightfully for Kenya, and that is what we call Kenya for all Kenyans. Mambo mengine hatutaki. Okay, kabla tumlete Innocent naye achangie tupate ujumbe huu.
At the same time, the Azimio coalition is threatening to go back to the streets to rally Kenyans to oppose the Finance Bill 2024 that imposes new taxes on Kenyans, including taxes on bread. During a legislative workshop for the coalition's parliamentarians, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka said the opposition coalition will not sit back and see the Kenya Kwanza administration take advantage of the national dialogue truce to introduce more taxes and new taxes on Kenyans. As Stephen Leto reports, all Azimio MPs have been directed to reject the bill when it comes to the floor of Parliament.
Even before the dust settles on the Finance Bill 2024 that was published on Monday, the contents of the bill have rattled the opposition Azimio coalition that on Wednesday assembled its MPs and experts to deliberate on proposed new taxes contained in the Finance Bill.
The VAT treatment is increasing the price of bread and allied products. It's also increasing taxes on financial services. The new taxes on motor vehicles will increase the cost of transportation.
According to Azimio, the Kenya Kwanza administration is increasingly becoming insensitive to the plight of Kenyans who are burdened by the high cost of living. Azimio leaders say the government, instead of lowering the cost of living, is piling more and new taxes on basic commodities.
Your only dreams are how to make life even more difficult for Kenyans. Which other areas can you impart some pain on Kenyans until you get to the place where you are thinking of imposing taxation on bread?
The new raft of taxes in the Finance Bill 2024, from bread to M-Pesa transactions and motor vehicle taxes, speaks to their callousness and inhumanity.
Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who led Azimio MPs during the workshop, threatened to organize nationwide demonstrations against the proposed Finance Bill 2024 that he says is punitive.
This is a clarion call to the Azimio fraternity and all Kenyans of goodwill that we are ready to exercise our constitutional right under Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya. That is the right to peaceably assemble, to demonstrate, to picket.
That is what Ruto is trying to tell us now. That if we can't afford bread, we need to eat cake. And I urge Kenyans, His Excellency Kalonzo said it rightfully. This nation can only be changed if there are demonstrations, no negotiations. We need to swing and stop singing.
We start our revolutionary path on Friday, and we are starting it. It is actually our homegrown way of maandamano.
The Finance Bill 2024, published on Monday, proposes the introduction of a motor vehicle tax at a rate of 2.5% of the vehicle's value. Bread has also been dropped from commodities under the exempt bracket, placing the common breakfast meal under goods to be subjected to 16% VAT. Azimio MPs say they will disrupt parliamentary business when the House resumes from recess.
So me, I want to propose, Honorable Bio, we make this the new frontier for all. We open the House, we say no business, we sit where the mess is supposed to be put.
Already the controversial Finance Bill 2024 is being subjected to a public participation exercise that Azimio claims will not accommodate public views as they do not matter to the government. Stephen Letos, Citizen TV.
Haya mambo ni kama hayo, watu wa Azimio wanasema barabarani tunarudi, kama hivi ndio mambo yatakuwa. Wewe maoni yako ni yepi? And that's the poll question we are asking you. Do you support Azimio's call for return of mass protest? We need your vote on Sound Candy Talk live, so that we can be sure of what Kenyans are saying. So far, 26 people have liked the video, 57 people have cast their vote on Sound Candy Talk live, and of the 57 people, do you support Azimio's call for the return of mass protest? 98% say yes, 2% say no. Let's look on this other side. Refresh to be sure of how many Kenyans are expressing their view on the matter of protest return on the street against Ruto and his excessive administration's policies that are out to squeeze the life out of Kenyans. 73 people have cast their vote. And still on this one, only 27 people have liked the video. Tafadhali mnavunja sheria msipo like video. Tunahitaji wewe like video. Okay, do you support Azimio's call for the return of mass protest? 73 people have cast their vote. 90% say yes, 10% say no. So from this, the majority of Kenyans are for mass action. Are you ready? Innocent? Karibu.
Asante Bernard. Mimi nilikuwa nimeenda Old Trafford kidogo. Sasa ndio nimerudi Kenya.
Sawa, nyinyi ndio
How are you?
mnapewa visa, sisi wenyewe wengine tukinyimwa. Sawa tu.
Visa lazima kwanza passport machine. Kuna mashini bado hatujalete. Tunangojea tuitengeneze kidogo ndio tuona what we can do. Ndio mpatiwe passport. Naona mmejadili sana na Wangira. I don't know what Wangira said. Naona watu wanamchambua hapa, kwani alisema nini mpaka amechambuliwa? Anyway, I didn't listen what he said.
Just to respond to you, Wangira is anti-Limuru 3. He says it's a selfish move because he's going to discuss one community's agenda and push for one man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, which is going to be a disadvantage to the marginalized communities like Wajir, Marsabit, Turkana, West Pokot, etc. So to him, 1 shilling, 1 man is not the way to go. He says we should just remain within the 2010 constitution. What percentage ni wanyamazi?
Wangira sometimes anatufurahisha. Anyway, so nimeelewa, nilikuwa nasoma hapa kwa comments na nikaona anachapwa sana mpaka anaitwa amefanana na watu wa UDA. Okay. Why is he saying that? Where is he from? Kwani yeye ni mtu wapi? See, I thought we said every community saizi washikane waanze let every community yamuke sasa. Kama anasema it's selfish, it's better to be selfish than kupoteza. So as a community, kama ni Wakikuyu, and I don't think this is just a Kikuyu, they said Wakikuyu wako all over Kenya. And when they say 1 man 1 vote, walikuwa I don't know kama alisikiza ile I don't know where Mother Karua alikuwa kwa Spice. Is it Spice ile ya asubuhi ya the radio? Na aliuliza those akasema ati it's not only one community. They're just using Mount Kenya, but wamesema Wakikuyu wako all over Kenya and they're touching all the Kikuyus. Wamesema that's where they are starting from. From there, revolution ikitoka ndio ielekea to other communities. So kama hakusikia, it is better aelewe this Limuru 1, 2, 3 mali inaelekea. Na mali imefika saizi, I don't know how true it is, but nilisikia hata Moses Kuria ameendorse hiyo Limuru 3 na amesema anataka ameambia all those cases who are not included, those who feel that they were left out, that's why tomorrow they are meeting ndio discuss. So some of the MPs the wauda wanaenda kumeet wakina Kioni and then they will explain to them what they want. Na ni kama watu wengi wameanza kuingilia hiyo kitu ya Limuru, they are joining hands and na nimesikia Gachagua is behind it ile kichini chini juu ameona hawezi wesana na Uhuru. Wanasema if you can't defeat them, join them. So nimesikia ni kama amejoin sasa, ameanza ameona wajoin ndio on how they will liberate the central people. So Wangira, hebu angalia many areas mali wanaongea juu ya hiyo Limuru ndio elewe what they are doing. That is my take. Then there is kuna kitu kengine nilikuwa nimesoma katiuka, sijui nikutumie ndio kama utaweka hapa kwa screen watu waangalie nikiongea. Nimekutumia something, nataka tu iweke kwa screen watu waangalie. I like that what one of the guy said. Sijui kama umeipata, ndio watu wakiangalia waisome. One of the tutor guy mwenye alikuwa anasema that easiest way to change Kenya is to beat MPs on site. That MPs wakikuja kwa site muna watandika anytime, everywhere, and even no provocation. Yeah, that one. Watu wakikuja, hawa MPs wakikuja watwange, beat them. Everywhere and at even no provocation. Nothing is visited on us without MPs selling us out. Beat them soon after electing them so that they know we are not taking nonsense. Beat them for being beaten. Beat them. Huyo jamaa nilisoma hiyo kitu yake ikanifurahisha, ndio nikasema acha nikutumie wawekee watu waseme. This is, unajua Kenya mahali imefika sasa, kama these MPs they cannot do for us what they are meant to do, especially hao wenye wanaenda wanavote alafu they don't even baadaye wanaanza kusema we didn't read. That's what naitwaje Sifuna alikuwa anaambia ati Azimio guys, make sure that you vote something which you have read and understood so that you don't regret later. Wasome, wapitishe what they know, and that's why this bill wameambiwa wasome saizi before ijakuja. Thank God imekuja mapema. Let them read wapitie, and I like what the Azimio was doing today. At least they brought all those things on the table, wakadiscuss, wakaangalia the issues which are needed, and maandamano ilikuja because of the budget, na ndio hii inakuja, na tumeona zikianza vitu zingine zikiendelea kuongezwa juu. I believe what Kalonzo Musyoka said is exactly what Kenya needs again. Kama hawatasikia, kama anasema anataka ku raise the taxes to 22% by the end of this term, I believe also we need to raise our maandamano to also 22. Akiongeza na maandamano wache nao wanaongeza. Akiongeza tax ingine wacha Limuru 4 ikuje. So all other communities also should copy what these guys are doing from Central. Once also their own Limurus. Kama ni Nyanza wakuwe na Nyanza 1, Nyanza 2. Ukienda Kakamega wakuwe na Kakamega 1, Kakamega 2. Tukienda Mombasa 1, Mombasa 2. So that every county, every, I don't know how I can call them, kama ni big tribes waanze kushikana huko, waanze ku come together. I believe this guy wa Trans Nzoia Natembea ameanza ku bring western vizuri. Tawe huko inaendelea kuingilia vizuri. Let Kisii and Nyanza also come up with something. Rift Valley unaona wameanza kutumia fertilizer ku raise their voices. Central ndio hao wanaendelea, Wakamba washikane waanze kuleta also their own things. So na wengine wenye wengine anasema ati no man one vote, wenye hawana hiyo wanaweza kuja na yao ya what do you call it, shamba. Unajua yao ni shamba. Wana shamba kubwa but they cannot use it, ama they cannot utilize it. They are very few in terms of numbers, but they have a big land which can be utilized. They can also say tunataka hizi mashamba zetu because ziko kubwa, let kama ni irrigation ikuje ifanye in our counties. When there is there is something which I saw in one of the countries abroad, whereby they used to remove all the people from village. You know, hizi ma village zetu vile ziko. I know you come from one of it. Kila mtu kakijana kikuwa kidogo hivi kanapasuliwa kashamba kidogo, kingine kakikuja kanapasuliwa. So the lands huko nyumbani zimekuwa kidogo, zimekuwa kama strips. But if you go to some areas in India, they have removed all the people from shags, wanaweka kama ni katauni kadogo. Tuseme kama ni huko let me give an example of Western. Wanachukua kama ni Kitale, wanasema watu wote, those who have money, build their houses. Wana build nyumba zinatengenezwa kama ni Kitale. Alafu watu wote wanahama kutoka shags wanakuja kuishi Kitale. So hiyo nyumba yenye itakuwa Kitale itakuwa ina kila kitu, ina maji, ina choo, ina kila kitu, and the rent is so cheap. Wanna make sure that the rent is so cheap and affordable so that you can afford it, because ile land yako yenye iko shags, unatoka huko sasa unakuja kuishi kwa town. So ile land yako unakuwa unaikondisha out. The guys who have money, they are able to go and do now farming. So watu wenye wamekuja town, they can be employed now kwa hiyo farming. Sasa wanaenda kufanya kazi huko. Some of them kwa hiyo town wenye wana pesa, ama kama ni government ina build houses, wana build stores. Kama ni mahindi, some guys wanaenda wananunua mahindi, wanakuja sasa kuziuzia kwa hiyo tuseme Kitale town. So all the village people wamekuja in a central place, wanakuambia uanzie biashara yenye unaweza. Kama ni ya mahindi, watu wataenda kuplant mahindi. Kuna jamaa watanunua magari zenye zinaenda zina transport those. Wengine watanunua matrakta, wengine watanunua kama ni bulls za kwenda kulima, wengine watakuwa workers. So you see, hiyo shamba yote inatolewa, inawachiwa. Kama ni farming, kama ni large scale farming inaenda inafanywa, but you see this large scale farming needs people. So watu ndio wanatoka hapa wanaenda kufanya. So that's how they can also create employment. So jamaa wenye kama Turukana ama Garissa, those wenye wanasema hawana people, they can also tell the government to do that. Zile mashamba ziko huko kubwa, let the irrigation be done in that place, and that's how we can enrich our food basket. And that is number one from that angle. So today niliangalia Azimio, what they are doing the right thing. Kioni explain, amewaambia Limuru is coming on Friday. Let's wait and see what they are going to do. And tomorrow, let's wait. Nafikiri tunangojea to see how many people have joined, even from UDA, who will join them. And lastly, Bernard, whatever Sifuna said today kwa hiyo meeting, watu wakuwe serious, let them start doing what they're supposed to do. Lastly, hiyo kitu umeandika hapo, as citizens ama as voters, tuchukue ma MPs wenye wanaleta ujinga, kama ni wakina Jalango huko Lang'ata, mnamshika, mkimpata akikuja huko kwa constituency, mnamtandika na mnamchapa na mnamwambia tuongojee 2027. That is what they should be doing. Thank you, Bernard.
Wewe bwana Innocent, ushawepelekwa kotini for assault? Ama una recommend mob justice? Unajua mob justice hakuna mtu una arrest. But all in all, Kenyans should just show their displeasure. There was a scenario of I think a Gambian member of parliamentarian, yule alikuja na mchele kugawia vijana, wakamrudishia kwa gari, wakafukuza yeye. Na kuna yule minister alichapwa akiwa Paris in I think from one of the West African countries. Ati amekuja ku address Zakayo ameenda America, ana address wa Kenyans. And then Wakenya wanamkuta kwa street, then wanamvamia, wanamshughulikia vizuri akiwa huko ng'ambo. So nasalamiwa ile salamu yetu ya Kibra. But all in all, Kenyans of goodwill, this is the place to be. Sound Candid Talk. Tunakuomba tafadhali makinika, tekeleza wajibu wako katika kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli wa mambo unajulikana na unachukua msimamo ambao unafaa. Wakati wa kutengeneza historia mpya Kenya tunao sasa, kwa sababu kuna uongozi ambao unapeleka nchi kimakosa, na uchaguzi utakaofanya saa hii, uamuzi utakaofanya saa hii ndio utaamua uko sehemu gani ya historia ya Kenya. Ulisaidia kuharibu Kenya ama ulisaidia kuokoa Kenya? There is much that can be done, like what Innocent is talking about. I don't think we have land problem in Kenya. It is just mismanagement, like I said, mismanagement of resources. We don't want certain resources to go to certain places. That is why we want to insist on displacing people in Nairobi so that we build houses in Nairobi, other than going to Marsabit and build houses in Marsabit, now we are talking about boarding schools, okay? If you want to do boarding school, there's mass land. I'm sure even the Marsabit County and the other counties will not have a problem donating land to you if you're coming to build there an international boarding school that is going to bring development in the place. And then, of course, the water is underground. Dig out the water, treat the water, put the whole place on irrigation. The place gets lit up. And that's the kind of thinking that we need to be getting from those governors. But the problem, you hear that the governor of Marsabit anapatanga equalization fund, anafanya mortgaging ya nyumba yake ng'ambo. Mwingine huyu wa Garissa na hiyo, it's just stupidity, because how do you take responsibility to be in the office only to multiply the outcry of the people? Ni ujinga mwingine ambao utibiki, na kwangu mimi inaudhi sana. Kwa hivyo nakuomba tafadhali, karibisha mtu, piga kura yako, na kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, tunakuomba tafadhali subscribe. Hata kama unatupata kwa TikTok, hapo kwa bio kuna link to YouTube. Click kwa hiyo link, itakupeleka kwa YouTube. Subscribe. We really need you to be a subscriber. We have a very good percentage of our viewers who are not subscribers, to the tune of almost 30%. So tafadhali tunakuomba, if you have not subscribed to any of our YouTube channels, please do. And if you have not subscribed to both YouTube channels, you are running a risk. So tafadhali make sure that you confirm. Kama umesubscribe, enda uconfirm. Unaweza kuwa ushasafishwa na YouTube, au una assume kwamba uko subscriber na ulitolewa kitambo. Nenda ukaconfirm ili tukakue on the same page. Pia ningependa kuwashukuru wote ambao mnatusupport kuendeleza matangazo haya kwa kuchangia kwa njia moja au nyingine. Tunashukuru kwa wote ambao mnatusupport. Kuna wale wanatusupport na resources, kama hizi videos tunacheza, suggestions and all that. We appreciate all that. We also appreciate the financial support. To keep this running is not as easy as it looks. Our tokens alone are something else altogether. Sisi hatulipi token kama kawaida. One light alone from this studio, and we have several of them, inakunywa token kama maji. Kwa hivyo, we really appreciate your financial support and encourage you to keep doing so. How to send in your contribution? It is right there in the comment section. Let me just display that for the people on X, ambao they don't have access to chats. And then of course, watu wa TikTok tutawaletea baadaye. The details are M-Pesa till number 516575. Any amount, no amount is too small, no amount is too big. We really appreciate that. And then of course, you can, if you are in the diaspora, the till number does not work. So please don't use the till number use the M-Pesa number. The M-Pesa line is +254 718 454 585. I repeat, +254 718 454 585. Bernard Makoha is the name. So kama umepata hiyo nakili mahali, kama unaipata ukiwa kwa X, screenshot hiyo ili usichanganye namba na usichanganye majina, kwa sababu hiyo inaleta mushkili wakati tunahitaji ku access those resources. I really appreciate all of you. Please let's keep going. Tumlete Reverend Lala naye achangie tunapoendelea na mjadala wetu. Reverend Lala, welcome.
Habari ya jioni, ndugu Bernard. Innocent is there, and Jared. It's good to see all of you. I just want to say just a few words. I've not been following a lot of the news in the day, but I did look at a clip where some students from my school, associate myself with, my school, were in the State House, and Zakayo, as usual, was busy trying to impress them. And I listened to the man, and I can authoritatively state to Kenyans that Ruto is sick, a liar, and you can't listen and fail to be amazed by his lack of honesty. Every other sentence you hear things that are stated to impress. Of course, people like to talk about their record, but for him to lie to Kenyans, listening to him of the miracles that he has done to our economy, the hard decision that he has made that is yielding whatever some great benefits. And I'm glad some of those young men and women could see through the man and see his words and what they were listening to on the street, because those young men and young women are trained to be critical, to ask questions. When you tell them one, they want to know what is the opposite facts, what are the facts on the ground. So it thought that would give him a win, but that has given us even greater ammunition, whatever the word is, to use in Washington. Let him come, because we are waiting for him to tell the world the truth about the mismanagement, his lies. For example, they talked of stabilized Kenyan shillings. The way portrayed is as if there's some kind of miracles, not letting Kenyans know that this is a temporary relief that will backfire on us very soon. So it is with shame, to on all Kenyans to witness a leader who is supposed to be educated one, went to the best school in Kenya, talking like a fool when he can't even speak facts and straight facts to Kenyans. And so that's what I saw him. I watched, some part of that speech to those young people. And I think the debate will continue on. I have a group. I don't think they've seen the clip. This is a group from Harvard that we meet regularly. And I think they will put that under scrutiny to try to separate facts from lies, wheat from tares, So Kenyans, if you're listening to me, that man called the president is a danger to democracy, a danger to our economy, a danger to our unity as a nation. And so, as somebody stated, we are on our own. I think when we organize, when we go to Limuru, and those people going to Limuru and other places in the nation, let us all organize and show this man that we are Kenyans. We appreciate the invitation, of Kenya to Washington, whatever, because Kenya and the US are good friends, okay? But we denounce the idea that Ruto is the one that is representing us, because he does not. We didn't choose him. And Africans are mad. The US should listen to that. And if possible, stop this man from coming to make a fool of all of us. So that was my little peek at what was going on in the White House, in the State House, that is. And for those that plan to get to Washington, D.C., the details are not out yet. What time, when and what. So stay tuned. Then we'll let you know. But we know we will meet on the 23rd in front of the White House. And so you will see us. We'll have posters and others. And please, you can make your own. Go ahead, but it has to be clear enough people to know that this man does not deserve to be there, that Kenyans died in defense of democracy when the man who was the obstacle is now invited to the White House. And that's the reason why we are going to let the world know that no, Ruto does not represent us. Kenyans love peace, we love democracy, and we can do better without Ruto. So, and also we don't like, I think I saw something on Meg Whitman stating the same thing, that our election was free and fair. And let her know that defending Chebukati is enrages, I'll use that word, enrages Kenyans. We are dismayed. We are disturbed that Megan, American ambassador, with Whitman, can go on record to state that Kenyan election was fair. That is the worst statement that any ambassador can make when they know for sure that this man did not win, that the hands of foreigners were there to make sure Ruto is in power. And Kenyans know whom they voted, and they voted for Raila Amolo Odinga. And so Ms. Whitman, whatever her name is, one of the calls we are consulting is to ask Biden to recall her, period. Because that's advice that she's giving Washington is not correct. It's not what Africans feel and think and know. And so that is our stand. We believe that Ruto is a wrong person in leadership at this moment. We believe it's the reason why some of the negative things are going on in the country. the reason why the country is in danger, and so he should leave, and so that we can have a free and fair election, or we can have the true leaders we selected or elected to guide us and lead us to the next level. Otherwise, thank you all. Let's work together. Let's do what we can to make sure that we preserve, we protect, and we give our country our best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that information reaching everyone. Please, let's apply ourselves, especially those of you that are in the US, rally together so that there is a sizable number of people protesting outside the White House against William Ruto. Mama yetu hapa Edith Mbeya ana ujumbe kwako Reverend Lala, anasema don't fail to mention to the world in the demo at Washington that he is a pathological liar and a narcissist. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana na kutekeleza wajibu wa kila mmoja. Ni wajibu wa kila Mkenya kuokoa Kenya na kushughulika na ukombozi wa Kenya. Ambassador wa US inaonekana yeye ndio broker na ndio anavuta hizo strings. Tutaangalia speech yake baadaye. Wacha tushughulikie, alafu turejee kwa Wangira naye aseme, aongezee
pieces of legislation.
Hi, Mr. President. Thank you for having us. We understand that you've curbed public spending and increased taxes to pay off existing debt. I'm wondering if you could speak to how you made that decision, what trade-offs you've had to consider, and how you think that decision impacts everyday Kenyans today.
I think you have been talking to the opposition. Because they are the ones who are driving this narrative that I have increased all the taxes. Now, you know, the whole principle is that you must live within your means. This has been my message to the people of Kenya. For maybe 12 years, we've been running 8-9% fiscal deficit, you know, which means you're spending money that you're not collecting. And you keep, you know, digging a bigger hole to fill the other one all the time. And now we have a debt that is heading towards unsustainable. So when I came into office, I told everybody, tighten up your belts. I am not going to preside over a bankrupt country. I am not going to preside over a country that is in debt distress. We have to cut our spending, you know, and there is no free lunch. And we have to think of what we need to do two fundamental things. Reduce, we cannot spend what we don't have. And number two, if we look at our peers, and you know, Kenyans have been socialized to believe that they pay the highest taxes. But empirical data shows Kenya as of last year, our tax as a percentage of our revenues was 14%. Our peers in the continent is on average between 22 and 25%, which means we are way below, our taxes are way below those of our peers, you know. And I'm not comparing ourselves with OECD countries. You know, countries like France are at 45%, you know, others are higher. So I persuaded and I made a case to the people of Kenya that we must begin to enhance our revenue. Because if we are a serious state, we must be able to enhance our taxes. So my drive is to push Kenya. Possibly this year we will be at 16% from 14%. I want in my term, God willing, to leave it at between 20 and 22%. It's going to be difficult. I have a lot of explaining to do. People will complain, but I know finally they will appreciate that the money we go to borrow from the World Bank is savings of other countries. We have to begin to live within our means. And then secondly, is to reduce largesse. You know, there are people travel first class, you know, when it is completely unnecessary. People do, you know, things that, and so when I called, by the way, I sat here with heads of ministries, departments, agencies, and I told them, look, from our data, we can do with 30% less of our recurrent expenditure. And you know what? Everybody has gone and cut their recurrent expenditure by 30%, and nobody is complaining. What does that tell you? That there was wastage. I mean, there was a place you could cut and still be able to manage to do things. So we are straightening up things. I am very proud of what we have managed to achieve. The one thing we have done is that we have pulled the country from the brink of debt distress. Our dollar, our exchange rate has stabilized. It had gone all the way to 167. It's come down to 130. Fuel had gone up, it's come down. Even today, fuel has been announced again to come down. Our exchange rates, our interest rates are coming down. We're stabilizing the economy because of the measures that I have taken. I took the decision, for example, that we cannot continue to subsidize consumption. When I came into office, we were subsidizing fuel. We were subsidizing very rudimentary things. And we were spending $15 billion, that is close to $150 million every month. And we were going to sink the country. So I stopped. I mean, there was a complaint for a few weeks, and then people started to understand we need to make some hard decisions if we have to get the country moving in the right direction. I can tell you, a year ago, if there was an election, I would have been thrown out. But today, the situation has changed. And going into the future, those who are making noise at me, they will be the ones clapping. That's what it is.
Is this a normal human being?
I don't know. I'm speechless. Mr. Wankira.
Oh, thank you. Oh, before I go, I react to that particular video. Bernard, I've been reading the comments, and because of my stand on the 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 vote, you know, some people feel irritated. But you know, the truth is the truth that sessional paper number 10 of 1965 was an injustice to a larger section of this country. And that's why we have the imbalance in development, and we cannot run away from that fact. Let me now comment on William Samoei Ruto.
Just a moment, Mr. Wankira. I think I put that in perspective. I put that in perspective. It was not the paper that was the problem. The implementers of that were the ones who deliberately made the paper not to work. Isn't that the time when the Majimboism was scrapped off? The counties
Bernard,
we had counties before these ones.
Bernard, you see this book? I'll give you this book for free to tell you that the problem was the paper. I want you to read my book for free. You become my student so that you can get what I'm telling you. The problem was section of paper number 10, the way it was drafted to favor a particular section of this country. Ask any historian. That's an open fact. Let us stop there, Bernard. Listening to William Samoei Ruto, he was asked a very simple question that doesn't he think that, that decision will have an impact on the people of Kenya? And what did he tell those students? That, they must have been, he was accusing them of listening to the members of the opposition. He was accusing them of listening to the members of the opposition, Bernard. So, we members of the opposition are still being blamed. Whenever William Samoei Ruto is being criticized even by the outsiders, the outsiders are being blamed for listening to us, Bernard. Then William Samoei Ruto talked about living within our means. Then he said that, there is no free lunch. Bernard, I agree with him that, we are supposed to live within our means. I agree with him that one entirely. But, are we really living within our means, Bernard? That's the question we should be asking. Living within your means is not about, what you earn, but it's about your expenditure. Bernard, it's not about the earnings, it's about the expenditures. The expenditure is what will determine whether you are living within your means or not. Bernard, I'm just reading here something on X. Captain Ibrahim Traore, the president of Burkina Faso, reduced all ministers and politicians' salaries by 20%. By 20%. Then he refused to accept a president's salary. Bernard, you're listening. And maintained his salary as a military captain. His salary is set as that of a soldier, not a president. That's what we mean by living within your means. Bernard, this is a guy who took over presidency in Burkina Faso just the other day. And, he's following into the footsteps of, the late Thomas Sankara, Bernard. If you have read the history of the late Thomas Sankara, Bernard, he believed in the same ideology. And that's why he even changed that name from that country's name from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso means the land of the upright people. And the young man called Ibrahim Traore is trying to make Burkina Faso a true land of upright people. But is it the same case with Kenya, Bernard? Bernard, I understand that, there are some development going on at State House. They are trying to redesign or engineer or to renovate State House. And somebody was telling me that, the cost could go up to around 700 million shillings, Bernard, to just renovate State House. We saw our president riding in a new car. If you remember, he was riding in a new car just 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they were on X. Some people were approximating the cost of the car to up to 30 million shillings, Bernard. Is that what we call living within our means, Bernard? The people of Kenya are not asking for free lunch from anybody, Bernard. Even you, Bernard, you are not asking for free lunch. But you are just asking the president that allow us, Mr. President, to cut our clothes according to our size. As the Republic of Kenya, we have our size as the Republic. So let us cut our clothes according to the Republic of Kenya. Don't force us to cut our clothes to the size of France. Because you cannot be talking about 45%. If you're talking about 45%, you want us to cut the cloth to the size of France, when Kenya and France are not of the same size, or Bernard. So this issue of free lunch, nobody wants free lunch. Nobody wants free lunch. And if William Samoei Ruto is serious about living within his means, Bernard, people living within their means, Bernard, let him lead by example, Bernard. He is the #1 Kenyan as the president. Let him lead by example, Bernard. He can even go the Thomas Sankara style. Thomas Sankara used to ride in a very small car, Bernard, because he wanted to see Burkina Faso prosper. But what are we seeing in Kenya here? If it's not wastage, it is stealing. If it's not stealing, it's misuse of public funds. If it's not misuse of public funds, Bernard, you can name it, Bernard. And then you want to tell us, the ordinary people, to live within our means, Bernard? I remember Orengo saying that, at times, when you are dealing with a stone, at times you need to crack it, Bernard. Perhaps, we have reached a point where perhaps we need to crack this stone, Bernard, called Kenya Kwanza, Bernard, because, it has pushed us to the wall. And the only way, Bernard, you can create a way is by cracking it, so that, we create a crack through which we can pass. Because you cannot be telling ordinary people live within your means and you are living large, Bernard. Kwani Kenyans don't have eyes? Don't you have eyes? Are you not seeing? Are you not seeing? Let me just leave at that. Let me just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. It really saddens me that we have somebody who has no regard for this country, claiming to be a representative of this country. Even if you must lie, you don't lie on the international media. I mean, on matters that are obvious. Okay, let's live within our means. No problem. Are you living within your means? William Ruto, is it within your means to have the 500,000 belt, 1.6 wristwatch, 6 million bullet boots? I mean, what is this? Was that what he was wearing in Sugoi? What does he mean by living within our means? Okay, he's determined to hire 50 CS, whatever these cast people.
Bernard, before I forget and you come in, this is very important. I've just forgotten, and thank God I've remembered it. Bernard, the arrogance of Kenya Kwanza, is at the height I've never seen in any other regime. There is this young man who is the chairman of the Finance and Planning Committee. He's a member of parliament for Molo. I've just forgotten his name. He's now comparing what they call the vehicle circulation tax, ile ushuru ya gari, to be a hybrid between income and wealth tax. Yani ile ushuru ya mapato yako na utajiri, katikati ya ushuru wa mapato yako na utajiri. That's what he's saying. And to prove that he's an arrogant guy, he's telling you that if you don't want to pay, you can as well not use your car. Bernard, cars, these people, majority of people in Nairobi are using cars as a necessity. A car is no longer a measure of your wealth. In fact, majority of these people own these small cars are poor guys. These cars of 400,000, 600,000, 800,000, they are not rich. They are just struggling the way you and me are struggling. And now you are now putting them between what we call income and wealth, which means you are saying that these are wealthy people who should be taxed. And you are telling them that, if you don't want to pay, don't use your car. Is that not an insult on the people of Kenya? Is that not an insult? Let me just allow you to come in.
Exactly. That is what that's what we get when we give responsibility to novices. Okay. Traditionally, in the African setting, leadership was not given to children. Leadership was not given to children. Leadership was not given to inexperienced people. Matters budgeting and taking care of the welfare of the country from time immemorial. It was something that required in-depth of wisdom, experience, and balancing. So like that boy, I can call him a boy. The way he's reasoning, this is ni huyu mtu ambaye kwetu wanasema maziwa ya mama haijatolewa kwa shingo. Okay, that's how he's reasoning. He thinks owning a car is a luxury, and then riding a car is another luxury, and then it has nothing to do with the economy. Okay, one of the things that made our economy recover under Kibaki was number one, road network, and number two, the giving license for small vehicles to do long distance travel. Okay, ilikuwa ile time unakumbuka Wepesi, the Pujo that would go to Kisumu and come back in Nairobi, things like that. And so what used to take 12 hours began to take 6 hours. What used to take a whole day began to take a quarter a day. And that's when the economy recovered. So when you are not speeding up the moving around of the people, you are slowing down the economy. And those are the people that are deciding on the budget. So unaona akili yao ni okay kwa without for lack of a better word, akili yao ni punguani. These are people who are drunk with power, and whatever decisions they are making, it is backward. It is unimaginable that somebody who is a member of parliament and the chair of a budget committee is reasoning like that. That means he has not read anything. He doesn't even, interact with history. He doesn't understand how far this country has come and what kind of balancing has been able to hold this country together, even in the time when the resources were meager and are unable to sustain the country. What kind of balancing was done? There was a time when there was we had a choice to choose between infrastructure and education. There was a time when we had to choose between food and education. We have come a long way, and all of that was because somebody was experienced enough to balance things, and kuna ile survival mode where you have to sustain life. Now these other things can wait. Na yeye anaona tu kazi yake ni kuangalia kule pesa iko na kuifuata hiyo pesa, na hiyo pesa kwanza ikipatikana tena haitumiki mahala inapaswa kwenda. So nothing is being injected in the industries, nothing is being injected into creating jobs, nothing is guaranteeing the productivity of the majority of Kenyans, and then you loiter around. William Ruto is the Wester. The Wester, our Reverend Nini, the pro is called pro what? The clip we play here. Who gives the 23 billion, okay? Being spent in 12 months, translating into 1 million per hour in State House. Then that's the same person who uses his mouth to say we should live within our means. It is his means to spend 1 million per hour in State House. It is within his means. And then he's asking Kenyans to tighten their belt. Tighten their belt or just hang themselves. That's what you're saying. So, kama kuna kitu ambacho kinapaswa kufanyika katika nchi, ni William Ruto na grupu yake wawekwe pamoja. Kama ni kusafirishwa ile ilikuanga ya ukoloni, wapeleke kwa ile Magita, inaitwa Mageti Island. Okay? Wafungiwe huko. Because this is not leadership. This is madness. And we are still tolerating and trying to say, and he thinks that he can be elected because of this. Apana, hata kama kuna ghost voting stations, the ghost will refuse this time round. We are going to invoke both demons and spirit and Holy Spirit. This cannot continue in this country. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let's not take this lying down. Let's rise up and do what is right. This is a sick person. William Ruto is sick. He needs help. And I think Kenyans can wake him up. And the Kalonzo and the Azimio call for mass action, I think, is overdue. These people have had enough holiday, and now they think they can have business as usual. I think it's about time the unrest returns. It's about time we threaten their seat, their being in the seat, so that they begin to understand that this country is bigger than them and it can do well without them. Nimlete Innocent, alafu tuangalie maswala mengine na masandio haya na katika 18 minutes after 2 a.m. tunaanza kufungasha. Kama unaingia studio, tafadhali ingia ukaseme ya kwako. Ile mambo ambayo yanapaswa kufanyika hapa ni kwamba nchi hii inahitaji msaada, na huo msaada uwe wa dharura. Bwana Innocent.
Yep. Just listening from the clip what you just played. One of the things, some of the facts that I picked from the clip is that I believe Ruto doesn't know the facts. You know, some of us who have been listening, who have been following news, we know exactly the situation in Kenya. Number one, on live TV with students from the best universities in the world, Harvard, and then on television live, anasema ati the dollar was 170, 167, na ime reduced to, I don't know whether ilifika 167. It was 163. So when you lie to people who have gone to school, who are in one of the best universities, and you're giving wrong facts, then watu wanajua who you are. That is number one. Number two, it's a demeanor when the old president is being asked a question and then he throws the question back to them by demeaning the questioner. Alimuuliza tu about Kenya. That lady has never voted in Kenya. That lady is not a registered voter in Kenya. Hakuna kitu yote ako. Amekuja kutembea Kenya, maybe they are doing their dissertations ama their papers, wamekuja unajua kujifunza. And those are the things they are going to write on their maybe materials. Lala, this guy is coming to your country. Students wamekuja hapa wamechukua facts. Most of even some of these clips are they're recorded. When they're going to write things down, wataandika tu exactly what he said. And these are some of the facts unasema ana misquote. He doesn't know. Just go back utaangalia tuone. And he's being asked a question about overtaxing, na anaongea juu ya opposition, that you've been listening to opposition leaders. I don't know whether wakati walikuwa wanakuja Kenya waliambiwa listen to the opposition leaders, wakuje tu listen to the president. Number 3, Bernard.
Just before you drop that, are opposition people not Kenyans? Because the question was about overtaxing Kenyans. So opposition people are not Kenyans, or they are less Kenyans?
We are thinking loud. Yeah, that's right. So for him to demeanor the Kenyans who are the opposition is doing injustice to Kenyans. Number 3, I was saying, I believe the American ambassador to Kenya is doing injustice to American country. Number 1, yeye ndiye amekuja Kenya, yeye ndiye amepeleka ma students huko, I don't know whether they were doing their thesis ama nini, walikuja kutembelea Kenya waangalie, and then they can write their things. Na huyu ndiye anawapeleka huko. Recently alikuwa ameenda kwa Raila, so I don't know how she feels ama wakati anasikia mtu akisema ati you are listening to the opposition na yeye ndiye amepeleka huko. What if maybe tomorrow they'll go and visit the opposition? They want also to get some information from the opposition. Atakuwa anaongea nini? Opposition watakuwa anasema ni sijui president ama nini. You see, huyu ambassador na yeye angajiangalie vizuri. Number 3 on it, but be on it, on Citizen TV leo alikuwa anaojiwa. I listened to her, nikaona this ambassador is a mole. He's the one who is taking Ruto to America. The lady is a billionaire. She was working in a billionaire, as CEO in one of the billionaire. Mpaka Jeff Koinange akamuuliza, why, mbona uliwacha hiyo kazi unakuja kukuwa just a mere ambassador and used to be a CEO of one of the it's a billionaire company in America, na unakuja kukua. Akaanza kujibu ati because aliingia politics na akupita, so akaambiwa akuje kukua ambassador, and she didn't even answer the question she was asked, because Jeff alimuuliza tu vizuri, you leave a billionaire company yenye inakupatia pesa vizuri, unakuja kuwa ambassador in a small country in Africa, and she could not answer that. Number C on it, anasema anapeleka Ruto, ati yeye ndiye anampeleka Ruto huko, na nikasikia akisema ati ameleta some countries, some companies in at the river, ati inaenda kuemploy watu. So exactly you can see the connections. Jeff Koinange also asked the same question about the election 22 elections, na akamwambia akamuuliza ati yeye aliconsider, yani akaendorse Ruto, na akasema ati it has been circulating, and she could not answer. If you listen to that clip, hakuna question aliuliza na Jeff Koinange akaanza. So we can see the connection between Ruto and the American. Na hata hiyo kitu aliuliza anaenda kuongea nini, and has been cancelled, na akaanza kusema ati kuna kazi mingi, ati America kuna kazi mingi, that's why they could not allow the president to go. Yani some of the questions alikuwa anauliza, she was answering opposite, mpaka nikaangalia tu nikasema okay, she was a billionaire, she was in a CEO in one of the billionaire company, but she could come to Africa and leave all those things. So those are some of the things niliangalia na nikasema she is not qualified, ama amechukua some of the characteristics of our president. Anadanganya vitu na ako kwa TV na sisi tuko huko tunamsikiza. Thank you Bernard.
Alright, asante sana bwana Innocent, tunashukuru. Hapa Grace anasema she doesn't care. The students have been brought to confirm how stupid Kenyans are. Okay, you failed short to say how stupid our leadership looks to the rest of the world, because as a leader of a country, you don't answer such a question without first of all taking the position of the people. If there is any mistake that William Ruto makes in his response to questions, he's forgetting the people. He's so much full of himself that he does not remember that he's supposed to represent Kenyans, speak for Kenyans, and defend Kenyans. And that's what makes him a misfit every time. If you are a leader and you are speaking on behalf of many, you must bring many on board in your response. Okay? Yeah, don't tell us the dollar has dropped from 167 to 130. Okay? Tell us our imports had collapsed. Okay? The importations, okay, or our exports in the country had dropped to 40%, and now we have raised them back to 80%. Majority of Kenyans are now able to are exporting and importing. That is what relates to the livelihood of Kenyans. Watu wa mtumba walikuwa wanaleta inaitwa nini, bundle ngapi? Milioni moja kwa mwezi. Saa hii kwa sababu dola imeanguka, sasa wanaleta nini? Milioni ngapi? Milioni hizi, na hizi milioni zimefanya kila Mkenya hakuna anatembea ile bila nguo. Hauwezi pata Mkenya ambaye hana nguo, kwa sababu nguo zimefikia kila mtu. That's how you need to respond, not to tell us the dollar has dropped, the shilling has increased, and it is the miracle I have done. I have employed idiots. I've hired. Come on. This country is not as complicated. It's just people who refuse to see what they should see or do what they should do. But for William Ruto, all he sees is how much is there, how much can we take from what is there, and Kenyans wajipange. So sahi, mkate watoto wakuli, wakifika shule hakuna chakula, wakiwa wagonjwa hakuna afya, na William Ruto anafurahi. Is performing miracles from State House. Is running the affairs of this country. Kama kuna laana, hiyo laana mimi naiomba ikuja haraka. Kama kuna swala ambalo litatumika kukomboa nchi, litumike mara moja. Kwa sababu uongozi kama huu haufai. Haufai kabisa. Hata kwa kijiji haufai. Any headmaster who thinks like William Ruto, that school should close. This is not what we are handing over to our children. This is not the best example for our children to learn from. Leadership has and will always be laying down your life for the people. What has William Ruto foregone for this country? One thing. He wants a new jet to roam around with. He wants a new State House to sleep in once in 3 months, because it's always on air. Okay? And he's spending millions and billions on things that don't matter. As he amefufua pan paper. Which industry has William Ruto opened? Where has he revamped money? Now youth fund is going. Women fund, I think that one is already dead. What is he doing? Wakenya, jiandae. Hii ni wakati wa sisi kusimama na kuambia asua hao wageni, huyu mama akipeleka Ruto Washington DC, mkimfungia huko wakae wote bawili, itakuwa bora kwa nchi hii.
Bernard,
it's better off that way.
Bernard,
yes,
those are all Harvard Business School students. They know that the reason for the strengthening of the shilling is basically the upsized package from both the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, as well as the Eurobond, issuance of the Eurobond. That's all. There is nothing we are producing that is earning us foreign currency to stabilize the shilling. Okay, and again, it's not telling us that it's under his watch that the shilling went up. he found it at a good. It is him. So that is nonsense. It's stupidity. As if he found things really bad, therefore he's able to use some magic to bring it down. No, it is under his watch. And because he could not manage the economy. So all he did is to rely on the IMF and the World Bank to bail him out, which is controlled by the Western powers, the same people that is trying to impress. They know exactly what's happening in Kenya, because World Bank and Harvard has a lot of relationship there, and the Eurobond, which is temporary. So whom is he fooling? That's what I'm saying. This man something is wrong with his head. Thank you.
So thank you, Reverend Lala. Acha tumlete huyu mkora kabla afungiwe nje. Wakora sisi hapa ndio tunafanya arrest. So unajisalimisha, tunaomba tukushike.
Sijui kama mnanisikia.
Unapatikana, endelea.
Asante sana. It's very good to see you guys. Asanteni sana na kwa for mjadala ambao mko nayo. You know, Bernard, is channels like this that actually make people think twice, and it's very good to have channels like this that actually make people think twice. Even sometimes when we come up with some topics that actually make us inaturudisha tuende tujiulize, ala, hapa kunaendaje? You know, I today, Bernard, I come in to defend one Zakayo, and I'm defending him sarcastically, ndo nisigongwe. So let me just wacha nijishtaki mapema. It's a sarcastical kind of defending him. I think Zakayo is one of the best presidents that we've ever had in our country. I said he was sarcastical. Please, comment section msinianzie tafadhali, tutagongana huko. Nikirudi huko chini, tutagongana na mimi si mzuri. Huko nachomanga kuchoma mpaka kesho kuto. I don't forget. But anyway, where am I saying that Zakayo is the best president that we've ever had in our country? Is because Bernard, all these things that we are having here, even having a time to talk the entire day. Now, when you look at the social media, when you look at the whole country, the country is actually having a point of looking at itself. I was watching, nilikuwa na watch hiyo kitu ya the Azimio today, and you could see them actually speaking about the things that actually matter. You would wonder, are these guys even anywhere close to the powers? But you know, Bernard, those are the people, and everyone listening to us, these are the things that we've always been wanting to talk about, but we never had a chance to talk about them. Because why? Kina Biwott wakiingia huko walikuwa wanaingia, kina Kibaki wakiingia wameingia. So now hata ujui nani anaza, hata even the councillors watachapana viti huko kwa nini? Hakukuwa hiyo time yenye country inaweza kaa chini ijiulize maswali zenye zinaulizwa saizi. I can't wait for hii ya Mount Kenya yenye wanafanya the third Limuru 3 pia nao waende walalamike, pia sisi tulalamike, kila mtu alalamike. So when you find a country actually lalamika mpaka hata Sound Candid debate team hapa hivi tunalalamika, it tells you there's a problem, and that problem has never been taken care of. So it's coming to a point that now we're not even thinking about our tribal cocoons. We're not thinking about anything. We're thinking about what is right and what is wrong. We're even looking at, if you're an MP, Bernard, wewe umechaguliwa na chama ya Macau United. Alafu ukienda pale hivyo unaenda tena unabadilika tena unakuwa Lala United. How are we supposed to deal with you? So you see, now we are starting to think about the things that we've never thought about. So yes, Ruto might go as the best president that made Kenyans think, because now even Kenyans are starting to think, is this our constitution or the elected members' constitution? Because we have to go back to the constitution. He's jogged our minds. He's made us start understanding, should we take food to Mathare? And if we take food to Mathare, do we need Raila there? Or can we just go? So it's a point of reckon in our country that even, and I'm so happy about like the Mount Kenya, I won't say Kikuyus wasinigonge, but I'll say the Mount Kenya. You can see even the Mount Kenya starting to think twice now. You can see even the Nandis start thinking twice, the Rift Valley, not Nandis, the Rift Valley starting to think twice. So the whole country is at a point of standstill where, okay, can we now stop think. The kisses are there. Everybody, no one is asking sijui when in nani. By the way, you know, Bernard, some years ago kulikuwaga sijui ati sijui 42 verses 1 or 41 verses 1. Saizi hakuna, kila mtu ako pamoja. Why is it? Is because now Kenyans are starting to listen. Kenyans are starting to talk. Unaona kama like the US pia nao wameanza kufikiria. Huo Meg Whitman sasa pia naye ameanza kuogopa kuongea vitu za ujinga. Huyo amenyimwa kwenda kuona Congress. Why? Watu wameanza kusema ati sijui Kenyans in the US or Kenyans in diaspora waliandikia messages huko wakaandika nini. Bernard, kwani kuna Mkisii aliandika ama kuna Mkamba aliandika ama kuna Mkikuyu aliandika? No, it was Kenyans saying that, listen, you cannot do that because it's against our constitution. So the man cannot go visit the Congress. And actually, some of us wanted him to be there because we wanted watu kama kina Marjorie Taylor Greene, wale watu ni very wako huko wenye wanaongeanga matope, wenda wamongeleshe matope tuone venye atajibu. Bernard, it has come a place where we, and Kenyans, all of us, it has come a place where we join the international community in democracy, governorship, and everything, that we stop this nonsense of Kinasudi. I saw by the, sorry Bernard, I forgot to give you congratulations. I saw your friend Ameva Nini watch 900,000, almost a million. Sudi.
And you're calling him my friend. Me, I was not in Highway Secondary School. Please.
Whoa, Sudi alienda Highway.
Anasema alisoma Highway High School, which is boys, lakini akona girls certificate from there.
Kama mpishi ama nini? Highway yenye tunajua ama alisoma kama ngoja wacha mchezo bwana.
His Excellence of Bwanda will need to inquire.
Na akona watch ya 900,000. Wewe mko na mchezo nyinyi. Wakenya aki seriously Bernard. And this is where I'm saying Ruto might have come, tunaweza mchukia lakini might have come as a blessing to Kenya so that people start thinking. Bernard, I know you went to school, I know you finished your school na kila kitu. We have to start really being serious. Na Sudi ende atuletee watu wenye aligraduate now, pia Ruto atuletee wake na atuletee mapicha zake akiwa amegraduate, na hao watu wengine wote the same thing. I'm following Kioni sana because Kioni pia ni kama ametoa gloves. Alikuwa amevaa gloves lakini amezitoa. Sijui nani anamsukuma atoe. But it has come a time, Bernard, we all Wakenya saizi wameanza kutoa gloves and Ruto is pushing us there. Na by the way, na tuendelee kulipa mkate tu, kama utaki kula mkate endo kakule mtura for breakfast. I rest my case for now unless uko na kesi na mimi.
Wewe uko na kesi kubwa sana ya kujibu hapa, kwa sababu hata wengi wetu hatujui mtura inatengenezwa vipi, so tutaila wapi? Pili, kama bei ya mkate imekushinda, ya mtura ndio utatoboa. Unajua mtura iko na more nutritional value than bread. Ama huko kwa ile mama wetu wa ushago anauzanga mayai kwenda kununua mandazi. You people need to help us. Now, we have hit the nail right on the head. We have people in leadership who don't have credentials, who cannot substantiate how they were in school, with whom they were in school. And that is why they are joking with education, and they don't see value in educating the country and securing the future of the country by investing into the kind of education that is being given to our children. See how they are playing around with the resources. Wanasema maskini akipata matako uliambwata. Okay? Akishapata basi atafanya nini? Inasemekana yule mtu kula kila mara kwao nyama, akienda kwa sherehe alafu sherehe iko na nyama, it's normal, okay? Lakini yule anaona nyama mara moja kwa mwaka akienda kwa sherehe alafu apewe nyama, atataka kula kila kitu hiyo siku. So hapa tunaona watu ambao na just look around, hii masuala ya ghost secondary schools, ghost capitation collections, hizo ndio those are the 900. Wewe utatoa 900k kwenda kununua wristwatch kama hiyo pesa ni yako? You will not do that. If that money is your sweat, you will not do that. So the reason they wananunua saa ya 1.6 million, saa ya 900,000, viatu za 2 million na hiyo masuala mengine yote is because it's not their money. They are happy about it that walipewa nafasi ya kuingia kwa treasury na kubeba hela ambayo wanajiona wako juu ya sheria, hakuna mtu atauliza lolote. So that is what we are in for, and I don't appreciate the fact that William Ruto is the one making Kenyans to think. I think Kenyans have always been thinking, and they believe in the best for the country. And one of the best way to lead people is when people trust you, okay? Trusting you means they trust your decisions. They know that whatever decision you will make and take on their behalf will be in their interest. So they don't even need to check you out. What William Ruto has brought in the picture is that we should not trust our leaders. They are not to be trusted. They should be suspected. Whenever they go to decide something, it will always be against us. So after putting them in office, we should also hire somebody to watch over them, then hire another person to watch over that person who is watching over them. So William Ruto has spoiled leadership. The true set of leadership is whereby any decision you make as a leader, and I'm speaking like a church minister, the congregation should know and understand that that decision you're taking is for their welfare, is for their interest, and they have trusted you to be doing that. Lakini wewe badala ufanye uamuzi ambao unasaidia hawa watu na kuwalinda, unafanya uamuzi ambao unakunufaisha wewe, unakutajirisha wewe, unakuinua wewe, na hawa wanaendelea kuwa maskini. Before long they'll begin to suspect you. So what William Ruto has done to leadership is make leadership to be an enterprise of thugs that cannot be trusted, and nobody should be safe in the hands of leaders. That is a wrong picture of leadership. Uhuru Kenyatta was in office, he made decisions, and we saw these decisions are good for Kenya. They were geared towards bettering the lives of Kenya. The decision to put Edu Afia insurance for all students in school so that parents will not be struggling to raise money through Harambe for a child to be attended to, then recovers quickly to go back to class. That's a good decision. Linda Mama, instead of parents interfering with their schedule that mama ameenda kujifungua, wanaenda kuango nisaidia na hii, brother nisaidia sister hii, that was taken care of. That is a decision in the interest of the good welfare of the good of the people. But what is Ruto doing? Make life unbearable. Sai mama akishika mimba, sasa kuna hiyo debate. Tutarudi kwa hiyo manene America pro-life, life begins where, all that nonsense will get back here because of what? We don't know whether we should keep the pregnancy or not. This country needs help, and let's begin to look at it as it should be. Now, like I said, inaonekana Njiro nakuja kuchelewa, na leo mimi nafukuza wewe class. Wewe unakujaje kuchelewa namna hiyo? Wacha tusikilize huyu madamu yako kwanza, alafu tutampatia Innocent kifupi ndio wewe uingie. Mimi masaa yangu niko na 13 minutes to be here. I don't want to overstay, and you know why.
Fortune 500 companies who's now U.S. ambassador to Kenya. How does a billionaire former CEO end up as an ambassador to Kenya, Balozi? How does that happen?
Well, I got involved in politics because you might remember I ran for governor of California.
Correct.
I lost. And but got involved in politics and ended up supporting Hillary Clinton and then Joe Biden, which was a thing because I was a Republican who jumped ship to the Democrats. And then Joe Biden, after he won, he called me and he said, Meg, I'd like you to be an ambassador. And before I could say anything, he said, and I want you to go to Kenya. And I'm like, Kenya? But he had a great pitch. He said, listen, Kenya is the tech capital of East Africa. It should be the tech capital of the continent. I have a deep technology background. And he said, I think that's important, and America needs to pay more attention to Africa. And I think by sending someone with a business background like you, that will send a signal to the continent that Africa really matters to the United States.
And you have come here with a lot of passion. A lot of us notice. What is it? I mean, what is it?
Yeah.
You seem to really have a soft spot for this part of the world.
You know, I didn't know much about Africa, and I'd been to Kenya on business, and I'd been here once or twice on safari, but I'd never lived here. In fact, we'd never lived outside the United States. And I have just come to admire Kenya so much. The people are lovely and smart and entrepreneurial. And there's so much potential in this country. And Silicon Savannah is real here. And I've become captivated by what Africa will mean to the world. I mean, as you know, 1 out of every 4 people on Earth will live on the African continent in 2050. 1 out of 3 working age people will live on the continent. And so that means it'll be the biggest consumer market and the biggest labor market in the world. Yeah. So I kind of became captivated, and it's a beautiful country. I mean, you know, there's nothing like the Masai Mara. There just isn't.
8th wonder of the world.
Exactly.
I hope you're spreading the word out there.
I am.
So let's go to President William Ruto's upcoming visit to Atlanta first and then Washington, D.C. And it's a state visit.
Yes.
What does that entail? What does that mean?
So a state visit is the highest honor, if you will, of a visiting head of state. You know, some heads of state just come and visit and have some meetings. This is a state visit. And in the Biden administration, there's only been 5. This will be the 6th one. And it is the first African head of state to have a state visit since 2008. So, and only the 2nd Kenyan to have a state visit. So it's a big deal. It's a high honor for the president, for Kenya, and for the Kenyan people. And, you know, of all the countries in Africa, Kenya was chosen to come to this state visit.
Yeah, there was talk about President Ruto addressing a joint session of Congress, and it went on for a couple of days, and then in the end we heard Speaker Johnson said that it's not going to happen because, you know, there's a lot happening in
And there is a lot happening. Sure. You probably followed our Congress. But he will have, I think, 3 quite good congressional engagements. He'll have a lunch with members of Congress. He'll have a leadership meeting with members of Congress. And he'll also meet with the Congressional Black Caucus, which is a very important constituent for things like AGOA and other things. So he'll have a good afternoon of congressional engagement.
Yeah, and you're going to be there.
Yes, I will be there.
You know, basically, it's like you're holding his hand to go to Washington, D.C. And he's been to the U.S. before.
Yes, he has.
You took him to Silicon Valley back a few months ago. And then before that, he was at the UN, I think at the UNGA. So he's been there before. Why do you need to be there?
Well, I have helped to organize this. There's really 3 groups that are organizing this. There is the United States government, led by the NSC and the State Department. Then there is the Kenyan government, the MFA here. And then Mission Nairobi is a bit of the coordinator between the 2. And so I've had a hand in setting the agenda and making sure all the logistics work. So it's just good for me. I'm not holding his hand by any means. I'm just making sure that this all works the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah. In the last administration of President Uhuru Kenyatta, there was talk that Kenya was leaning a lot to the east. There was a lot of talk about that, and that the U.S. had taken, well, Kenya had, you know, kind of taken a back seat to the U.S. Now it looks like the pendulum may be swinging. Is that the intention?
You know, I think the intention about Africa for America is to give Africans choice. You know, sometimes in life, half the battle is showing up. And I'm not sure America showed up as much as we should have, you know, over the last 20 years. But under the Biden administration, Africa has become a lot more important. The African Leaders Summit, you know, this state visit. And so our objective is, how can we make competitive offerings, not forcing people to choose between, you know, one superpower versus another, but how can we make good offers around health, people-to-people ties, economic trade and development, the digital economy, and be more competitive. I mean, we all live in a competitive world, and we have to compete.
Yeah, just like to remind our viewers right now, if you have any questions or comments for U.S. Ambassador Meg Whitman, please send them through at Koinange Jeff, at Citizen TV Kenya. The hashtag is JK Live. The bilateral relations between the U.S. and Kenya.
Yes.
Are they stronger than ever?
It's hard for me to say because I'm relatively new here, but it feels very strong to me. We have 60 years of partnership. In fact, part of the state visit will be a celebration of 60 years of partnership on everything from regional peace and security to health. Think about what we have done collectively on HIV/AIDS. It's one of the great success stories.
Yeah, Innocent.
Bernard, I would like to say something on this one.
Well, ngoja kwanza, ilikuwa nafasi ya Innocent.
Please. Innocent, kama unaweza niachia kidogo tu niseme kitu and then you come in. Wacha niombe. Okay, so Bernard nimepewa ame yield. You know, normally when we're in, tough nini kama hizi tu inakwaga I yield to my tuo mwingine. So I'm a yield, but just for 2 seconds. I mean, I won't even take long. You see, this lady, what you guys have not done is that you've not gone and done some research about this lady. This lady, first of all, was in the tech industry with Kina Bill Gates. What she's been doing is that everything is tech with her. Now, that tech also, when you go back, when you go back so far to look into it, mi nafanyanga research zangu. I don't know, kama venye Dani Darius anatuambianga hapa, kuja kama umefanya research. The lady actually used to work with and she did say mafias. If you watch the whole thing, she said that they had a problem with the mafias. Yes, she did have, and it wasn't the husband. So she has been in this industry of tech na mafiosis for a very long time, that she's part of it, and the husband was almost hit by the RICO law. And that is where ile kitu tumekuaga tukisema hapa Tanjiru saa zingine waga naisema. Hata Lala ashaisema. The RICO law when it came ilikula kila mtu. Huyu sasa amekuja hapa hivi. I don't know how she came, but I can tell you she's not genuine. And that I can say it for a fact. Mwenye ataka kunikula anikule. You know, Bernard, I've been around kwa hii show that at some point nilikuwa watu walikuwa wamenikasirikia because of saying these things. Those are the truth, na hiyo ndio ukweli. Go look at Meg Whitman and look at who the husband was, and look at the connection with the mafia, including Donald Trump. So basically, the RICO law, unless she's changed, I have no idea. I wanted to put it out there, but you don't take anything that Meg Whitman says by what she says. Saizi amegongwa kila kitu inamwaribikia. That's why she wants to be nice, but she's also not nice as she's talking about it, because she's still pushing for Ruto to meet with people. I mean, to meet sijui nini, na alikuwa amenyimwa kila kitu. In fact, hata hiyo State House ilikuwa imekataliwa. Njiru can tell you that for a fact. Na hata mimi naweza kuambia for a fact. Kenyans wamekataa hiyo kitu, and that's why Congress imekataa hiyo kitu. He is not going to address Congress. Bernard, nilikuambia hapa tu, nikakwambia he will not address the Congress, na tutakubali address the Congress. Now, akipatana na Biden kule wanapatania, hiyo ni story yao. Thank you.
Right. Haya, na Innocent umepeana dakika yako, so tumia nusu. Tumlete Njiru.
Yeah. It's okay, Njiru can continue.
Njiru?
Yes, hello, how are you all? Namsalimia Lala, namsalimia Bernard, na namsalimia Innocent. Yeah, I can see Bwana Bernard umenileta wakati mchuzi ni kubwa, and then you are saying you only have 13 minutes. and there is a lot to discuss regarding.
It is now 3 of the 13.
No, you cannot give me 3 minutes because there is a lot to talk about this matter. First of all, we need to put things into perspective. Meg Whitman left the Republican Party, and you have even heard from her. She is now a Democrat, and the issues which she will be pushing.
No, there is no record of her being a Democrat. It's working for Democratic government, but there's no record. All record is she's a Republican still, a conservative, physical conservative Republican. Thank you.
I don't think about that. If she is a Republican, ni wale wa jina tu. If she
you can't say that. In the U.S., people work across the line a lot of times. They still remain who they are. Meg Whitman is a Republican, but working for a Democratic government. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Let's not fight that. Mr. Njiru, go straight to the gist.
No, she is not a Republican. I stand with that. Anyone who is working with the Democrat is not a Republican. Hiyo ni kujificha.
Don't want to bring lies here, my brother. Let's be stay factual.
Reverend Lala, take it easy. Lala, please, order.
We are at a very critical stage in our fight in Washington. We want this channel to stay factual. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Lala.
She is not a Republican. I disagree with that.
Let's do this. Njiru, your 3 minutes, you have already spent 2 and you have not said anything.
No. Okay. I have not spent.
I need us to be objective, like Reverend has said. Let's go straight to the point and.
Okay. Anyway, let me iron out some of the issues she has said. She has said that Mr. Ruto will speak with the Black Caucus. The Black Caucus, which he will speak with, I believe is largely the Democratic wing one, and if she will speak with that's a lean group, it's not even a group.
Cover both parties.
Sorry.
It's a part of Black Caucus.
Let's do this. Order. Let's do this, Reverend Lala. Just note down whatever that needs to be straightened out. Then we'll give you a time to respond. Let Njiru prosecute his point. Thank you.
I don't think any serious Black Republican will attend that Black Caucus for that matter. So, but let's think deep. Why and Meg Whitman come and explain herself the way she came to explain? For your information, there is nothing much about Kenya which they will be talking about. You always need to understand that America will be pushing their ideologies and their ideas, and Kenya will not discuss anything. So they are just using that bait that we are the Silicon Savannah, and we are just having joblessness na vitu zingine. We are now having 7 million lone voters, and we are the Silicon Savannah, a fallacy. So the key things which and you people you know the democratic policies at the moment. At the center stage, what we have is LGBT issues and abortion. So I think those are some of the things which the man will be talking about. So I don't think there is much to talk about poverty in Kenya. I don't think there is much to talk about inclusion in Kenya and solving much of the many issues which we have. And I believe they want to, when you hear about this, it's good to listen to what somebody is saying. This Black Caucus is, I think they want to form a coalition whereby they can also talk of the coming election. I believe they want to form a black coalition. I think they think Mr. Ruto can help them to pull some black votes, and I don't think he will manage because many of the black voters are now reasoning otherwise, and I think they are also using the wrong agent. If they brought a more serious individual, maybe it could have helped them to pull the black votes. But I don't think any black vote which is not to them, 66% now, that is what they have from 88, and reducing close to now 50 tukiendelea hivyo. So they are just desperate moves. They are just desperate moves trying to rescue the presidency of Mr. Joe. And I don't think it is rescuable because, and I want to also put Lala into perspective. Yesterday, he said that Mr. Trump, one of our leading candidates, that he wanted, he is in court because of many issues. No, it has been disapproved that, and many judges, including even when they wanted to remove him from the ballot in Colorado, they ruled, even including Democratic judges there, 9-0, that they cannot remove him from the ballot. So the many witch hunt and the evil plans zimekuwa zikiwekwa, zimekuwa zikianguka moja badala ya ingine. But I don't want to over-discuss about that. Maybe those who do not have information, we even had the cases in Georgia, whereby even that woman had some relationship with the person who they appointed to be part of the case, and again that case is now turning to her, including even the one which at New York, which is also collapsing. So there is so much which is happening now in America, and we can learn. You know, always when we are talking about things, Bernard, I always like us to learn what can we pick as Kenyans, and courts can be used in bad ways. Makoti inaweza tumika vibaya, and even in America there have been an attempt of using courts in the wrong way. But thank God that there are still a number of people who can be able to use their brains at a minimum level, and they were able to understand that we cannot allow some few people decide the will of the people, but rather you have to allow the people to decide. And that is part of defiance, which can help people even to assemble a reaction to an abrasive government. And Bernard, for your information, if you people, apart from the hate which we spread about one of these leading candidates, apart from the hate which we spread, if people can be able to learn, and let's forget these issues whereby I've heard one Kenyan with Raf saying about that he was even trying to connotate one of our candidates with Megwitman. But when we look at how they have been able to navigate about the whole issue, there is a lot to learn. And as Kenyans, as we are fighting this war, there are things we can fight about. And it is not
I have a reminder with you on that one. I really have.
Let me finish my point.
Quickly, you guys, it's already past 3. Unless you have this Tony PK, I could not stay long. So tafadhali nataka to summarize.
Yeah, let me summarize.
Okay.
No, I have to give my lesson. I have not given my lesson because we are refusing to understand a very key point whereby we will not be able to understand what is happening, because saa zingine we refuse to learn. People want to use systems to help them, and then it is something which can be used. Even in Kenya, people want to use the Supreme Court to also help them to do some other thing, ama kutumia makoti to force people to do things. But if you know how to fight, or if you know how to present your case and argue your case well, you can be able to maneuver that. And things are happening, like for example in Pennsylvania, whereby they wanted the counting of votes to continue forever. Now in Pennsylvania, they have come up with a measure of where the counting of votes has to stop by 8 p.m. That's a learning point. America used to have an election day for so long, but suddenly things came and we started having election months. So But now people are coming and they are now fixing that. And there are small things which people are fixing, and people are returning to normalcy. And even us in Kenya, we can be able to learn where are the loopholes, because that is what we are refusing to learn. Where are the loopholes which are used? And they win the election.
Jiro, my brother. Jiro, my brother. Jiro, my brother. No, hold on. There's no problem. No, hold on, Bernard. Kidogo. I'm helping you. I'm helping you here.
Let's do here.
Nakwambia nisikize kwanza kabla unichape. Nisikize. I'm coming to help you. I'm trying to get into the computer ni change.
Goja kwanza. Please, let's respect each other here. And let's stay in order.
We are respecting each other, Bernard. Hakuna mtu anapigana sema nataka kuja kukusaidia ni take over kama unaenda. No, we are not arguing, Bernard. I am just telling you. I'm not the one, but I'm requesting for you, Ningie.
Listen to me first. I'll give you time to prosecute whatever you want. You can't jump in a conversation at any point and jump out. That's not having a conversation. We are confusing our audience. So, tafadhali, let's make sense of what Njiru is saying. And like I said, we are in the injury time. We need to be closing. So I don't want opening of new information that we don't have time to prosecute. I've been here from quarter to midnight. It's already 9 minutes after 3 a.m. I need to be out of here.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, that I want to open on the, I mean, not to open, but to come on the other side where I have rights. That's all I was trying to tell you. Umenirukia rakaraka bona. Relax. Kusikiza pia, wewe unatuambianga tusikizage saa zingine. Mimi siku hata naongea story ya Njiru, mimi niko nataka Njiru endelee na vitu zake. Mimi venye umesema unataka kutoka, ndio nikasema niko karibu na computer, wacha nifungue side nyingine ni waache hapa ndio. I wanted to tell you that. Si tutaendelea na maneno.
If that is the decision you have made, there is how to communicate that to me through private chat. Not through shouting match, you know that. So tafadhali tuache history ya kucheza kama watoto hapa. Kuna mtoto hapa, sisi watu wazima.
Yeah, so then there is also another thing which came up which we also need to learn. Like for example, you know, I want us to learn so that we can know how we can be able to fix our election system. So let's not just be in Wisconsin, for example, Mr. Zuckerberg invested 300 million for ballot harvesting. That is where you go and you don't allow the state to work on the election, but you are using other methods. So they invested 300 million. Now that state has refused that help. Let's not call it help. So there are small ways which were used to jeopardize how election is done. And if we can actually follow what is happening in America, there is a typical path that it is possible to fix the election system, especially these ones which are electronic and where the elite, you know, like Meg is an elite person. So who they think that sometimes they can use technology and some other methods to try and fight. And there is something which I want to say here, including Bwana Mukiskia. When we are fighting bad character and things which are not good, let's sound the alarm from both sides. But let's not just say that when something is favoring us, we are saying that that thing is good. But when that something is not favoring us, we are not sounding about it. Because that is one of the things which I usually see with many of us here. Like we want to fight bad things. We don't want to fight bad things which are happening as long as they are helping us. But if we looked at this issue holistically, we can actually learn how to fix the Kenyan election. And let me tell you, there are so many things which came up after during 2020, including laws which and the use of code. That's what I'm saying here. The code can actually be used in the wrong way. But we are seeing those incremental changes whereby some people can be able to reason and argue the cases, and now people are raising. And we are hoping, and we hope that this year election will be good, because there are a number of things which have been fixed. So even when people, when people come here and they say that sometimes people are lying, look at the ground, hear what people are saying. Like now, as I finish, this visit of Mr. William Ruto, and this is something which I will say here without contradiction or any fear. Mr. William Ruto, apart from the issues of rights, which they have nothing to do with us, we give every Kenyan has his own rights. We don't kill people, we are good. So the issues of rights, we don't need more rights than the ones we have. Even the people are mambo sisi hatuawi, they can survive in it, but we do not want to take these things to the government. And that is one thing which we cannot learn from what because it is not the whole US government is pushing for this thing. We cannot start taking these issues to become rights or to become issues of human needs. They are not human needs. Your emotions or your feelings cannot become a need. Those are personal issues, and we cannot take personal issues to become a government agenda. So those are issues which we have to pick very carefully. So, and we know they want to use Mr. Ruto to assemble votes from the black.
It's either you're not hearing me or there's something wrong with you. Please, let's have order. Like I said, let's not open new chapters of what we cannot prosecute and finish. Unless there is somebody proceeding with the show, I don't want to open new issues. Lala, please respond and be as brief as you can.
Okay,
Let's make sense of what you have going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiro. Njiro, first of all, I don't understand what you're saying, but let me say a few things.
You cannot understand me because
number one,
you are a deep Democrat who doesn't want to understand the reality.
Well, we are not talking about Democrats or Republicans here. I'm just talking about facts. Okay.
No.
Number one,
speak the right thing.
What are you? Njiru, if you don't stay in order, utaenda quarantine to say.
The Congressional Black Caucus is a non-partisan organization of African American, members, the African American members of Congress that was established in 1971 to advocate for equal rights opportunity across Black Americans and other marginalized communities. It is not a democratic organization. Secondly, Whitman is a registered Republican. In the US, you can have even foreign secretary or even a defense secretary who is from another party, because we don't have opposition and government. We have majority and minority. All of them are part of the government. So we can't let Kenyans understand that Ms. Whitman is a registered Republican. You can Google it because that's where she belongs, a very proud Republican. But Biden invited her, appointed her, and that is okay in the US. So I just wanted to correct those two important information. And finally, of course, Njiru, whatever Biden is doing with Ruto coming to the US, we are against it. If it was somebody else doing it, we are still a Republican or Democrat, we are against it. We are here because we are Kenyans. Ruto killed some of our members. I have a family who is maimed for life with bullet in his body. A young man in high school, now just finished high school. This young man is maimed for life because he listened to Njiru and Lada and Bernard and others and responded by protesting Ruto's government and killer police officers, assassins, or you want to call them, whatever they are. These murderers went out on the street to kill unarmed Kenyans, simply protesting the illegitimacy of the election of Ruto, and for Ms. Whitman to even restate that Kenyan election was good and was fair is really a disgrace and an insult to all of us Africans. We are smart, we are thinking, we know what actually happened, and therefore we are not going to make it easy for Ruto. We don't care who is on the other side, whether they're Democrat Republicans. All we are saying is that Ruto is a wrong messenger. We love the idea of friendship with the US, Kenya and US, but we don't support what is going on. That is my statement. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Lala. So, what is Ruto and the Biden discussing? From your point of view, okay, or you can imagine, what do you think they are talking about?
Njiru, when it comes to foreign policy, America tend to be very much united, whether it's towards Israel or another country. You find them doing the same thing. When your Republican came to Kenya, they asked me, I addressed Congress on the ills of China. There's a paper you can Google. My name is Abel Oreri. Okay? So when it comes to foreign policy, they tend to be together. And it is some of these ambassadors who advise their government. We saw that in Ukraine, advising the previous administration or whatever is going on. So they are principal advisors to the foreign secretary and to the American people. And that's why we are targeting Ms. Whitman, because we believe it doesn't matter whether she was Republican or Democrat. That's immaterial, but we just want to lose facts straight. What we are against is that we Kenyans did not vote for Ruto. We believe that. We asked him to show us how he won the election. Instead, using people like Whitman and others to justify that electoral theft, and that is what we are responding to, that it is not right. So we are Kenyan, but also we are Kenyan Americans. So we are out there to say no to Ruto. So I don't want to get in American politics. That's not the reason why we are here. We are here because our people have been lied to. Our people have been brutalized. Our nation is going through a very tough time because of people that supported this administration that we know very well is not for the good of the people of Kenya. Okay. That's the reason why we are here. So thank you.
Okay. Just to add what you have said, let's first of all consider that Meg Whitman knows where Ruto came from. So let's not talk as if it is not known Ruto and Itokawapi. And for your information, Meg knows better than us where Ruto came from. For your information, Meg Whitman knows this presidency came from where. And in that regard, when we are always saying that it's about the foreign policy, sometimes when leaders are going, look at America, when Joe Biden is going to Japan, where he is going, they usually say what they will be handling. Like, for example, when Mr. Trump was going to meet Kim Jong-un, when they were having so many bad things in the parallel 37, they outlined what they are discussing. They call them conferences, they outlined. So up to now, Mr. Ruto has not given what he will be discussing with America. Why? Because, and let's not talk about it is bilateral agreements, because bilateral agreements can be done in so many ways. And in any case, I do not know the reason why Mr. Ruto is so special. They couldn't call Museveni or Kagame or another. So this leadership, this issue about Kenya going to White House, it is because Kenya has seeded the ground. Kenya has given a lot. That is why you are welcome, because we have given a lot to America, and we have lost ourselves. So we are in the ocean. We have lost ourselves. We are unable to negotiate. We are not on an equal pedestal. For your information, we are slightly like sliding into an American colony, and that is not one thing which I will want to say here. It is no longer foreign policy. When you look at the relationship between Kenya and America, it is no longer a mutual relationship. It is a giver and a receiver relationship, and that is the problem I have. It is no longer foreign policy.
Zero. I agree with you 100%. But this has been going on for a long time. We are not co-equal. We are people to be dictated upon. That's why people like Ruto are seen as good boys, you know, the Uncle Toms, people to carry their beds. Okay, that's what we see. But the key player here is the ambassador. So we have somebody that we can pinpoint and say, you are the one who is the mastermind of what is going on now. US can choose any country, but of course there's a lot of investment in our region, both strategically, you know, business-wise, you know, minerals in Congo and others, that they need a launching pad. And secondly, I think also West Africa has not been very good to the West. So the remaining places are like Kenya. So they gotta show how much they love, or Kenya is an example, okay? But my argument is that whatever they are doing is actually doing the opposite. If you read the letter, it's doing the opposite because we know the truth. They can't treat us like little kids anymore. We know what's going on. We have facts. So it's better for them to come on a different way. That is to see us as equal people, to reason, to respect our choices, which I don't think they respect because of certain key elements within systems that think that they can control every place, everywhere. And I think Africans are waking up. So what we are talking about, Jiro, is good, is true. Okay, you're pointing the point. And the reason why Kenya is important is because we can do dirty bids. Go to Haiti, which I think if you send the US there, there's people protesting the same thing. But Kenyans, they're sending us there, you know, to be targets when actually the arms being used on the street of Haiti come from the US. It is as if the NRA is going there, you know, to test their because they're the ones, you know, who own most of these, you know, machineries for war, you know, and so they make money. So they're the ones who are going to benefit, because when Kenyans are shot and killed, then they can show the buyers you know, how their arms are operating in the field, because they're also doing their business, you know. So there's a lot that is going on here. If you start talking about what are some of, you know, things that we may be, you know, influencing this, there are a bunch of them. But we do know that Kenya is an errand boy. It's a spare part. You know, when you have a spare part, you know, they use this place. So why would they want Ruto? The one who is discredited, the one who stole an election, the one who elected him is those people. Okay, so the reason why Baba is not supported is simply because they think he's strong enough to ask questions that Ruto cannot ask, and that's why Kenyans, we must speak and tell the US that this is not how friendships are built. This is not how you build relationship. It has to be mutual, and it's not mutual. So I agree with you, and those are, you know, are facts out there that people can look at and know exactly why there's this interest in Kenya, because strategically that region, Kenya's a clear ally. Museveni and others are questioning all these things. Kagame are beginning to question all this. Tanzania and others, but Kenya, because Ruto is somebody they can do anything on, because it's there because of them. They know that is what wanted, so it can do their bids. And these are the issues that are there. So I want to go on. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask, let me ask you another thing, because it's also important we put this thing into perspective. Mr. Ruto will be here in the name of a state visit. But at the same time, people have been cheated, because already people have been cheated. There is Ruto is coming to do a bid for Kenyans. But the problem which we are having is that even the government of Kenya is not coming clean. The objectives which Kenya wants to achieve in this issue, even as we want to achieve. So maybe from your point of view, because I know it will be discussed, let me tell you, one of the things which will be discussed is about the 2024 election. So could it reach a time whereby Mr. Joe Biden would want solidarity with Mr. Ruto for the election of 2024? Would you support?
Number one, if Biden is going to benefit, the benefit would be a lie, because I think those who are advising him are telling him that with Kenya getting involved in Haiti, it means now the black race is being taken care of. Its administration is trying to bring peace and tranquility in the black community. And I think that's what they are, pending on, okay? To show that his administration is addressing those violence that's going on in Haiti by bringing in another leading African nation to help because of their cultural connectedness and because of the race issues and slavery, issues. So now these are black people is there to support. And this is why the Black Caucus is coming in here, okay? And this is why we are targeting the Black Caucus too, to help them know that Ruto is not Tauri, it's not a Sankara, it's not a Mandela, it's not even a Kagame, he's a sellout. So dealing with him is like Uncle Tom dealing with, and the one who is not there for the interest of the people. And
okay.
That's the message that we have to send out. So
let me ask you
okay. Benefit. Hold on. When we talk about benefit that this administration is getting, I think if we come out strong and raise doubt to this, I think there are enough people in the system to listen to us. Because I've tried to talk to a number of people, they know very little what we're talking about. That's the problem. Very little what you're talking about. To them, it's almost like that is what Africa wants, because not everybody is educated enough to understand. Okay,
I understand. So my issue is this: Joe Biden.
Order, please. You guys, I really appreciate your sharing, but you are dragging us into the politics we are avoiding. Okay, we are not doing justice to the debate, and we are turning this into another conversation that needs another topic for another team to discuss. And I said, please let's avoid opening new chapters when we are about to close the book. And of course, we are free to use examples, but let's not turn the example into the subject. Whatever Ruto and Biden are going to discuss, I think the best we can do here is speculate, or we can talk with confidence because we know what America is, and what America puts their leg on or their finger on is their interest. And what is their interest at this point in time? They need a point man in Africa. And according to them, Ruto serves their interest. There is what Museveni used to do for America that he has withdrawn from. by him going strong against the LGBTQ. And then, of course, you saw the way he gave his speech to at KICC, disregarding the time allocation and disregarding the speeches that every other person has given. So, what America is looking for is their new puppet, which they can use to do what they want to do. William Ruto has offered himself to be the one to do the dirty job for them, of course, under the supervision of the ambassador here. And so we are looking at choreographed public display of a unity that profits nothing as far as Kenyans are concerned, but the whatever that comes from that will all end up into Ruto's pocket. It has been rumored that the soldiers that Ruto takes to Haiti will be paid each, $10,000, and of the $10,000 they will get 100. They will get 1,000. The remaining 9 will be going somewhere else. So let's not so much, get carried away in speculating what is there, but look for the stake of Kenya, and like what the program that Lala is talking about, rallying Kenyans to express their displeasure by the way William Ruto is handling the Kenyan affairs, and how that does not agree with what is portrayed and painted around the world, that America is a Democrat and is for democracy and wants justice and all that. So it is going to put the picture in the face of America. Is this what you call justice? Is this what you call democracy? Okay, so let the facts be put forth so that these people can either go slow on this matter, or they just informed, like the proverb in a village. The hyena went to greet the rock and looked at the rock and said, "I greet you." And there was no response. And the hyena looked back and said, "Even if you don't answer, I have greeted you." And so the demonstrations and the protests may not be outburst, and they may not be, yielding the results, but let it be that we said, let it be that we showed the world that this is not what we consider to be leadership, not back at home. And if that is what you call leadership here, is a disgrace to yourselves as the so-called leading nation, and you're supporting this questionable leadership. And so it is that way. So America is out to turn Kenya into a consumer economy. You heard her say in the video, she wants Africa to be a consumer economy. She's looking for the market for the American products. She's here to ensure that their technology is what works in Kenya. She's here for GMO and other products. That is what they are looking for. And Ruto has volunteered to do that. And so Ruto is the enemy of the people here. Let's not so much get into now the Republican Democratic thing. Our own Ruto is what we need to deal with. And we need to focus our energy too. Kenyan would love. Have you arrived?
Hello. How you doing, Bernard?
I'm okay. We can hear you. Umefika?
Yeah, nimefika. Sasa acha mi na Njiru basi tuendelee hapa hivi tu. I mean, there's things that people need to be spoken.
One, please observe time. Two,
Yes.
let's make sure that we focus our debate, let the energy be to the right target. And then, of course, mind the audience. Mind the audience. They are here because they are making sense of what we are saying. If we stop making sense, they will all go. And we need them.
Yes, sir.
Having a conversation here by ourselves, it doesn't help much. Asanteni
Yes, sir.
sana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's link up when we can. God bless you.
Bro, ni kuanzishie na unipigie hesabu ya huyu jamaa anasema nini as we wait for other people. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to come
Mimi
in,
niko tayari as wait for other people.
yeah,
Lakini maybe kuna kitu nataka kuongeza
zile ya
kidogo.
Kioni. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Kidogo. We need to, and this is something I want us to understand. When we are looking at the Kenyan politics, always look at the US politics. Zimeshikana sana. They are intertwined, in other words. So we should not look at Kenyan politics exclusively and American politics exclusively. We are like in a collision, and this is what happens. You know, something nikisikia watu wakisema it's not about Republican or Democrat. We need to know that there is a policy variance. The things, and that's why I want people to update themselves on Republican policies. Republican policies, low taxation, what blah 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 blah, small government. But when you come to Democrats, it is big government, much control, and high taxation. And those policies are the ones which, depending with the leader we have, if that leader is more aligned to the Democrats, he inherits those democratic problems and he mirrors them to Kenya. That's the reason why right now in Kenyans we are having high taxation. It is because that is the democratic policy. They do high taxation. So they don't understand. They don't understand when people are talking about small business that people have no money. They don't understand. So there is collinear relationship. So, and right now in Kenya, we are being governed on Democrat policies. Go ahead.
I wanted to play that video, lakini pia nataka nikuulize because sasa tuko hapa wawili, wacha tuchape gumzo mpaka wengine wakuje. Nishawawekea link huko, if anybody wants to come in, iko huko kwa comment section, find the link and come in. Lakini Njiru, my brother, I want to ask you even before I play this one, and maybe you will answer me before that. Hii kitu yenye tunashindanga tukisema American, because Americans do this, because the Britons do this, because of Kazakhstan does that. Where is our own, where we do this in the entire world?
Okay.
Because you find like Mexico, because Mexico does this, they actually go into the Congress in the US and talk about, even Mexico does this. They had to do this, so we gotta do this.
Let me tell you the reason why. We will remain in the yoke of America and the so-called Britons, because they are one country anyway. For me, I think Britain and America is one country because one is a subsidiary of the other. There is this thing we call money. And for your information, the white man created the need for money and the SWIFT system, that global monetization system whereby things are being, that control center. You need, and that's why you cannot remove America from the equation of control, because America are the ones who are monitoring everything and saying, "Well, utachukua hii, utachukua hii." And then when you move ahead, even when it comes to human rights, there's also the UN, which also is majorly controlled from the American side. That's why you see like people like Chinese and Russians, they somehow trying to fight that hegemonic power of monetary system control, but it brought some issues. So that is where now America can sniff everybody because of the control of money. That's why even in Russia, they will be talking of America, because America was able to get control of the most important tool in the world, which is money.
But let me ask you, my brother, so how comes they've never, like, when we talk about, like, let me just put it out there, like when they talk about, the cultural practices that we do have, the respect to elders and the circumcisions and the rite of passages and stuff like that, how comes we don't tell them to follow our ways, but
to follow everything sorry. Kenyan with rap, sorry. It is simple. Even the Bible says the borrower is a slave to the lender. That is the Bible which says that. Hama mtu wa kuomba ni mtumwa. Today Bernard, no, not Bernard, Kenyan with love, sorry. I'm confusing you with Bernard a lot. You need to change your name.
That's fine.
Kenyan with love, if today uko na because you know even poverty is in the brain, unajua Mwafrika ashakuwa conditioned yeye ni maskini because Mwafrika or everybody has been conditioned that the only way in which you tabulate life progress is using the monetary value which is being monitored by the US. So everybody is gauged is your poverty, which is a perception, is not true, because I don't believe that Africa is poor. The poverty is measured based on the US scheme. And what happens is this: because now the US has been able to control money, they now ni kama wewe sasa kwako kwa nyumba as a father and you have kids, wewe ndio uko na pesa, wewe ndio uko na kila kitu. Ukiambia watoto wako leo yule mtu ataenda kucheza nje, hata kula mkate kesho asubuhi, atakunywa chai peke yake, atakunywa hata mkienda kucheza nje huko ama mfanye hivi, hata nguo ya Christmas sitanunua. What will happen? Maybe you can answer me that. What will happen?
I mean, mimi kwangu najua okay, mimi mtoto wangu ataniambia nitaiba wallet niende nayo, but on a normal day they will tell you, they will stop, they will not go because they are scared of that.
Yeah, that is what happens. So the fear which everybody has, including even the reason why you always see even people going to support things they don't understand. Hata ukisikia sijui watu wakisema I'm supporting Israel, I'm supporting Ukraine, even the thing which takes people to things they don't understand, because I don't believe in that politics of sijui I support this one because another person is supporting. Africans should be able to support Ukraine because of what they do with them, but they should not be supporting Ukraine because you are seeing somebody is supporting him and you have to support him. But remember, if today you come out and you say that you are not supporting Ukraine, somebody will choke you by default. If today you come out and you say, I don't stand with Israel, I don't believe in what they are doing, somebody will choke you. You know that. And Africans have refused, and I don't know why. And Nahi, Bwana Kenyan with love, it is something I want people to learn here, because we are trying to learn. The country which has benefited so much on all these crises which are happening in the world, it is India. India wanakula na midomo mbili because wamejua kujipanga. I don't know why Africans don't think they can be neutral. We don't need to be siding with these people. We don't need to be siding with the US. We don't need to be siding with Russia. Just remain neutral and work on your issues and your policies. Look at Indian-American relationship, Indian-Russian relationship, Indian-Chinese relationship.
My brother, and that was that was exactly my point, because it has come to a point in and when you're pendi kusikia kitu akose kusikiza, it's on them. You see, it has come a point where Africa has relied on, I don't know what these Western people talk about. We've relied so much on even the constitutions that we have. We're still talking about, even the US does that, even the Britons does that, even the Yugoslavia does that, even the whatever does that. And you come to wonder, so when did Kenya do that? That is actually, it makes a point of other places. And I believe that we ourselves, actually the whole world has come to understand that sisi ni watu wajiamini kabisa, like there's nothing tunaweza leta kitu ya kwanza, and that's why even our leaders like kama kwenda place kama White House, it becomes a whole big thing, ni kama kuna kitu ya maana imefanyika. Yet when you find Obama or Bush, wote wamekuja, when they come kwanza wanazima kila kitu everywhere, you can't even call close to them, wamezima everything. You can't even be close to them. Hata you can't even go to a Shell and BP because the beast inaenda kuwekewa mafuta hapo. You know, and everything is shut down because you all looked down. That's why we are called NIGGERS when we come to places like this, especially if you have an accent. When you go to Germany, they will still call you that, but in German. When you go to Portland, and even in Mexico, they will call you that name. But because there's nothing that y'all do, I mean, hakuna kitu mtu jifanyia, cause sisi wote tunasema, kwanza hata kwa constitution, like we want to relate to other, other constitutions. We've never even come up with something of ourselves. Imagine, hata saizi bado tuko na ile ya nini ya neocolonialism. Today, the neocolonialism is still there, that when Meg Whitman speaks in Spice TV like she was speaking today, kila mtu anataka kumsikiza because they think that's the person that is talking the truth. You know, that's the person that is talking everything. But we totally forgot about ourselves, our values, our everything. That unapata kila mtu bado anataka kwenda state, or kila mtu anataka kwenda sijui wapi, kila mtu anataka kufanya nini, but we are not even doing anything to ourselves, including our own president. Haizi kwa makwao
Okay.
na kuna all the resources. Yeye
Kenyan
anataka
with love.
kwenda place ingine because to entertain other people. We've never actually embraced ourselves as an African.
Let me ask you a question today, Bwana Kenyan with love.
Yes.
As you talk, you know, these days there is this upcoming story, these issues ya mapenzi. Let me ask you today. I just want to ask you, if today you became a vocal anti-LGBTQ crusader, what would happen to you?
I mean, I'll get backlash. It's kind of like the times that I come here and I say, watu tuache kupiga kelele hapa hivi. You know how many people are against me in this channel? But people will go against me because what? It's kila mtu ana believe in freedom of speech. So basically is that, yes, of course, nitagongwa.
Okay, let me advance my question. Are you doing the right thing that time?
Yes, I am doing the right thing at the time.
So, and what would happen? Would you still align yourself with the people who support what you don't
No, I don't. I've never.
If you
don't support, I mean, if you don't believe in what I believe, you can either change my mind, show me why I should support that, and if you cannot, I mean, seriously, my thought is my thought. No one can ever change me from what I don't want to change.
Now, that's now what is happening in the world, and what is happening in the world is this: people are imposing things which you don't agree on to you. And at the same time, they also want you to associate with them. And you agree with them without asking questions. How will that politics work? Whereby people want you to associate with them, you work with them, but in terms of values, and by the way, I want to tell you, this is how Africans lost their culture. Some of us, many tribes, apart from Maasai and some few people, we lost our culture. Because there is a very ignorant word which was introduced to us, civilized. Ati kama wewe unakula meangana ndoma, you are not civilized. Sijui kama wewe unatembea na ngozi during those times, the times of our grandfather, kama unatembea na ngozi, you are not civilized. That word civilized destroyed Africa. For your information,
I agree with you 100%.
Being civilized is relative. It is not something you can measure. So being civilized can be anything. Civilization depends by who you are. So, but this idea where Africans pegged civilization on white control is where I don't get it. And I wish we can be able to.
Jiro, one time someone asked me, and it's not even a long time ago, someone asked me, why is it that you switch? And I asked them, what do you mean switch? They told me, Mato, ukianza kuongea kizungu unaongeanga hivi. Well, it's because I live in the US. I mean, you go to the Romans, then you learn how to talk to be in the Romans. Akaniambia, lakini ukikuja Kenya unachenjingi, unaongea Kikamba na unaongea nini. Nikamwambia, but si pia nimeruku ndio home kwetu. Because, Jiro, one thing I know, once you start changing around, ukianza kujichange, and that is what people in power today, they change a lot and they switch and wanna change sana. Now they are becoming a bigger thing. Kitu ingine you don't even understand. Mtu mlikuwa mkiongea naye juzi, it now becomes a whole different kind of entity. And Jiro, let me tell you, that's the problem where we have. Me and Jiro have spoken to you in Kikuyu. We speak and there's nothing. It's your language, right? It's because you've understood you're a Kenyan, but some of them do not understand they're Kenyans. They cannot even sit in a normal jetliner and sit in economy. You want to
Kenyan with love, eh? 1 minute, eh? Do you know the reason why Africa is poor? If I may put that word according to the measure ya Mzungu, because I don't believe Africa is poor. Africa, because Mzungu amesema sisi ni maskini, so let me take that point as that, because yeye ndiye anapima. The reason why Africa is poor is because we have left our culture and the familiar grounds which we understand. Stony PK amefika na karibu sana, as tunamkaribisha. Hebu nikuulize Stony PK siku ya leo. Na hii ni hesabu nilikuwa napiga na mtu, although huyo mtu akaniambia sasa wewe ni kama sasa umeanza kukua na kicha. There was some time when our mothers walikuwa wanatengeneza manyungu za matope. I'm just trying to show you a small economy. The reason why Africans are poor is because we have abandoned familiar grounds. Zile vitu tulikuwa tunajua sana. Let's assume today tuko na wamama wanatengeneza zile nyungu za matope. Na hiyo nyungu ya matope every African embrace it. Na tununue hizo nyungu za matope. Tunazipika huko, tuzitumie huko kwetu. Then from there, those small things which we produce, forget about industrialization.
Mama, utatoa wapi mama siku hizi anaweza shika kitu ya
mato? No, I'm saying but it can happen. Allow me, I want to describe to you the reason why we are poor. Because we went into market grounds in things we don't understand. Sisi hatuwezi unda simu. So sisi tulienda kuungana na mzungu kwa maneno ya simu, and we cannot do those things. And now they are only sucking our economy. But we have familiar grounds. We have things which we can do by our hands and we can innovate. Why is it like mzungu akikuja Kenya ananunua wood carvings? Let's assume now we capitalize like that market of wood carving, whereby those things are available everywhere and we have many people who are producing those things. And even typical Kenyans are buying those things. So let's forget this issue. We are saying that you will only be rich. We could even be having billionaires in pottery, billionaires in carving, billionaires in producing this African product. But sasa sisi, we have been cheated. Let me use the word cheated. We have been cheated. You will only become a billionaire if you orient yourself in the concept of white civilization, which I don't understand. So the problem which Africans got, and this is something which Bwana Kenyan with love, Africans, we have to start learning. We have to coexist. And that's why if we have a serious president or a serious leader, and these are some of the things which I would advise the next government which we are forming, sababu Ruto anatoka, the next government, let's capitalize on what Africans do best. Unaona, hata hizi mapombe za kienyeji, by the way, we license them. They become competitors to Heineken and Tascamart. They become competitors. So hizo pombe zote za hata chang'aa If that is what we want, iwepo kwa chupa, ikuwe labeled, and we get the content. We now do the chemical composition. Na tuweka kwa market, it is Kenyan product. That is how you produce well.
Anyways, Mr. Njiro, I like that. I think this is a conversation that we should actually have, because I think we've really bowed down on you know, the Western so much that hata kizungu tunaongea siku hizi, you know, even the way we're doing our things, like we've forgotten ourselves. And even it's so funny and weird that you find people in the very learned people, even in the parliament, actually for them to justify a bill, they have to say the United States does this, the UK does this. What happened to our own us? And that is where we are having a problem, to a fact that our own sovereignty is being taken by Nikasagistan Maninini, that guy, I mean the Kakamagos of the day. You know, another country is taking that, and they cannot even release the, you know, the servers. I mean, it's very sad for us to be able to bring up something like M-Pesa, like Meg Whitman said. In fact, even me, I'm falling into that now. You know, the best of the tech, you know, M-Pesa, and then we cannot even come up with that thing that we have to bring watu wa kutoka na huko kuja ati sijui, and then they tell us that they deserve the rights of everything. Anyways, before as nani akimaliza hapa hivi, there's this video nilikuwa nataka kukuchezea because I think sijui kama mlikuwa mmeiona, lakini Njiru, this is for you and Stone PK, because I'm not gonna be speaking too much.
So bwana Kenya ni drama tukienda. So my belief inakuanga the African man is supposed to civilize the West. That's what I believe in. Go ahead.
I agree with you. We should not just be watu kungojea sijui kila kitu, but anyways, let me play this as Stone PK anamalizana na simu naona, na kama kuna mtu mwingine anataka kuingia, you come and debate. Me, I'll be on the back seat kidogo tu nikisikiza tu, and I'm just holding in for Bernard. Asanteni kila mtu, I really appreciate you. Wamboi, Jacob, asanteni sana. Simpa, Shaima Hussein, asante sana. Judith Okemwa, thank you so much. Kila mtu mwenye anajoin na mwenye anatusikiza. Steven Mutumbu, asante sana. Nashukuru kila mtu ambaye anatusikiza. Thank you so much. Let's watch this. This is Jeremiah Kioni trying to say as is.
Colleague members of parliament, tafadhali nawaomba umukienda kitanda kulala na hii watu ya KK, there is no other hope left for this country. The very true hope that is left is this widow of Nadiko. Na Wakenya wale ambao wako na imani ya kwamba kuna jambo lolote linaweza fanyika after this, wanawaangalia. So don't lie to us that you are going for project. Those are stupid old stories. When you talk to Kenyans out there, they are suffering, and when they hear you saying some of these things, they wonder which umeagushwa kutoka which planet. Na ndio naona sisi watu ambao wanakaa karibu na mlima, because how is it that we had 32 members of parliament? In fact, in Azimio, it was Azimio, ODM, and the next largest parliamentary party was Jubilee. It is ODM, Jubilee, Wiper, DAP in that right. And we find ourselves that it is very difficult for us to even feature on programs because our members took off. I know that is why you forgot me on the program. We are not able to feature in Azimio. Na wale wengine wakisema they are shareholders there, everybody can see that they are actually also strangers in government, in that regime. So hatuko kwa serikali, na hapa pia tunafinywa, tunatoka nje. Lakini sio kwa ubaya, is because of bad manners by those people who are elected into parliament with a Jubilee ticket. And we have a whole region of Mount Kenya region that is not in government, by their own definition, unaweza angalia, they are actually inviting themselves to this Limuru thing kwa sababu kule kumewaka joto, they have no stay. Na hapa pia tunajaribu kuona vile tutakaa. Kwa hivyo Friday, this is what has informed us and I want to tell you, what has informed us in the mountain is that our voice is lost. A block with almost 8 million votes is lost. And we meet on Friday, this Friday, at Limuru to do the Limuru 3. If you want to know where Limuru 1 was, it was there. There was Limuru 2, and we made some very fundamental decisions. Now, let me say this. Saying is saying that we are on this thing. We are saying that our revolution has started. Hatuna matumaini kwa sababu this is a disaster regime that we have in place. We start our revolutionary path on Friday, and we are starting it. It is actually our homegrown way of maandamano. Then we have the audacity to believe that the KK regime is not committed to fulfilling any of the promises that we have done, including enactment of the bills that we have talked about here. We believe they are not committed to that. They have continued overtaxing the people despite the NADICO report. They have indicated that the issues of cost of living is their preserve, yet the cost of living has continued to go up. And despite demands by KK, they have no intention, let me repeat, despite our demands, KK has no intention of opening the server. I know you missed this. The judge who gave the orders, the temporary orders, stopping the opening of the server, is the same judge who gave orders to Sabina in the night to stop us from naming Mwenje as a deputy minority leader. This is a big scheme. It's a big scheme, and we are missing it. And I can tell you, you are dealing with a horrible, horrible group of people. They are actually a disaster. They have continued killing all sectors. Agricultural sector, top of the list. Fake fertilizer, and you now have back Linturi. Hata nyinyi pia ni watu wa maajabu. Linturi is back to talk to us. Eddie Boyle, that guy is inviting himself to Limuru. G2G, wizi tupu. Sugar Scado, housing levy, wanasema ongeza kodi ya rent ya hasara ili waweze kupata pesa nyingi ya housing levy. Hata wenda wazimu iko ndani yake. Wale ambao wanaelewa mambo ya Delmonte, lad. That is also another scandal. Davivi, as I finish. Davivi, 100,000 Kenyans are being evicted. Why? Kwa sababu Kulei ati aliuzia Ruto chamba ambayo iko na title that was given to Kenyans 1971, and we have the original title with the government seal. It is there. Oh, Mwenyezi Mungu. Egerton Lad, 2,000 acres taken by Sudi. He was ejected from there by watu na michare. Ruai Siwalad imeenda. Disregard to court orders. Juzi tumeambiwa there is no vetting of IDs. We are now a borderless. I'm finishing. I'm just finishing. We have no vetting of IDs, so borderless. Goja 2027 mutachangaa wale walipiga kura wametoka wapi. They have been unable to fire hard of floods because it themselves is a disaster, and a disaster cannot declare another disaster a disaster. The Limuru 3 that we are having on Friday, I want to conclude, is organized by political party leaders who are also members of Azimio and those who are not members of Azimio. Over 31 political parties have come together in that region. And we are calling ourselves together because we have come to a conclusion that there is no hope. The only thing we can do is to push back mpaka wakati yake ifike. Tafadhali nyinyi pia msaidie sisi. Shikilieni akina Sifuna. Don't allow these guys to collapse. They have collapsed everything and they are not going to help anything. If you have any iota of hope, wachana na hiyo. Tuombe Mwenyezi Mungu miaka 3 ikuiche kama jana. We throw them out. But we have to be very careful because they are also working kufanya hayo mambo yote. So I am saying we are going to be there. There are those leaders from our region who are also feeling, na wengine wanafanya biashara na si baya, lakini tafadhali wachana na hiyo biashara kidogo, kuja tuungane pale. Tomorrow we have a meeting of leaders who are saying have not been invited in Mount Kenya region, and we are telling them there is nothing, we are not going to say that there is a presidential candidate in Mount Kenya. Sio shida yetu. Shida yetu ni mambo ambayo tumesukumwa naye. How can we be able to push back? Na sio Mount Kenya, these are problems that are across the nation. We expect that after Friday, we'll be able to do these movements across the country. Jamani, we have a disaster in power. If you are not careful, they will make you a disaster.
Haya, mnataka niseme nyingine nini? Sasa, for now, and I can see mwalimu amekuja, Madam Julia, my dear sister. Asante sana. And that is what I want people to start looking, even as is, when you talk about Makamba and Masai, it needs a time for us to really go down and caucus with ourselves. What Mount Kenya is doing is fine, but I'm also saying that we need to actually now even forget about the Mount Kenya, but also talk with ourselves as the country itself. I mean, it doesn't, at Anubis, we need to sit down as even sometimes forget. We've gone through a long way to start making it to be a Mount Kenya thing or a Kamba thing or a something thing. We need to make it to where we are. And Jiru, earlier on, you were here. That's why I was saying maybe Ruto might have been the best president that we've ever had, because at least now he's making us start talking about the things that we've never spoken about. When you hear Jeremiah Kioni speaking like that, he's speaking for a lot of people. I mean, even Kambas, we want to come like that. Even Masais, we want to come like that. But we also want to be the same country, but he's kind of brought us in a certain way together that even the Mamambogas, the hustlers, now they're starting to see where hapa tuligongwa. So that having been said and that having been played, I want to, unless I know Stone PK hasn't said anything, but if Stone PK has nothing to say right now, I would want to bring Mama Julia before I bring you Njiru, because you've been here. Stone PK, do you have something to say to go with that?
Well, bro, why would I come here if I have nothing to say, bwana? Niaje Kiingereza
umekuwa busy hapo bwana.
What do you mean busy?
Okay, Kenyan with love, eh? Pia hiyo video ya Meg Whitman, tafadhali tuchezee the first 5 minutes. Meg Whitman confirmed she is a Democrat, and I cannot leave that one unchecked. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll look for it as Stone.
Mimi nilisema kwa hii show tusilete mambo ya America.
Stone, may I speak? Stone?
Yes, please go ahead.
I just came in to tell Jiro, Anatubo. Jiro, we are not interested with your Democratic, Republican, high class. I don't know. I don't want to use a bad word, but listen, Jiro, listen. These Americans don't care about you. Democrats or Republicans. Sasa umetupotezea wakati 2 hours discussing Republican Democrat. And I think the point you're trying to drive here, you're trying to convince the viewers that maybe your Republicans are better than Democrats.
Of course, they are better. They are better.
Listen, Jiru. The viewers of this show are not interested.
They are interested. Baya sana. Wako interested baya sana. Hatuwezi we cannot mix these things, bwana. Ruto ameitwa na Democrat.
No, don't tolerate this nonsense from Jiru. We are not interested. We have bigger problems in Kenya than you are. Nonsense of Democrats, Republicans. And
okay,
listen,
where would we?
Jiru, the fact that you're trying to campaign for whoever you will not change who you are.
Hold on. Order, guys. Order. Njiru, let Julia maliza what she's saying. Please do not unmute yourself unless umeitwa. Please let Julia finish her prosecution. Julia, go back. It's your floor.
Asante. Let me be a bit nicer. Njiru, he show ya Bernard. Let me say this. our concern is what is happening in Kenya. All through vile ulianza kuongea hapa is like you're trying to sway whoever is watching to agree that whoever candidate is on your side is what should be preferred. Listen.
I never support bad people. My candidates are always fine.
Wait for me to finish.
Njiru, do not tempt me. Nikisema unajua kama nimesema order. Let Julia finish. Utakuja. I'll give you time to rebuttal. Please do not unmute.
So what I'm trying to say is that Njiru all along since he started, he has been trying to drive a point, I don't know, Democrat, Republican. Listen, what we are concerned with here is what Kenyans are going through. Now, as whether your candidate is better or worse, we are not interested. Now, fanya hivi Njiru. Kesho utoke Washington, however, start campaigning for your candidate. Go out on the streets of America and campaign. That is your democratic right. But for here, hatuna haja. We are not interested. I'm sorry, it is so annoying every time Njiru comes here. Now, who cares about Democrats and Republicans in Kenya? They don't even know what Democrat and Republican is in Kenya.
They are changing our values. You can see what Democrats are doing. They are changing our values. We care.
Now, okay, on that note, Matt, let me wind up by saying, this Njiru here, talking about values, these are hypocrites. He's behaving, he's not better than the people who voted for Zakayo in the name wa watu wa kanisa. Ati wanajifanya wanajua Mungu kuliko watu wengine. These are hypocrites. Trying to preach to us here holiness.
I'm not a hypocrite. I have to rectify that.
You are behaving like a hypocrite now, Njiru. I'm sorry, I've never gone on rampage on you like that. It's just because you're so annoying.
Ukijua ile mashida iko kwa hii dunia, uwezi niongelesha hivyo. You will actually sympathize with all of us here.
Njiru. Ni nini unielewi? Nimekuambia uache Julia aongee amalize. Ukiunmute hiyo kitu tena by the way mimi ndio mwenyewe nitakuchuja. Please wachana na Julia amalize kitu yenye anasema, na ukiendelea tena hivyo mimi mwenyewe nitakutoa by the way. Last warning. Unmute hiyo kitu tena uone. Julia.
I'm done, Mato. I can't.
No, finish up your story. Recollect yourself. Najua umeconfusiwa. Just recollect yourself. I'll give you another 2 minutes.
I'm just trying to say this, Mato. Unaona, history ya kusema ati Democrats wanatetea, sijui wanatetea nini na si atutetei. It sounds like a hypocrisy that has been in Kenya with watu wakijifanya watu wa kanisa kwamba wao ni watu wa kanisa wanapenda God kwa sababu walipigia Ruto kura. That is how it sounds. While the actions don't speak like that. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, actions speak louder than words. If you say you believe in this and you behave otherwise, then we stop to believe in what you are saying. So, Njiru, I'm kindly requesting you again now. Mato has just redirected our debate right now. Can we also redirect ourselves? As to what Whitmer said, maybe you can discuss what that ambassador said. But stop drawing us to the American politics. We are not interested. We are not interested. We are only interested on the fate of Kenya. Asante. Wacha nifikishe hapo.
Okay. Thank you so much, Julia, for that. I really do appreciate. I wanted to bring Stone PK after that. Think Stone PK, unless Njiru, you have something very burning, lakini usilete debate baki kwa hiyo kitu. I think we can move on to something better because we have a country to do. Okay. But yeah, usiingize kwenye back and forth.
One thing which I want to say here, if you people, you will understand, in Kenya we have no politics. All politics is in America and in the West. You would take this thing seriously. Sisi tunakula kile tunapewa, we do everything. So in Julia, you actually talking, you are not talking of any politics. When you are saying you are not interested, hakuna siasa unaongea. In Kenya there is no politics. We tunatapatapa tu, hakuna siasa Kenya. Tunatapatapa, we have nothing.
Okay.
I wish you can understand the Western politics. You will be able to understand the Kenyan.
Okay, you've said your thing. I know, Julia. Julia, write that down. Utakuja back now. And I don't believe it's nice to kuambia mtu hakuna kitu inafanyika because they believe in what they believe. And I too also believe in other things, but I don't have to talk about that. At this time, I want to bring Mr. Som PK, and I want to appreciate everybody on the comment section. Asanteni sana for everybody that is with us. Julia, did you want to bring 30 seconds or you want to wait for the next round? Yeah,
No,
won't have a round.
let's don't talk. No, Asante.
Okay, thank you. All right, Stone Piquet, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Kenyan with love, and then Julia Asante for giving up. Giving up meaning badala ya kuendeleza hiyo nini, for me nafikiria tutaweka issue ingie utoto mwingi sana, which is bad. And I'm saying those with all due respect to those who are listening, those who are watching, we degenerate this show into, I don't want to use strong language, mchezo ya watoto wa nursery, si so. Sasa Kenya hapa ka candid talk, ukiongea maneno hiyo na sitaki kurudia hapo, inasaidia nini? Whether Trump is a president but see president, anyway, let me get out of that because it yaks me. It really irritates me. When we have serious issues being talked by people like Kioni, okay, people talking of revolution, then you divert and start bringing things you have no control over. Whether it is who Americans wataweka ule wanataka akuwe president wao, and Kenya you'll have no single influence. So basically what we have influence on is whether we want to support this move. And for me as Tony PK, I want to support people to go back into their families. We go back into who we are and we stop pretending. We stop pretending to be international. We stop pretending to be a country called Kenya. That has been a pretense for the last 62 years. There is nothing called Kenya, okay? That failed from taking up. That baby was suffocated and died. And we've been lured and duped that we do exist. If we were a country called Kenya, we would not be having this kind of nonsense, where you are told sometimes it's 47, 46 verses 1, then sometimes 45 verses 2, then sometimes no longer you cannot have 2 presidents from this tribe. And we have a lot of garbage that goes around, and it only goes around when you don't have what you would call a nation. So kwanza tukubaliane that we have no country, and 2 tukubaliane hakuna kitu inaitwa umoja, ati tuko pamoja, ati tuko hivyo. Those all things we need to agree that tumekuwa duped for all these years, just like we were told people went to the moon and people bought that. So we bought a narrative that has been sold to us only to oppress and suppress people. Okay, that's why you have things like tyranny of numbers, you have all those garbage. And then you are being told that unless there are this X plus Y, you can't have that answer. This and those have to unite. If they unite, that is what you need. That is nonsensical. It is nonsense. So for me, I'm saying Limuru one, they have realized how it is, which again, although they say it's better late than never, it is really ridiculous that they didn't see this before when they were saying tene, but we forgive them because hata mtu alikuwa kwa shetani huwa anaforgiviwa, anaokoka. So we forgive Mount Kenya and hail them for that, but we warn them that we don't want to hear that there has been negotiations again. And this is what I talked to Karua's representation in Embu. Nani, I don't want to name him. I had 2 hours talk with him. Nikamwambia kama Martha anaanza hiyo vitu anafanya, atakuja tusikie wameenda kukutana, because nothing is impossible. Ruto has also sent people there. They are going to allow people like Moses Kuria kwa sababu anatoka Mount Kenya. Such a guy should be chased away. So I told them not to follow democracy, because democracy is garbage. Okay, I might be your brother, but I'm planning to kill you. So if you have a meeting that you are calling a family and you think I'm going to kill you, you have the right to close me out, even if I'm your brother. Yeah, that is as per Stone PK. For me, I don't care whether Ruto is from Mount Kenya or not. Not Ruto, Kuria and others who are going to be there. It will be so stupid and naive of Akina Martha Karua to sit with those people just because they are Kikuyus and they have a right to be in that meeting. In fact, this meeting should have been a secret meeting. They should have done an initial, very secret, closed-door meeting. Because what are they planning? Kioni has told us, a revolution to begin. You don't plan a revolution kwa soko. You know? So they should choose people. And they should say, so and so, you are not needed here because your agenda is not our agenda. There should be no diplomacy. And I like what Kioni is saying. Let him walk his talk. But I trust him because Kioni has never wavered. The only thing he lacks, I think he lacks a fire. But today I've seen some little fire. You know, in Kenya now you don't need to be moderate. Hautakiwi ati kuanza kusema ati I apologize, Dr. Samoei William Ruto, sijui His Excellency. If he's not, and you believe he was not elected, he stole election, you stand by that. And I don't want to hear things like what I saw at sijui professionals coming to do a peaceful demonstration. Peaceful demonstrations for what? What are those garbage I hear about peaceful demonstration? You do a peaceful demonstration to achieve what? Those are done in civilized societies, not like our country, Kenya. Kwetu una demonstrate hivyo, people laugh. They look at you from the windows of Harambee House huko juu wanzamaangalia mafala. Ati mnaenda mnainua makaratasi ati Kenya, those things cannot work. Hakuna lugha ingine. Angalia doctors. Why did doctors go back to work? Anybody can tell me that? And we think we have achieved. Then why did they even go for strike in the first place? Why
they allowed you to negotiate?
Jiro, you learn. I hope you have manners. You develop manners.
Jiro, please let one person finish and then you can talk. I mean, he's not going to talk forever.
You are taught to write notes. Keep notes. Unaandika PK says these are evil.
Oh, uliuliza swali. Nilisikia ulikuwa unataka answer. Okay.
No, these are rhetoric. And there is nowhere where people discuss on TV the way we are doing it. I mean, some of us, no wonder some people have really gone away because it's very uncouth. Let me finish, then you'll have your time. I can even donate my time for you to handle that. So basically what I'm saying is we are going into child play, you know, and that's why we have not achieved anything for 63 years. Nani amekufa? Ogola amekufa, whatever death, vile ameuliwa, ama vile amejiua, ama whatever it has happened. It is calm in Kenya. Sijasikia nchi general amekufa na ndege na watu wamenyamaza imekuwa hivyo. I mean, these are questions we should ask ourselves. It's business as usual. Truly speaking, business as usual, ladies and gentlemen. And you say all is well. The list continues to grow. It might have been an accident, but then let there be people swinging in action to really show this and explain circumstances that led into that. Those are questions that needed to be answered so quickly. How can the second in command in the country, because from the president, that is the second, watch the deputy, you know, how careless could he have been? Kwenda nini kwa ndege na baiki ama na ndege mkebe. I mean, we have pertinent issues here. So in Kenya, anybody can be killed. Unaweza kufa tu kama hata kuku ni nzuri. Kuku huwa inachinjwa ndio ikuliwe. What I'm saying is that we have very serious issues that you are not safe from whatever corner. From whatever corner. You can, right now, people should even be worried. Kioni may reveal some very pertinent things, but I don't see people are not really trying to dig into it critically. Borders are open. So people, hapa watu wanaongea ati kujipanga 2027. When you'll have everybody voting for Ruto. Bwana moderator, don't you think we are crazy to lirogwa? Yeah. So let's not bring mchezo here. If it's mobilizing, let's resolve to mobilize. But again, if it is tete-a-tete, that's another thing. Because if people have, come here to waste time and discuss some, useless topics, well, that's a choice of people. But for me, I tend to think people should reach out to those leaders, tell them if they are not serious, if they are creating hype only to change and do all these other things, questioning why we have professionals demonstrating tomorrow, look at it critically. What is the intention here? Why would they demonstrate what do you call it, peacefully? What is the plan? What is being drawn? Those critical things. And we should even call people like Kioni, and through these channels, we want to tell them to be open to us, so that we give them ideas, and also we ask them questions and support where we can. Because if it's a revolution, as he has
1
declared,
minute, Stone.
yeah,
1 minute.
Go ahead.
No, you still have 1 minute.
Else.
You still have me.
No,
you still have 1 minute.
I donate that.
Finish.
I'll come. You are not closing the show. I'll come. Go ahead.
Okay. Njiru, you've been burning. What's up?
Yeah, Stony PK alikuwa ameuliza swali, and that's why nilikuwa nikitaka kujibu. Na anyway, what I wanted to say is that right now we don't need people who want to negotiate with on anything. Sasa kama hiyo simu amesema amefanya, I'm happy of that phone, by the way. We need to insist of rigidity in leadership, whereby you don't bed on anything, and through that we will now start pulling people to ourselves, onto our yard. Ikifika, whether we are talking about ballot or we are talking about revolution, it will now be possible. But remember, you cannot cause a revolution and because revolution ukula. People will not give their life on a place where by wanaona they will be auctioned, or it is somebody trying to look is trying to look for a negotiation point. People don't want that. If Kenyans can be able to get the seriousness of a leader who will lead them on the other side, Kenyans can wake up. History ya Kioni. And Kioni is a very powerful name, by the way. Kioni is a very powerful name. Kama kuna mtu amezaa mtoto aite mtoto wake hivyo. Kioni is a powerful name. Ni mtu anaona. Is like a prophet. Kioni has packaged very important information. But the question which we need to ask ourselves, are people in the grassroots, is this information able to trickle down into the grassroots and the people are able to interact with this information? Because it is key. And for your information, 7 million Kenyans have defaulted their loans. It was in, I think, Citizen or NTV or Wamesema. And last year, that number was 3.6. And the amount of Kenyans who have loans, they are around 21 million. So it means a third of Kenyans cannot pay loans. Out of those 7 million Kenyans who are unable, now Kenyan with Rabu ukiona hiyo video za cheza, 7 million Kenyans have defaulted. Last year it was 3.6. Na hiyo kitu inaenda ikiongezeka. And then people are coming here to tell us that we are the Silicon Savannah. We are what? Well, we are every day manufacturing poverty in droves. We are, let me tell you, na nilisemanga hapa, I think 1 year or so, nilisema, if we don't fight now, tutapigana tukiwa hatuna nguo na hatuna chakula. We will be in the streets without clothes and while we have not eaten. Ile wakati unataka kupigana, pigana when you have some energy. And Kenyans need to be aware of that. Other countries, people have been fighting. But when you fail to recognize the right time to fight an enemy, you fight when una energy. And we should not allow ourselves to reach that point. Remember, for your information, and this one is very authentic, the State House is stealing 1 billion per day. Hiyo mukae mukijua. Every day 1 billion wanaiba hapo. Inaia hiyo ni karibu 300 and something. Na then ujue pia akina Rigijina watu wengine pia wanaiba. And all the cabinet secretaries wanaiba. So those people, the amount, and then mulisikia the other day, advisors akina David D wanalipwa karibu 260 million. Hiyo ndio mshahara ya David D. David D analipwa 260 million per year. Wakiwa na mwingine anaitwa Cheruyot. Those advisors, 4 advisors. One is being paid 216, mwingine 40, mwingine sijui 232. When you sum up ile pesa yote wanalipwa, actually at the presidential advisors, they are being paid more money than even the people than the president and the deputy president himself. And still us Kenyans are not complaining about that. Hiyo ndio ile pesa wanalipwa. 216 million. Joe Biden himself hapa Marekani analipwa 400 ama 500 hapo K. That's around 60 million Kenya shilling per year. And he has so many recurrent expenditure the American president has to do itself. Which is this country in sub-Saharan Africa, which has nothing. And it can afford to pay an advisor 216 million. And there is not any single Kenyan who is talking about the spending nature, extravagant nature of these people. In a nutshell, sisi hatuna serikali. Let me tell you, an audit will be done in the future when we get the right government tukipigana. But the day when we will do audit, we will come and realize ile pesa tumepoteza na hawa watu. For your information, there is a likelihood we have even spent money for the next 3 generations, because you have to, people borrow from the next generation. There is a possibility tumeomba pesa mpaka 2070 right now as we speak. Yet there was El Nino ama hii mvua imenyesha mingi imekuja ikaribu all the infrastructure. We will need to repair those things on top of the debts we have. We are just cooked. We need, if we can't resolve anything now, let me tell you, and this is something which I want to sound here, Bwana Stone PK. If Kenyans cannot react sahi, wewe jua Mkenya yote anazaliwa, mtoto yote ambaye anazaliwa Kenya sahi ni maskini. Any kid who is being born in Kenya now, tunamuingiza on the murky waters of poverty. Wacha nimalizie hapo, Julia anaweza endelea.
Thank you for keeping your time. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to keep time. Stone, what nini?
Kadogo tu sikuongea ni ka swali tu ama ka comment kwako.
Go for it.
Slovakia kumeendaje? Maybe in the course of the broadcast unaweza tuambia vile Slovakia kumeenda.
Okay, we'll do that.
I can explain. The Prime Minister was caught.
Okay. Nataka picha pia Njiro, utuonyeshe picha. Patia Njiro I explain.
Yeah. So what is happening in Slovakia? There is political tension, for your information. You know, in Europe, although hamtaki tuongei maneno, when we talk of how globalization is affecting everything, but hamtaki tuongei maneno. Slovakia and Hungary, they have a coalition. Slovakia and Hungary, their prime ministers are more more patriotic and those things. They are not on the left wingers. So this guy, it was a political attack from people who think that he is a bit extreme. That's what people think. Some of the people think that the guy is extreme. It's only that the guy is very patriotic and he is protecting his country. And he is bringing good policies, just like the one which are being brought by Orban. Although these days, any person, especially in media, these ones which you call the big media, when you are talking the truth, these days they are saying you are extreme. So that guy is suffering the consequences of being called a bigot by media. These days, when you say you don't support LGBTQ, when you say you are protecting your people, these days they are calling you extreme, and that is what has happened in Slovakia. A man with hate a man with hate, he decided to shoot the president, the prime minister 5 times in the bullet. But luckily, he survived, and we hope he will be able to get out of the hospital. He is a right-winger guy and a guy with good policies. And we are building that coalition of right-wing people. So mimi, hata munipige, Republicans lazima niongee story yao.
Jiro, don't be like, mimi nimeuliza jina yako. Uniambie weta kwa Njiro Njeru. Sitaki uniambie your grandmother's name, your guka nini. Nimeuliza tu kumefanyika nini, ujibu amepigwa ridhe. Whether ako on the right ama on the left, the fact remains jamaa mdosi amepigwa ridhe. Na si ati ni jamaa ati mmoja ndiye ako ati amekasirika. It means kuna shida. Period. That's what I wanted to know. Kuna shida. Whether hata sisi saisi ni extremist sasa, because we are saying Ruto ni nini. Nikienda nipige Ruto ridhe, utaanza kusema Stone PK apendi Ruto is doing very well. Hiyo sana ni opinion yako na watu wengine wa press. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kujua tu the action was taken by the people, not the people. Thank you very much. Ndio hiyo hapa live.
Julia, come in.
Okay, sikuwa nimeona hiyo news ya Slovakia. Wow, it looks so dramatic. Hey, nakwambia. So, yeah. Okay, I don't know whether I'm expressing, sometimes when I say wow, people are like, Julia, did you just say wow? Now, so Kioni, I'm impressed with Kioni. I hope that he gets some more courage. Unaona kama when things are bad, you get that teacher's authority, and you tell people, shut the H up, or I step on your necks, or else. So I like Kioni's statements. I hope he gets more courage and that he doesn't waver. Sasa mimi nashangaa PK. What is Kuria going to do that meeting? Hakuna mtu anaweza beba kauji na thamos hapo. Alafu by accidentally mwagikie mtu. What is Kuria going to do there? I hope someone will give him a piece of their mind, because personally I would.
Anaenda kuonyesha ametairiwa. Sorry to use that language.
Maybe we should ask his wife whether alifanyiwa hiyo kitu. Huwa nafikiria hakufanyiwa hiyo kitu. Kwa sababu the way Kuria behaves, he doesn't behave like he went to the river. So if he's going what is he going to I hope they're not going to tolerate him, because hatuendi kumebelezana PK. It is not like we are begging people to be on our side. You see, you are either hot or cold. Na Mount Kenya imefika mahali ya kumebelezana imeisha. That's why I said yesterday that we should even say Mount Kenya si Kenya. What will they do? They have done their worst. They have killed Kenyans. They have exploited Kenyans. They are stealing their money. They are still planning on stealing more money. They have brought down Mount Kenya economy. What else haven't they done? So wasimbebeleze Kuria ati anaenda Limuru 3. Ati anajifanya sasa yeye ni, he's trying to, he's actually pouring water on the whole things. PK, unajua anamwagia hiyo maji, hiyo story yote maji, fanya ni useless. That is what Kuria is doing. He's rubbish in it. He's rubbish in the Limuru 3, and he should not be tolerated. And I hope akina Karoa anasikizanga story zetu wajue kwamba Kuria is actually rubbish in the Limuru 3, and he should not be tolerated. Wacha aite Limuru 3 yake ama Limuru 4 yake na watu wa udaku. So that is my take about Kuria. About what happened in that Eastern Europe country. That just tells you how those people are fed up. Na huyo mtu kwani akona how many lives? Amepigwa risasi mara 5. Hey, huyo akona maisha marefu kweli kama hajakufa.
Hata ishi Julia, huwezi kupigwa risasi 5 na chief amecha amekupiga. Hiyo ni watu tu wanaongea. Right now wanasema it's not known, his condition is being hidden. Huyo ameishia. Pole kwake.
Ameishia.
But people are not tired of him, You have to correct that. People are not tired. It's not people who are tired of him. That guy has good policies. We follow politics.
Oh, good gracious. Good, Jiro, I don't care whether they are tired of him. Of course, someone was tired of him. That is what we are seeing. Whoever did that.
It's not a group of people. It is one man who was tired, and he will suffer the consequences of doing that. So the guy is good. The guy is good. He was propagating good policy, and we know the hate which people in the West have been propagating for the Slovakian Prime Minister and the Hungary Prime Minister. They have been opposing even the Ukrainian aid. They wanted more reasons. So, Julia, that's why we are saying, let's expose ourselves with what global politics is working. I can see Mutumbu hapa anasema pia UK wako na election. Hiyo hatufuatangi. So don't tell me about UK election.
Njiro tutakuwa na special, nimeandikia Bernard message. We shall be having 2 sessions. Global politics, and then we shall have local. So that we don't have this conflict. Global, muongee maneno ya global na wale wanaongea Kenyan nini. We will do that. And Bernard atajibu tu. I think that's the best thing Julia to do. Badala ya sisi kuja hapa. Jiro aende akachie maneno yake ya global politics when his house is rotten. Okay? Alafu akichoka huko atakuwa That's all. Thank you.
You will be told that Kenyan politics is a subset of the global politics. They cannot exist independently. You will actually be shocked that in Kenya we don't have any politics unless you look at what is happening in the globe. And I stand with that.
Yeah, I actually want to, kuna saa zingine nikifundisha class PK, you know it is sad when the teacher gives up on you. Wewe unaweza jua mwalimu anaweza angalia mwanafunzi ajue badala ya kungangana anampea tu smile. Hiyo ni saa ile mwalimu anafikiria ni kama nitakuhura mai na adiri.
I like that. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
So I don't want to argue with Jiro because it is not helping us. Me personally, I choose to pay attention to Kenya because of ninajua niko hapa America, but personally I belong to the school of thought East West, home is best. And I also belong to the school of thought that I can do what it will take me and do my best to make my country better. Now, as for what the West is doing with their politics, really doesn't bother me so much. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. Let them, I mean, I have more problems and more issues to deal with than thinking about who won in which country. But if I wake up today and hear that Mother Karua or Baba is the president, or even Kalonzo Musyoka, I think I'll be a happy woman, and say that at least tumebadilisha nchi. Sasa I want to talk about Limuru 3. Now, so I am expecting that they will not suffer any interference from the government. Though I had huyu MP akisema kwamba Rani Kimani alikuwa anapanga kuvurunga. But I was happy to hear his approach. He dared Kimani. He said, try us. And then I like the statement when someone said that you'll meet the true Mau Mau. The Mau Mau real. Sio wale wakashagwa. So I think the battle has started, and it's good the battle has started right on top of the mountain. Probably the rest of the Kenya will take over. I am expecting to see that. Because you see why the mountain should start the battle. There's a big blame or pointing fingers going to the mountain that they actually sold the country to the devil. And saa zingine PK nakubaliananga na hiyo wazo kwa sababu the mountain leaders, not leaders, those useless politicians, the Ishungwas, the Didi Nyoros, the Kurias, they led the battalion of those useless MPs to campaign for Ruto, and they make it look like that the mountain was behind Ruto. So I think Kenyans have a good reason to point fingers to the mountain and say the people of the mountain sold Kenya to the devil. So it's the high time that the mountain came up again and rescued this country. So I agree with Mother Karua, wacha wacha kuenda ni kuenda, kaende. Okay, to the end. And I hope we don't reach 2027 PK. That's my hope. Wacha niweke koma hapo. Asanteni.
So ni nani ama nichukulie?
Thank you so much, Julia. I stand with a lot of what you've said. Saa zingine tuwaga tunaanza kufikiria countries zingine, but we don't think of ours. And it's the same thing nilikuwa nikipigana na hapo hivi, but you're better off kama mwalimu venye unaisemaga vizuri, umeileta vizuri sana. Saa zingine these other countries, hata kama tunaishingi huko ama hatuishi huko, I mean it doesn't give food on, it doesn't give me anything. Nchi yetu ndio tunafaa kuwa tukiangalia, and sometimes I get very perturbed, and maybe as Stone unakuja, because I think you're the one who's next. As you come in, unajua saa zingine mi waga nashtuka how that even in parliament or even in tukianza kuongea matters Africa, matters Kenya, matters East Africa, you hear even the United States does this, or even this one does this, or even this one does this, and then for me, I've gotten to a place mali najiuliza, na wanasemanga na pia si ufanye hivi. Have I ever seen them go to Congress and say that even, Kenya, this is what Kenya, this is presidents of something? Lakini we are so perturbed, I mean, into other people's politics. I mean, and we don't even really take care of our own politics. And so today I'm just going to be quiet and just listen for the most part. Lakini nitatupa tu kabom pale na pale because of the chair that I'm sitting on right now, because that's a heavy chair and I don't like sazina natakaga tu nyimuonge, because mimi nimefika mahali I don't even like to hear any comparison about Kenya and other countries. Like it just messes with my mind, because I'm like, na sisi tutafika wapi hata waanze kujicompare na sisi? And you see, we bring ourselves to be very slow and very low in the whole global world, global economic, macro and micro, both of them. Tunajieka mali instead of kujiangalia sisi wenyewe. Like Julia is saying, you see, when you see Mount Kenya wameenda kufanya vitu za, even Kambas should go and do their own thing. Even, the marginalized, wenye wanasemanga wajai kuwa anywhere, even them, even newbies should go and sit down, and then we come together as all of us and sit down and understand. But unless we do that, and we keep on saying that, the Constitution was borrowed unto the United States, the House of the Commons in the UK, sijui nini, sijui Australia, and all that. I mean, where are we going? Mpaka lately nimesikia mtu akisema hata Uganda wanafanyanga hivi, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, ushaisikia kitu Uganda wakisema? Kwa nini yao? Stone, come in, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. Nitaipick from hapo umesema. Tushasikia wengine wakisema. Ni kweli, let's say you always talk about, when your big bro is doing something nice, or your neighbor is doing something nice. Nafikiria kwa kizungu sanifu inaitangwa positive envy, Umeona mtu amejenga kanyumba kazuri, unaanza kutamani hata wewe, hata unamuuliza hiyo plan alichorewa na nani, that kind of a thing. There's nothing wrong with that. And let me correct also something from Kina Resilient and others. The brains you are seeing on this panel, the brains here, some of these brains are so acquainted with the global politics. Only that we don't want to be irrelevant. Okay? Global politics, in terms of even international, UN and all that, we know it like a science, some of us. So tukiacha hiyo, tuache guru ashine, I mean not guru, Njiru ashine, is because we know the irrelevancy of me coming to discuss about European politics, American politics and all that. Because for us to achieve what Njiro is preaching today. You begin by getting a leader that will say bullshit to nonsense. A leader that will tell you, hii policy inaletwa na those people Njiru ana support sana. Tunataka leader atakuja mwambie hiyo ujinga sichukui. I'm taking 10% of what you are saying, but I'm not taking 90% because it's garbage. So we should concentrate in getting that leader, not concentrate in supporting wale watakuja kutudrive. That's why I think kuanzana na sijui ni nani amechaguliwa huku kule, tumetupa mbao kawaida vile Wakenya utupa mbao. Yeah? Concentrate kama vile Traore amefanya. Traore mpaka amekick these people, you lick their asses. Ameambia French, to hell with you. I mean, that's a small person, a captain. Amerali watu, wakasema enough is enough. So if we get somebody by us concentrating in our house, like now, for example, we should stop nonsensical thoughts of Mother Karua ni mwanamke, oh ni Mkikuyu, oh sijui hatutaki Wakikuyu wakuwe kwa seat mara. If we can shut off those garbage and focus into, Nanjiro, you always talk this, focus on to a character. And today you have added another word, a rigid, politically rigid character. Hata ikiwa ni Stone PK na mnaniita Mkikuyu, although I'm not a Kikuyu, because saa Stone PK akiproposiwa mtasema anatoka Mount Kenya. Na mimi natoka mbali na Mount Kenya. For me to come from home to go to see Mount Kenya, I drive past Embu. Madha tu ndio nione Mount Kenya. Njiru anaamkanga asubuhi anaiona ndio hii. Mimi sidanganyagi. So mi ukiniita mu Mount Kenya nitaitikia tu for the sake of it, for the sake of harmony. What I'm trying to say is, usijaribu kuota moto ambayo hata ukifanya hivi urugari yake haitakufikia. Unaona? Usijaribu kuota moto ya mwezi. Mlima Kenya iko mbali, usianze kuenda hapo na you support what they are doing, like the way if you are a soccer person una support Arsenal na hata ujui iko wapi, hata mnapigana mnauana. So that is how you should do it. Support it for the sake of supporting. You can't call yourself mzungu because of that. So what I'm saying is, sisi kile kinatuua is we don't have an opportunity to elect a person that now will go through Njiro's path. That person whom we shall authorize aende huko inje sasa akishape politics yetu, achague bila kulamba, achague hawa ama huyu rais wa hii nchi atatusaidia hivi. We should now go is what is it in there for us as Kenyan. That's the leader we want, not what is it in there for me as a person. So if we lose focus by concentrating on easy vitu ati because you want to be seen to be so ati unajua siasa ya globe will not help us locally. It will not only continue because global politics want to deal with garbage. They want to deal with bootlickers. They want to deal with somebody who will take whatever poison or rubbish they want to dump in our country. And that's why we are supposed to say tawe. That's why you should ask yourself, why is it that they don't want Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua as a ticket? Because it will be another thing. The ocean of any garbage, which will be beneficial to us Kenyans. Kibaki came in, and we are talking of things that have happened. Tukakuja mpaka tukakuwa debt free. Watu wangu, I know some of you are very young, even those in the comment section. Kibaki alitusukuma. For the only 5 years alirudi akapata shida. But alitusukuma mpaka tukakuwa debt free. Why? He said no to some of these giants. But you have to say no to some of these giants with a formula. And you cannot have that for us without getting somebody with that character. Ule atakaa aseme sasa, hata kama ni hii nchi ya Njiru anapenda sana, uiambie go to hell. Na sitaki hata, unawaambia hata sitaki kuja kwenyu. Me like if I became president of Kenya, sitataka kwenda hii nchi, hata kufanya nini? Even if what to do what? Sincerely speaking. Kenyan with love. Atuwe ni president umekuweka leo Kenya, unaanza kwenda kukunia choo za Amerika. Juu hatuna choo Kenya. It is a shame. It is a shame.
Ya nani? Siwezi hata kanyaga. For what?
Kufanya nini? Sincerely speaking, let me pose this question even to those, those people. Wa Kenya tuna shida. Tunaendaka kwa wenyewe kunakuwa hata ndio tunapenda huko kuliko kwetu. Let me ask, sincerely speaking, Kenya ikitawaliwa vizuri, kama those of you who are old enough wakati wa Kibaki, ati ukiwa mwalimu una job na unalipwa vizuri, ukiwa daktari una job na unalipwa vizuri, business unafungua kiosk una thrive, mkokoteni unasukuma una thrive, everybody was thriving. Mpaka polisi walikuwa wakaanza hata wabraibiwi. Akitaka anakuomba, anakwambia bro, mimi sitaki hongo, nataka tu niachie maji ya kunywa, si unaona vile jua imewaka. Alafu wewe unaelewa. Police were begging from Kenyans. I'm telling you. So and nobody, by the way, even if you look, okay, the first vote was like the happiest nation was that time. We were among that. Then the fastest growing economy that time. And then the travel abroad in search of jobs dropped drastically. Uko poa. Uko poa. Okay? And nyumbani ni nyumbani. Ukinunua kama Mercedes kako, unataka uende uone Stone PK pale, mchome kanyama pale Ruai. You feel very, 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 very home and you enjoy what you are enjoying. Hao watu wote wanakuambia wako America na Europe and all. Hakuna kuenjoy, watu wanaenjoy. Ni shida tu. And I said in the other broadcast, na nani can support, Keeper can support. Ni my economic refugees. Why, I mean, don't tell me ati uko kwa wenyewe, uko umevaa suti ya wenyewe kwa heading and you feel ati uko at home. Hata unaanza kutoeng, ati sasa kutoeng kama watu wana huko. Na wewe ni Mumbere kutoka Kiambere. Ulisomea Kiambere primary, ukaenda Kangaru secondary, ukarudi ukaenda Egerton kwa Wakale, ulitolea kizungu ya Amerika wapi? Tuache upuzi bana. To concentrate. Hii revolution to support. And I'm appealing to akina Njiro. Support na pesa. Support kaende hata hivyo Slovakia imeenda. Usituambie ati ni mtu amenini. Tunataka kitu kama hiyo. Yes, yes, ndugu yangu Kenya love.
Mato, may I say something?
Yes, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for bringing us. You know, when we start discussing Democrat, Republican, first, you know, Kenyans don't know the difference between Democrat and Republican. It took me a long time to decide who are conservatives, who are what, you know? And I was trying to define, is it out of their definition or what the H is this? Why? Because that thing doesn't sink in us. Now, when we bring here, you know, we are trying to imagine that Kenya is in America, or I don't know how we are trying to. It's just like some people in Mount Kenya region who imagine that Kenya is in Mount Kenya, and not the other way around. Now, we are trying to bring a picture like everybody should care about who is a Republican and who is a Democrat. Everybody in Kenya, I mean, they don't know that, Njiru. And they have no idea who is a conservative, who is not a conservative, and what the hell the H that means, or the hell that means to the American politics. Now, why they don't care? Because they have more problems and issues to think about than think about the British monarchy, or the British premier, or the American politics of two parties. I don't know, Republican, Democrats. They have more issues to think about. So when we start saying that a Republican will do this, a Democrat will do this, somebody somewhere is wondering, who is Democrat what? Republican what? They're trying to wonder, what is this? That is why I think Aria Bernard was trying to redirect us and say, let us not go out of the topic. So I think when we do that, we are crying more than the bereaved. And we are also trying to bring a picture that now that we are here, Julia, where I am is more important than where I'm coming from. That is a picture we bring. That look here, It's like I'm trying to tell them, listen, those who are watching and listening to me, if you don't know who a Democrat is, listen, I'm going to teach you. If you don't know what is to be a Republican, I'm going to teach you. They are not interested because they have more issues. They are trying to think about how will they take their children to school. How will they take their children to the hospital? What will they eat tomorrow? That's what they're trying to think. So me wasting my time here trying to define to them what the Democrats believe in, we are even trying to tell them that maybe the Republicans are more religious, that they fight LGBT. Kenyans don't even know what is LGBTQ. They don't know the definition of that word because that doesn't exist in the Kenyan culture. Okay, so kwambia LGBTQ, and I will say LGBTQ what? QTP, L or what? They don't understand those things because that is not even culturally responsive. I mean, it doesn't apply to the Kenyan culture. So me, I think when we go overboard and start saying that that our government is behaving like that because the Democrats are supporting them or whoever, I think Ruto has gone to so many countries right now, and he has been globetrotting left and right. But what we care is what does he do and how does he behave in Kenya and how is he treating our fellow countrymen. That is what we care about. As for what Joe Biden, Trump do with their politics or whoever win, Njiru, I don't know how many years you have been here. Probably you have been here for a longer time than me. I don't know, and I don't want to ask you, but I promise you, no matter how long I'm going to be here, I'm really never going to pay much attention to the American politics. Because every time I may try to do so, something deep inside my heart reminds me, remember there are children in Kenya who are not going to school. Remember there are people who are going hungry. And every time I remember that, I begin thinking, what can be done to our country to make it better? So I think my conclusion is on that matter is that when we start now even fighting. Earlier, I had Njiru and La arguing. I don't know, the ambassador is a Republican or is a Democrat. And I wanted to ask the two of them, who cares what the two of you are? Who cares? I wanted to jump into the show and ask them, who the heck cares about what the two of you believe in? We don't care. And they were arguing and fighting and saying the Democrats don't do this. What is Democrat? We can go define in the dictionary. Maybe it's a word in the dictionary. Republican is a word in the dictionary. What does it mean? For Kenyans, that is irrelevant. And I think it is only relevant to the Americans who have been here for a long time. So, Njiru,
Okay.
I wanted to say.
Okay, let me pick up from there.
Hold on, Jiro, nilikuwa nimeinua mkono. But I won't stop you for long. I mean, it's just 30 seconds. I wanted to add on to what they've said. Mwalimu, and we respect her a lot. Nani Stone, I wanted to add to your point. When Kibaki came in, na kina Raila, ile ya Rainbow, do you know all the contractors went and started buying inaitwaje zile flashlights, wafanye kazi mchana na usiku to make it work. Zote walienda wote wakanunua ma flashlight, ndo tulianza kuona the new contractors really working, wanakimbizana nayo wafanye kazi. We saw that happen and we saw it. Yote uliuliza watu wangapi sometimes I realize we deal with young people who have not seen. We had never seen that kind of thing. Hatukuwa tumeona kitu in Moi era, in hizo vitu zote hatukuwa tumeona. That time we saw that. And so I wanted to add on to you and even what Julia is saying. I personally, just like Julia is saying, I don't give a cahoots what America and whoever is doing. I give a cahoots of what my country is. Mimi politics that we get, and the funny thing is that we come here and we talk and we think everybody understands the outside politics. Wengine hata wajui nini mnaongea juu yake, mkianza kuongea outside politics. Hao wanaonanga kwa TV and maybe they don't even watch. Most of them don't watch. Sijui Biden, sijui nani, they don't. Kwanza Biden ni nani? Kwanza some of them ask, I mean on the comment section, who's the nini? Who's the Congress, I mean nani anaitwaje, nani speaker? Most of them ndio wanasikia jina yake ya kwanza anaitwa sijui Mike something, you know. Even some of us wenye tunakanga huku saa zingine hata hatukumbukagi hizo majina. Why? Because this has nothing to do with us. The country that we come from, hata watu wengine wenye tuko huku hivi, the fact that hata watu wameona politics za huku nje is just because that maybe you are lucky enough to get out of that country and to travel a little bit. Watu wengine hata hawajaona hiyo kitu. So basically what we are doing, we are saying when we come here, hizi politics za huku kwingine hazitusaidii. Zinasaidia nani? Zinasaidia Musyoka aje? Mwenye ako ushago, zinasaidia kama uaje. Lakini politics za Kenya, guess what? Zitasaidia hata mama yako, baba yangu na kila mtu. So that's why what Julia is saying, I agree. Saa zingine even mi nikianzaga nilikuwa nakujaga hapa hivi naongea politics za state, najaribu kuzicompare, najaribu compare za UK, but then I came to realize that it doesn't matter whether what you do with the UK, what you do with the, I don't know, Yugoslavia, what you do with Pakistan, what you do with Somalia has nothing to do with your grandma. So that's why we're saying our Kenyan politics is way more important. Yes, we can do a comparison a little bit, lakini haki ya mama lazima ikuwe ni yetu for us. Kama tuko na shida na maybe a certain tribe, kama kuna nini, let's connect together. Let's see where's the problem. Once we connect together, then now we start making a country that actually is more viable. Hizi zingine kelele mimi Njiru, mi story ya Trump wachia Biden.
Okay, nimekuelewa. I have a right for response because Bwana Rara ndiye alianzia kuleta na hii maneno, and as somebody who knows some information, I cannot allow him to mislead the floor while I'm here. For your information, I'm shocked to hear vile Julia amesema that Kenyans do not know about Republicans or Democrats. Courtesy of me, my grandfather, who is over 90 years old, he can properly differentiate them, and that is the reason why we go to places so that you can be able to gather information and you become the intellect wing of the people where you are coming from. That is why even when Obama was coming to Kenya in 2015 and he was trying to propagate those things which he was trying to propagate, I had informed my grandfathers properly what happens, that they know how these parties do. So in terms of Kenyans don't understand that. There's something I want to confirm here, Julia. Maybe you don't have these details. For your information, there was a guy who used to be called George Wallace. Go ahead, Google, 1968. He was a Democrat governor of Alabama. He was a totally racist guy. So sometimes when you see us resisting to become part of the Democratic wing, we know what we are running away from. This George Wallace, he was the guy who was propagating racist accolades within. He was the one who was even preventing black people from going to schools. So sometimes when I see black people being part of the Democratic Party, sometimes I wonder what they are following. It's like following people who are discriminating you a long time ago. Those were the people who are denying, and we have to tell people these things. That is why we go to school and we learn these things. It is everywhere in the information. George Wallace, Google George Wallace. And this is a statement. Segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. That was George Wallace, a Democrat, Alabama governor, and so many other people. For your information, the Republican Party, the reason why we support it, it was formed as a party to fight for the slavery. It was a party which was formed in the northern states. And the southern states, which were predominantly Democrat. They were the ones which were
But
highly propagating.
Jiru, I have to hold you. I have to hold you.
No,
By
we
the
have
way.
to say the thing.
No. I'm
No,
going
it's
to
not
hold
about
you
that.
because I'm running out of time as the person who's running
No,
this channel.
but it's a lie.
Jiru.
People have said here they don't know what Republicans and Democrats are. And I have to say it because we know.
Jiru.
But we have to know the Democratic Party is the racist wing. It was founded from racist principles. And we have to say it.
Jiru.
It is known, Bwana.
I don't have the time to start talking American politics
relax.
and American
Even if you are Democrat, allow us say the truth.
My time is running out. In fact, I
So
have
why are you
I have
refusing?
about 20 minutes. Zero people want to do their closing remarks. We are not going to sit here and listen to your nini vitu zako za America. Weka na watu wako
Why?
America.
It's not about which is America,
No,
but
let's-
Dunia amesema he doesn't know who Democrats
I'm
are and who
telling you as a
Republicans are.
moderator, I'm running out of time. Can you
No,
listen to me or I kick you
Democrats
out?
were propagating slavery.
Yeah, zero.
That is the truth. They were propagating slavery, and Kenyans have to know that political party was propagating slavery. It is known. It's not about that. I cannot support people who are propagating slavery. Republicans fought slavery. It is known.
Ukimaliza kuongea kuja. Nitakutoa hapa mimi. I am telling you, I don't have enough time. You can see the clock. Tusharuka. And we are not going to sit here and start talking about the history of Americas. How many people are watching us that know the history of America, or even it matters to them? It's our country. I want us to start doing the closing remarks. Let me start with Stone PK. Stone PK, Julia, answer you with your closing remarks. If you're not ready, we can go to Stone PK.
Yes. Let me say.
Okay,
You didn't understand me. I said this. It is not that I would not know what Democrats are and what Republicans are. It is because I'm not interested. And that is the least important thing one of the least important thing in my lives. And there's somebody called Judith Okema saying that Kenyans were following American elections. Yes, there's Kenyans who watch TV. But the common Kenyan is least interested because we have more issues to deal with. In fact, I'm still least interested to know who is better, Republican or Democrat. And we talk about racism. Njiru, hakuna mtu atafikiria kara yako imebadilika na imekuwa nzuri, awe Republican ama Democrat. When it comes to that, they are all the same. Sasa usijidanganye. And those of you are in America and wherever, msifikiria ati nyinyi ni watu ni wa maana kwa sababu mnaishi hapa. Ati mko na mko maana kuliko wenye wako Kenya. Or you have achieved anything by coming to America. In fact, you are refugees. Mtu mwenye amesucceed akiwa Kenya na ndakuja America, yeye ndiye amesucceed. That's a more successful person. But you had to take refuge in a foreign land to go and to get anything or get anywhere or even have a shelter back home. So it is not an achievement kuja hapa tukijigamba kwamba ati tunajua Democrat tunajua Republic. Hiyo sio achievement. It is a shame. It is a shame. Which American have you had talking about Kenyan politics? Ati America mzima asimami aanze kusema I know UDA, I know Azimio, and I support Azimio in favor. No, Americans will give a heck over that. They don't care, and you are least important to them. If you ever hear any American discussing that UDA is better than Azimio or Azimio is better than UDA, uniambie na utake record, uniambie useme umesikia Amerika mmoja akisema mimi ninajua kwamba UDA, they don't give a heck about what you are doing with our resources or wherever. In fact, the more we waste our resources, the way we look foolish to them. So, Njiru, it is not that I don't know what it means, it's because I'm not interested. Mimi, unaweza sema mimi ni maskini jeuri, unaweza kaniita hivyo. You can describe me like that. Kwa sababu I am least interested. And those Kenyans who have my stand will not come here and start bragging. I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. What is that? Or does it matter to Kenyan? It is because we are ashamed of where we are coming from. That is why we come here bragging. I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. Americans don't even know the capital city of Kenya. They think Nairobi is a country and Kenya is a capital city. Why do they behave like that? Do you think it's because they cannot find out? Or do you think it's because they cannot dig information about Kenya? It is because they are not interested. Some of them don't even know that Kenya is in Africa. They think Kenya is in Asia. After those senators and those congressmen, I will not be surprised to find more than 10 congressmen who do not know exactly where Kenya is. Na ukiwaambia utaenda kwa Google kusearch, because they are not interested. Why then sisi kwanza sisi hatujazaliwa hapa. All of us are talking here. Evidence, there is big evidence we were not even born here. If we were born here, we could maybe say this is the only place that we have known since our birth. Maybe we could use that to justify. But all of us here, I know all of us, sasa from the way we talk here, me, you, Njiru, Mato, PK, I have evidence that tunajua penye tumetoka na tunajua sababu ya kukuja hapa. Nataka kama tuko na watoto hapa, mimi watoto wangu I preach to them and I will preach to my grandchildren that msisahau penye mmetoka. Hata kama mko hapa msisahau. Na as Mato has said, I know there is Mato or PK. If Kenya was even any close to a second world country, kuna many Kenyans who are in America who will go back home. And the moment one of these 5, we hope, and I have hope, that before my days are over on earth, I will see that Kenya like Singapore, that where the rule of law is upheld, where we have democracy, where we have equity and equality, where we have justice and fairness for all Kenyans, and resources are utilized fairly and equitably. You will find Kenyans going back home. Bonda warudi, ni kwa sababu gani? Ni kwa sababu at the back of the mind wanakumbuka better home. So, Njiru, I will conclude by saying, if you hear any American discussing Kenyan politics, then I will agree with you. Any American, ata menya, ati yako Kenya, ati amenda kutembea Kenya anze kusema, mimi ni wa UDM Azimio, they will not, they will never. So, why us, we are even fighting, you people you are fighting earlier, at Mara Democrats versus Republican. For what? I won't. And so if I don't have any information about them, it's because I am not interested. And none of them is better. When it comes to racism, wewe ni mweusi, Njiru. Kwa mzungu yote na kuona wewe ni mweusi. Awe Democrat, ama Republican. Hakuna vile atakupenda, ati akupenda kwa sababu yeye ni Democrat, or yeye ni Republican. Sasa utiswambia ati fulani wa Democrat alikuwa racist. Wote wako hivyo, hawabadilishi nia kwa moyo yao, hawabadilishi, wanakuona hivyo. Na kuna vile watakuona tofauti, Njiru. Wanakuona wewe ni mweusi, Mwafrika.
But
don't allow me to say what your boss says. Siku juzi alilinganisha immigrants with another serial killer actor. I can get for you that name. Juzi, just the other day, he's quoted in press. So whether Democrat or Republican, wewe ni mweusi kwao, TTT. Now they will not change what they think about you. So
wale wanaingia pale chini, sio wale immigrant wamekuja na ndege na
that includes you. That includes anakuona kama choo. That includes you. Sasa usifikiri anakuona kama mtu, anakuona kama choo. So just appreciate your country and start fighting for your country. Asante Mato.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Njiru. Asante sana. Julia.
Sijatoa comment yangu ya mwisho kumalizia.
No, sijakumalizia, nakuja kwako. Na Julia, don't go anywhere. I might give you ka top layer hapo mwisho utufungie. Not that I might, I will. We're doing our closing remark. I think Stone PK kuna video amenitumia hapa hivi alikuwa anataka kufunga nayo. Stone PK, are you ready for the video so ndo to ufanye your closing remarks? Stone PK. Stone.
Wacha niongea as he comes.
Okay. 2 minutes please, tuanze kufunga hii masaa imeniharibikia Njiru.
Ni sawa. So for your information, Julia, you have said that so what is happening is that by statistics close to a half of Americans, people in America,
Kenyan with all due respect, cheza hiyo juu sasa America tumeongea sana. Cheza hiyo video kwanza alafu mimi niongee. Tuachie Njiru waongee juu America.
Okay, sawa, acha nicheze hiyo video because ilikuwa time ya Stone PK. He deserves the right of the floor. All right.
Yeah.
Ato hizi ni anagadara. Nanyadaro yote. Neto ahera. Ego durato, koria matarato rogoya. Nato kama durareke. Nato kama nyakaba na itono aitoka. Nyakaba na itono aitoka. Aigeto aya deni. Aigeto aya deni. Mwana ni tu ahera. Mwana ni tu ahera.
Stone nimetoa juu ya ngoma, sikuwa najua iko na ngoma hapo mwisho.
Sawa, umefanya vizuri, nilikuwa nimesahau kukuforewarn kate haraka. I don't need to explain what is going on there. Maybe kwa wale
Explain kwa sisi wenye hatujaishika kabisa, even though I hear Kikuyu, lakini kuna wengine ambao wanatusikiza pia.
Na Julia atachangia mahali nitamiss. Hiyo ni mkutano ilikuwa imeitwa ya maombi kudiscount. Maombi crusade ya kudiscount na kuhera. Kuhera is to ask for forgiveness for doing and going to elect watu ambao hawakuwasaidia. So people have started what we were talking about earlier. Kuherera agai. Catholic tuna prayer tunasemanga niwe hiya wakwa ma, yani na tunafanya hivi. Okay? So it tells you that the repenting is real. Na tunaweza samehea watu because mtu akirepent, in Catholic huwa tunafanya ile kumbora, tunaenda kuhera, unasema makosa na tunaamini tumesamehewa. So imagine imefika hapo, alafu tunataka kuwater down Limuru 3. Unaona? Limuru 3 unaiwater down kiaje? How do you water down Limuru 3? How do you water down Limuru 3? Itakuwa ni deadly. Itakuwa ni deadly. So basically nataka this is what tunatakiwa tufanye hivyo. Sisi wadosi ambao tunafanya majobu huko nje, fund such ceremonies, such crusades, ndio ifikie watu wa mashinani. Huko kilikuwa ni Karagita in the village, na wanasema hivyo. Nikimalizia bwana kuna watu walikuwa nauliza sijui sasa si tunaongea hapa tutarudi home lini? Tutarudi home the day ile minute tutaambiwa Slovakia imefanyika kwa mfano. Watu watabook immediate ndege. Tutaenda home na machata. We will charter Boeing za KQ kwenda nyumbani. Take that to any bank. Resilient and the rest who are asking me that question, take that to the bank. Yeah. The day which is coming, God willing, ndio utaamini. Watu watasema one way. Yeah. Okay, quickly ndio Njiru aingie na nini zake hizo za enlightening watu juu ya hiyo nini. Nataka kueleza juu ya hii topic, for example, hii Ruto ku increase to 22%. Jana tuliwaonyesha clip ya Margaret Thatcher akichukua usukani, taxes zilikuwa zimefika 83 huko, 83 na 90. Akapigana kuzishukisha. Why did we show that clip jana? Ni kuonyesha kwamba mtu anaweza, hizi taxes zinaweza enda hata 150%. Kuna 2 countries in Eastern Europe, nimesahau jina yake. President anaweza increase hizi vitu vile anataka. Ruto itaenda mpaka 220%. It will go. Mtamstop na nini? Na he doesn't care. He doesn't care. 22% ni kidogo, hiyo ni shadow. In fact, ukicalculate vizuri as of now, and I think I'll sit down nikuja na hiyo calculation, we could be doing close to 40s, almost going to 30s. All the taxes Kenyans are paying. Duplication of taxes. In simple things like even fuel and the rest. So 22% hiyo tu ni tunakuwa modest. Dawa ni kungoa watu haraka haraka. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you for that that nice one. Pia weka kando naweza kupatia ka mwisho huko hivyo, but we're really completely running out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, asanteni sana. Joseph Muigai yuko chini na waona, Mentu Hotep too. Thank you so much. Geoffrey Kimani anasema okay, sitasoma hiyo. I don't like reading inaingilia watu wako kwa panel, but yeah, your message is seen. Resilient, asante sana. Judith Okemo, asante sana. I can see you. Naona watu wengi sana mmekuwa hapa na sisi. You with us, stay with us mpaka tufunge. Mike Ongigi kama kawaida, na kuona pia sitasoma. Paris, Washington, asante sana. We really appreciate you guys for being with us here. Listen, it's you guys that actually make the show happen, because if we don't have you guys watching us and sharing to other people, then this show would be useless. So watu wa comment section, msidhani hatuwapendi, tunawapenda sana. Amos Otieno, hata wenye wanatuingiliaga tunakuaga tu tunawapenda tu. We love you guys because you guys, guess what? James Mutiso too, I can see you. Wajua kuna wengine wasemagi kitu. Be a participator, like the show, comment, subscribe, or join the show too. Tunakuaga hapa kama kawa, tunaiangusha. But let's have our last comments and our last take from one of our biggest moderator, NJ, the change.
Okay, ni sawa. I want to explain the reason why Mr. Ruto is following this his path of increasing the cost of living and this taxation. Things are interconnected, and when you people you hear me saying, immediately when Mr. Joe Biden became the president of America, and any person in America he knows, the cost of living started going up. The cost of grocery, the cost of meat, the cost of everything when it started going up. Because what happens? This is what they do. They believe in a big government. What does a big government mean? Big government means an uncontrolled government, a bureaucratic government, a government with no control. Kila mtu, ingiza kuingiza. So through that, you need money to fund that government. And where do you get money? Because government does not make its own money. You have now to start now increasing taxes, and that is how now you see now the cost of living going up. What is happening to Ruto? It's simple. Ruto is working on an expanded government model. What is an expanded government model? Expanded government model is where the guy comes and cheats you. We will be having like 40,000 clinical officers wa kukuja kukupeanga panado kwako. Na anasema sijui watu we need to start paying sijui 50,000 village elders. We need kama wale makasis 50 of them. We need like 7 government advisors who are earning each close to 250 million. Brought in the permanent secretary list, and so many employees who are not needed, and the spies within the government. Unawakuta hata huko Nyeri mnaajiriwa watu huko who are getting from the coffers. So Mr. Ruto needs to fund his big government without now even forgetting that there is also now the budgeted corruption, which is now bigger. Not forgetting that during Uhuru time, we were losing 2 billion in a day. We are now losing 3. It has been confirmed. Because now the State House explicitly we are losing 1 billion. Lastly, there is something I wanted to confirm here. Based on the discussions which I'm hearing here, and the way I can see us not being able to analyze these things holistically, I think this group has no the acumen to discuss anything about revolution. I think we need people who have diverse issues of reasoning so that we can understand how revolutions are managed and how revolutions can be. But this one-side view, because like, for example, when we are talking of Kenyan issues, you can't, because like in the world, we have two models, which either come from America or from Russia. We have capitalism and communism. And this is what happens. And every country circles in any of that too, globally. And because of the connections and your monetary system, based on what you believe in is now how you are going to build your policy on. So no matter how people here, they want to evade discussion about America or Russia or China, that is where the buck stops and that's where the buck starts. It is unfortunate that we want to talk in isolationism. At the same time, people like Akina Raila Odinga and even people like Akina Ruto themselves, even before any election, they even go to Chatham House in UK to be vetted so that those people can be able to analyze the next Kenyan leader. And if we don't understand how global politics and we start advising our political leaders, they need to start shunning such meetings. They don't need to be going for those things so that you can become relevant even to the people through agitation wing. We will not be able to learn anything. So Julia, in all due respect, you are saying you are not interested on American issues, but I want to tell you, you are on a dangerous front because everything which is happening in this world is either American or Russian. That is what happened. Russians created the communism model, which most countries in the East follow. Then there is a capitalist system, which most countries in the West and some many African countries, they pretend to follow. We have refused to develop our own models, economic system, whereby, like Africans, I believe we could have been able to propagate systems like barter trade. We refuse to propagate those systems, and we naively said that we have to follow what the Westerners are doing. So, in a nutshell, Julia, you cannot evade this. It's unfortunate. Sit down, learn about Republicans, learn briefly about Democrats. It's usually an issue of give and take, but always Africans, we are more closer to conservatives because African principles do not change. The principles of our forefathers who died in 1850, who died in 1650, who died in 0 AD, we still want to propagate those principles. And that is why anything which is neo-colonialist or anything which is post-modern, we do not want to take it. And Africans, as the beacon of civilization, we cannot take some of the things which are brought by these people who do not understand how human civilization has evolved from Egypt moving forward. So, Julia, take time and learn seriously. You will understand that the globe does not operate. Actually, you will understand like Kenya has nothing. We have nothing to discuss in Kenya. If we go in the perspective where we are going, and this revolution cannot be done on the perspective of saying that let's just talk about Kenya. There is a lot to learn from what people have done. Some countries have even done 2 or 3 revolutions. Kenya has never even done a single revolution. We only fought Mau Mau, and things were done. Some countries, even in France, they did the bread revolution. Go and learn what happened there to the extent where even they killed the king. Those are the histories where we can borrow something. But anyway, I don't want to go on the theory of that, but please, I want to encourage people here, whether you support Republican Party, Democrat Party, or whoever you support, learn the history of the party you support. Don't support parties which beheaded your fathers. It is wrong. Thank you.
Okay, that's Mr. Njiru. Amesimama ground yake, but me, I will say, no American has ever voted for a Kenyan president. But anyways, on that having been said, Julia Stone PK, is there anyone that has something to add on to that? Because I knew it was coming. That's why I told you guys, kaeni hapo kwanza mgoje kidogo. Kuna mtu anataka kuongeza hiyo?
Apana, maybe like Stone said something. Bernard afungulie Njiru show yake, kuja afundishe wa Amerikani who are Democrats those who are Republicans, those Kenyans who will be interested, I kindly request you, when Jiro will be teaching, mkuje na notebook, you take notes. As for me, I am not interested. And Kenyans do not have to borrow from Republicans or Democrats to do the right thing. Kenyans just need to observe the rule of law, period, and do the right thing. And Kenya will change. They don't have to keep quoting Democrat, Republican, Democrat, big Republican. No, they just need to follow the rule of law and do the right thing, and Kenya will change. So when you wanataka show ya Njiro, mufanye application. Pengine Bernard atasikia maombi yenu. Asante.
Last time niliona tulikuwa na the constitution was written, the Kenyan constitution, sidhani ilikuwa imeandikwa American constitution. Stone PK, na wewe ulikuwa nimeona umekuja haraka ni kama umeguzwa. Ni nini?
Hata sikuguzwa, nilisema tu hivyo. Julia amesema tutakuwa na show ya Njiru. This I have to push for because I'm tired and sick of maneno ya America. Nitaambia Bernard, hatutaki kusikia hiyo Njiru, aende akafungue lecture class yake kwa nini nyingine, na asikuwe bothered at Houston PK afuati Julia afuati. We know so much, by the way, Njiru, if you don't know, some of us are American educated fully 100%, na unajua hao education yao inaanzanga na hii ujinga yao kutuelezea vile walifanya, unaboeka
And
mpaka
by
imetubo.
PK,
Yes.
but why is so aggravating to hear Njiru? These people, you know, they don't teach. They teach American history in the classroom. There's a subject called American history.
I did it. Nilifanya Julia. Nilibidi kwanza classes.
Sasa mumetoka village Kenya, mnakuja huku mnakuwa wa America kuliko America yenyewe. It's terrible.
And then let me tell you something. That's what Njiru is not able to understand me. Unaona, si tuko hapa. When I came here, I was thinking that the teachers, the students will have problems with my accent. Do you know, I was so surprised that they even appreciate my accent. And let me tell you, they did not expect me. Unaona, they did not expect me to speak like them, Stone PK. And let me tell you something, why they did not even expect. Ukiangalia, like the test they give teachers here, ukikuja hapa lazima ufanye test zao, hata nurses and all that. Do you know, PK, they recognize that English is not your first language, and they don't force you. They just say, no, you apewe this same because English is not their first language. They don't expect you. In fact, they don't care how badly you speak their English. Because for them, they don't think it is heroic to speak their English. You know, they don't think there's any achievement Julia is making by speaking their English. Unfortunately, the likes of Njiru, now they think it is heroic. Now they know more about Democrat. Ati sasa Njiru ananisomea kama utekani, kama ujui maneno ya Democrat ati maneno ya sijui Republican. Now Njiru thinks I'm disadvantaged because of that, and he thinks that ati kuna kitu nimekosa.
Julia, they actually admire the English that you speak because you speak straight English. They see ask, ni ask.
Not even that matter. Hawataki uongee English yao. Because wanajua, kwanza vile waliniuliza wakaniuliza, nikawaambia English is my fourth language. They are saying, wow, you must be an angel. How can you speak 4 languages? And I was not lying. English is my fourth language. By the time I learned to speak English, I learned to speak 3 more languages. So English was my fourth language. Sasa sisi tukikuja hapa tunafikiria tumeachieve kitu, ati tunaongea kama hata tunajaribu kutweng. Inawabo sana wakisikia tukijaribu kuwa copy. Kwanza inawabo wakisikia tunataka kutetea siji fulani, wanashanga huyu si atetee kwao. Nakwambia that is their attitude. They even wonder what is wrong with you. That you keep telling them Trump did this, Biden did this. Tell them about what you're doing with Ruto. That is what they would like to hear. So, Njiru, it's not that I'm disadvantaged, that I don't know much about America, or I'm not interested. I'm just okay. And I'm just so okay. And I have lost nothing. And I better teach my children Kenyan history and where the Bantus came from and the Bantus came from. Si nikayapa nikiwafundisha American history.
Unasema hivyo Julia, wengine tulifanya mpaka tukasukuma mpaka political science, lakini ya America, yani unashangaa itajanisaidia na nini?
Wacha niwaambie kitu, Julia, I will send you your video George Juarez so that you can know what I'm saying. Nitakutumia hiyo.
I'm not interested because I know he's not the only one. I'm not interested. Your boss and all those who don't look like you think you're when you come, they don't think you're a human being. Watch me, Jiru. I have friends.
No, you cannot
going,
generalize. We have
no,
good,
no, no,
we
no.
have good white Americans.
Listen,
You cannot generalize. Not all white Americans are racist. I cannot agree on that. Not all white Americans are racist. It is not true.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, sasa mali tumeanza kufika sasa. So we are closing. Kama kuna mtutuo kuna na tutaingia historia nini tena. That one is done. Like we said, we're gonna bring, unless kama kuna mtu amebaki tu na kitu ya kusema ya mwisho kabla tuende.
Mimi nilikuwa namalizia hivi, ni vile Jiru hapa anajaribu. Nimesema Jiru, I will honor you with a channel. I have the power to convince Bernard tuanze, nitakuwa na kufungulia channel yako.
Mimi nataka kuongea hapa. Mbona mnataka kunishika huko? Nataka kuongea hapa.
Hatutaki kukusikiza sisi. Si utapata following yako pande hiyo. Yes. Wako hapa kwa comment section, wale watakuja kwa following yako. That's it. Period. Funga mic ya huyu jamaa.
It is censorship in a way. You are just censoring.
Okay.
Anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having been with us. We really do appreciate you. Kila mtu ambaye amekuwa na sisi, tumeshukuru sana. It's been a good show. Bernard alianzisha show, tumekuja tukamaliza. This is the evening. Watu wenye wanakuja huku mwisho. Resilient, asante sana. George Mugambi kama kawa. John Aderas, sijui kama nakujua lakini asante sana. Kuna wale wenye wapoteagi hapa. This is what we call Sound Candy Talk. You know why we call it Sound Candy Talk? It's because this is where you can have some conversations that you cannot have in the mainstream media. This is where you have it. But guess what? It's being listened all over the world by the politicians, by the main people, by the common mwananchi, by bunge la mwananchi, by everyone. It's being listened, and is the reason we have it, because at least it gives you a platform to actually speak globally. It's called Sound Candy Talk for a reason. Sound Candid Talk. So you talk soundly and candidly. Asanteni sana, tunafurahi. Asanteni sana, and we always say, come here with a thinking mind. Come here with a sound gadget. And also, let's talk. Because if we stop talking, guess what we're going to do? We're going to start fighting. But if we keep on talking, we exchange ideas. And then we will never fight. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Alaikum salam. Salam alaikum. Mungu awabariki ulipo. Be it on your breakfast, be it on your lunch, be it on your dinner. Depending on where you are. Tupatane badai is being yours. Kenyan with love. Stone PK, Julia, Njiru, and the rest that have been here. Let's see you when you see us. God bless you.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako, na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mnao.
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the President and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day.
Sound Candy Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza tuanze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona vile hali ilivyo. The age that we are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu tunakuletea taarifa zinavyochipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business? Kisha baadaye usiku kuinangana kwenye udadavusi kamili. Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Akitujue tumepata the right person.
In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa, sound candy check imekamilika.
This country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country, we are a plantation. We live in people's... No, we are not a country. We are a plantation.
Getting with Ruto is a very difficult task. It's a very difficult task. When you're talking to a stone, you cannot negotiate. The only way you can negotiate with a stone is to crack it.
Hata juzi mlisikia tukawa na habari pengine kutakuwa na El Nino ambayo itaharibu kule, itaharibu mali nyingine, lakini Mungu ni nani? Mmesikia wale watu wamesema tena ile El Nino haitakuweko, wamesema kutakuwa tu na mvua kubwa.
If you know you're a corrupt African leader, you're a stupid and you're a useless person. You know how heartless you have to be to steal from dying people in hospitals, to steal from kids who are receiving the lowest quality of education, to steal from hard-working Africans, from hard-working tax-paying Africans who are working 10 to 12 hours a day. You are a stupid, you're a useless person.
Kuna shida manake tuko na dereva hajui steering iko wapi, hajui gear iko wapi, clutch iko wapi. Ndio sababu Kenya ina shida.